Masters, mistresses, the Doctor requires materials in order to maintain the TARDIS and ensure continued functionality. He similarly requires carbon-based comestibles to sustain his own biological functions and existence. Master would never say this, but he requires aid beyond that supplied by this unit in order to acquire these. To aid the Doctor in his various tasks and creations, this can be most effectively achieved via Patreon or Substack subscriptions, or through donations directly to PayPal. Or if you desire physical goods in return for your contributions, written accounts of my travels with the Doctor are also available on Amazon. Links are in the description below. Thank you, Masters, Mistresses.
The Doctor, Season 12. Written by Alexander Leiths. Edited by Ella Dimitru. Narrated by Alexander Leiths. With additional parts by Ella Dimitru. Chapter 1. The Stuff Which Dreams Are Made Of.
Snow whipped over the Antarctic tundra, icy twisters dancing across the plain, around and between two utterly incongruous objects standing there. Two police telephone boxes. Obviously, just one would have been perfectly normal, but two, now that was remarkable. Both boxes looked identical to the casual observer, although any slight differences in scale or detailing would have been hard to discern through the swirling flakes filling the air around them. However, if one moved closer to the doors of the leftmost of these blue cabinets, it would have become noticeable that the doors were ever so slightly ajar. If one peered through this crack, one's brain might somersault at the impossible vision beyond. The space within was clearly disconnected from the space without, the former being far larger than the latter would seem to allow. This impossible space within space was also quite obviously a control room of some sort, pristine white, with circular roundels set into the walls and a large control centre set into the centre of the room. However, there was one object within this room which did not quite seem to fit the decor, a large gunmetal grey box, perhaps the size of a large wardrobe, very industrial in appearance. It seemed to have been pushed roughly against one wall with a certain degree of haste and lack of precision, judging from its slightly askew angle. There was a door set into the front of this device, heavy duty, almost like an airlock from a space freighter, complete with keypad control unit. Set at around head height into this door was a roughly half-metre square window, but that which lay beyond was entirely obscured by what looked like condensation. Rivulets of water scored jagged veins down this surface, but steam further clouded the view inside. This view was enlivened sporadically by flashes of yellow and orange, almost as if lightning were playing within the enclosure. Above the door was a peeling stenciled sign in an ancient tongue which simply read, "Decontamination Shower." The door burst open with a rush of steam and trickling fluids, the figure of a man spilling through it to land clumsily on the floor on all fours. This figure raised his grey-haired head and gave an almost animal cry of anguish and confusion. Then, as he looked around him, his pained expression gave way to one of abject horror. "What the hell is this?" he exploded furiously and Scottishly. This, being the main console room, had a bizarre appearance, at least to anyone familiar with it. And yet it was also somehow familiar, to anyone bizarre enough to know it. It still sported a two-tier design. Gantry at a higher level, where the main doors lay, with stairs leading down from there to the central area of the previously mentioned console. But this was where the similarity with the Doctor's most recent recollections ended abruptly. The first problem the Doctor was having was just how bright everything was. Every wall, stair and banister was a brilliant and unforgiving white. Each wall was decorated with sunken circular roundels, an aesthetic he was obviously familiar with, but not for a very long time, and not on such a scale. The main console itself was a similar mind-bending contortion of old and new in a sickening collision of style and size. Its proportions were of the imposing, looming vastness with which he was familiar, but the panels and switches were of a much flatter, less baroque, more brutalist nature. The slowly pumping central column, while vast, now had what appeared to be flat perspex sides, encasing strange rods and plates of metal and glass. It was reminiscent of some terribly hip and groovy modern art installation set into undulating motion. Clearly someone had left the motor running, even if not in gear. The Doctor could sense no signs of travel. It It was from behind the imposing bulk of the main console assembly that the figure of a white-haired, elderly gentleman moved into view. He walked with an unhurried gait, arms held behind his back.
This,
the First Doctor began with an air of weary patience,
is your TARDIS.
"Is it?" the Doctor snapped back, gesturing around him. "Are you sure?" Even as the last words left his lips, fresh confusion, even horror, seized his features, and his hands leapt to his throat and began to feel around in alarm. The First Doctor either did not notice the Doctor's change in behaviour or chose to ignore it, electing instead to take his question at face value.
Yes, well, I shall always think of it as mine, naturally, but yes, this is the TARDIS contemporaneous with you. My TARDIS is nearby. I understand your confusion, though."
The First Doctor paused, gesturing around him, looking for all the world like a conductor receiving applause.
"I do hope you don't mind, but I took the liberty of redecorating a little. It was all so dark, baroque, and, well, unnecessary. However, I left the layout and dimensions set in accordance with your current grandiose fetishes."
The Doctor continued to clutch at his neck during this slightly condescending explanation, and indeed appeared to be utterly oblivious to it. "I'm still Scottish!" he cried incredulously. His eyes widened still further. "And a man!" he continued, almost yelling. Perhaps due to his systematic bent, the First Doctor decided to deal with the questions in order.
"Are you Scottish? I don't recall ever being that good with accents. I must say that in the somewhat limited interactions we have had, you always sounded to me a little like that incarnation of ours with the floppy hat and the ridiculous scarf."
"Nonsense!" the Doctor spat back. "I've never sounded like that!" The First Doctor shook his head in disappointment.
"That is an absurd statement, not worthy of us."
The Doctor shook his own head in irritation, dismissing this admonishment from his earlier self with a "Pah!" The First Doctor now turned to the second question.
"And of course we resemble a human. But if you'd care to check your pulse, I think you'll find yourself quite Time Lord."
The Doctor fixed the First Doctor with a hard stare. "That is not what I meant," he said slowly through clenched teeth.
"No?"
"No."
"What then?"
"I thought I regenerated into a woman." This time it was the First Doctor's turn to show surprise. He even gave a rare single explosive laugh.
"Ha! How ludicrous!"
The Doctor looked somewhat ruffled by this response, and his tone was more than a little indignant and defensive when he responded. "Ludicrous! What reason would you have to say that?" The First Doctor frowned, and looked considerably unimpressed with his future self.
"Reasons, you say? Oh, let me count the ways. Firstly, I do not recall ever harbouring a desire to be anything other than who I am, sex-wise, I mean. Never once caught myself wishing Susan could call me grandmother, nor even for a moment experienced the desire to learn the art of sucking eggs."
The First Doctor held up a finger to forestall an anticipated interruption from his older self.
"I know we change from regeneration to regeneration, but there is a certain core which remains, no matter how far you may wish to run from it, to run from yourself," he said, pointing at the Doctor. "Secondly," he continued, again cutting off the Doctor's chance to respond, "have you any idea how difficult it would be to achieve such a sex change?"
"Well," the Doctor began.
"The sheer number and complexity of treatments prior to transition would be highly disruptive to the business of everyday life,"
the First Doctor went on.
"It would be time-consuming, requiring many resources, and would be difficult to conceal from others, if someone were to conceal both the desire and the process of such a transformation. Not only would the transformation be a little unusual, but to conceal it would put it into a whole new category of oddity. Imagine, say, if some high-ranking official on Gallifrey had been conducting pre-transition procedures in secret for their own peculiar reasons. What if they were then struck down in the course of their duties and regenerated in front of some hapless palace guard? Can you imagine the confusion and bewilderment on the face of this poor guard, utterly unprepared for this most atypical and difficult of regenerations? He would be completely thrown by it."
The Doctor's eyes narrowed as he regarded the First Doctor suspiciously. "That's an awfully specific example," he said slowly.
"Is it?"
the First Doctor responded innocently.
"I'm sure it's purely hypothetical."
The Doctor remained unconvinced, but for the moment had nothing to add.
"My point is," the First Doctor ploughed on, "that unless you had a strong, innate desire to effect such a change, or some desperate need to conceal your identity—"
At these words, the Doctor's eyes narrowed again.
"There would be absolutely no reason for you or any other Time Lord to undergo a sex-change regeneration. They are anything but spontaneous after all."
The Doctor stared at the floor, but his eyes were elsewhere, lost in the jumbled images within his mind. "But it all seemed so real," he offered softly.
That Cyberman weapon blast had done a lot of damage, a more dirty weapon than usual. Not intentional, I think. It just appeared to particularly crude and archaic type. It certainly seemed to be interfering with your regeneration more than it should, and this no doubt extended to our mind as well. But did it really seem so real to you? Asked the First Doctor.
I thought I was a woman. New clothes, new companions.
And you explored? Had adventures? New and exciting experiences?
Well, not really. It was all a little prosaic.
So, not like reality at all, then? Our reality, I mean. We are always at the centre of something challenging and unexpected, are we not?
The Doctor again sounded a little defensive, a part of him still clinging to the dream, the imagined life he had led. Well, not always. Sometimes we have periods where not much happens, sometimes years, sometimes decades.
Yes,
the First Doctor countered.
But we don't talk about those times, do we? Those are not the tales told in song throughout time and space, are they? But still, this life you saw, was it fun at least?
The Doctor looked crestfallen. Not really.
So, not our reality at all then. Nothing but a fever dream,
the First Doctor concluded briskly. The Doctor shrugged in stunned resignation, but said nothing. Then he caught sight of himself partially reflected in one face of the console's central column, grey hair and craggy features instantly recognisable and familiar. "I am me!" he cried, once again animated. The First Doctor pursed his lips.
I have to say this regeneration of yours is particularly fond of facile, or at the very least poorly thought-through statements. Who else would you be?
The Doctor glared at his first self once again. And you are still as irritating and pedantic as ever. You know damn well what I mean. I'm still me, my 12th body. I did not regenerate. The First Doctor stared at the Doctor.
Yes, you did. You just didn't change your face. I have no idea why you elected to keep this one. Perhaps it is symbolic. Maybe you felt you had some unfinished business? In any case, it is not without precedent. You have burned regenerations and kept the face before. For vanity, perhaps? And it seems somewhere along the line, vanity also drove us to start lying about our age, at least in terms of numbers of regenerations. Are you the 13th, 14th, 15th? Who can say? If we go purely on looks, that seems to befit your character these days. We might as well simply go on calling you the 12th. If you like, if it makes you happy. Irrespective of the truth therein.
The 12th Doctor shook his head in resignation. Just tell me what happened. The First Doctor inclined his head in acknowledgement of the request.
With pleasure. But first, perhaps you might like to get dressed.
The 12th Doctor looked down in horror. Why am I naked?
You just got out of the shower. What did you expect? It's not like there's anything I haven't seen in the future. Your clothes are in the cleaning unit in the dressing room. I suggest you recover them before I recount events, at least those I am privy to.
With this, the First Doctor proffered a pair of Doc Marten boots to the 12th Doctor, which he snatched angrily from his earlier self, and, holding them around waist height, he stormed from the main console room into the corridor beyond. The First Doctor remained in the vast alabaster cathedral of the control room, wandering around admiring his modest remodelling. Occasionally he would stop and frown, wondering if he should have altered more, before shaking off such fruitless indecisiveness. He noticed a slight breeze, and looked up towards the main doors. He tutted to himself, then flicked a switch to fully close them. He resumed his wandering. His train of thought was broken by another yell, coming now from the corridor to the dressing room. What the hell is that? The First Doctor strutted slowly in the direction of the commotion. A short way from the main console room stood the 12th Doctor, between two doors on opposite sides of the corridor. He was now dressed in a rather sharp black suit, thin lapels and collar, complete with a cream shirt, and the Doc Martens he had received earlier. The door behind him was the dressing room from which he had recovered the other items. It was the door in front of him, however, to which he was currently pointing in alarm and disgust. The First Doctor walked up alongside him and peered down the length of the older Doctor's arm into the space beyond. Indeed, space was the only appropriate label for this eye-wrenching vision before them. There were walls, floor and ceiling just beyond the opening itself, those surfaces to left and right complete with roundels, those above and below flat and featureless, all white, barring the shadows within the roundels themselves. But it was the shape of this space which twisted the mind and gut. In some sense, it was a little like being inside a banana being peeled, if bananas were cuboids, the banana invisible, and the peel infinite in extent in one direction and bounded by a door at the other. In other words, utterly unlike a banana. Equally impossibly, the sides of this hyperbolic space peeled off not into inky blackness, but infinite glorious light, in spite of the impossibility of this, given its geometry and presumably finite lifespan. The 12th Doctor glanced sideways away from his outstretched finger at the First Doctor, still awaiting a reply.
Well, while I was touching up the interior design, particularly your bloated main console room, it struck me you might be concerned about other space issues such as storage, so I created this little locker for you. I'm sure it will come in handy, the First Doctor explained, more than a touch of mockery to his voice.
Come in handy? The 12th Doctor exploded incredulously. You could store a planet in there!
Oh, and much more besides, the First Doctor agreed. But then again, it would hardly be the first time.
The 12th Doctor rounded on his younger self. That's it! I wasn't sure before, but now I'm convinced. You've been looking at our future history, my history. You irresponsible young fool!
Naturally, I had to see what had happened to you most recently to try and ascertain the most appropriate course of treatment. But you know me and books, how I hate to put them down, particularly history. I may have browsed on through 1 or 2 chapters, the First Doctor conceded airily. But you make too much of it, rest assured.
How can you say such a thing? You know how dangerous it is for any being, but especially us, to know our own future. The temptations and potential harm are beyond measure. With a myriad possible do-overs, you could smash space and time into 1,000 pieces.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want to risk anything like that happening, would we?
The First Doctor responded archly.
However, he continued swiftly, you should have no fear of that on my part, as you yourself are evidence.
What do you mean? The 12th Doctor bristled.
In my limited experience with any of my future selves,
the First Doctor answered confidently,
they always seem to have the most appalling memories. Senility, I suppose. They never seem to remember our encounters, and indeed several have openly admitted gaps in their, or should I say, my memory. The fact that you do not remember me perusing our archives should be more than enough to put your mind at rest in this regard.
The First Doctor paused here, stretching a little and winced slightly.
In addition, from the feel of things, I doubt I shall be continuing in this regeneration for much longer anyway.
The 12th Doctor looked far from pleased or entirely convinced, but let out a weary sigh. Fine. Well, perhaps you would do me the courtesy of explaining how I fell out of a shower, having just regenerated into a carbon copy of my former, granted young and handsome, self, before you, yourself, shuffle off this mortal coil, I mean.
Of course, my dear fellow, but perhaps we'd be more comfortable discussing this in the main console room. I've always felt more at home there, don't you?
Just as they were about to leave, the 12th Doctor's insatiable curiosity got the better of him, and he put a hand on the arm of his younger self to stay his departure. Just one more thing. How is it there is light in the distance in that room? By all the laws of physics, the furthest reaches should be a black, unknowable expanse. The First Doctor chuckled.
Ah, well, yes, you might think that. But you see, I ordered a matter-dominated universe, indeed just the kind of matter you and I, and many other species besides, might survive in other words, an atmosphere. The light comes from a unique biome I also installed, in this case, airborne, bioluminescent, microscopic algae and other organisms. Close by you would not notice them, but with increased distance their cumulative effect is quite glorious, don't you think?
The 12th Doctor allowed the First Doctor one curt nod of recognition. Together the 2 Doctors now walked back into the main console room. The 12th Doctor glared at the decontamination shower which had been so unceremoniously dumped there.
I'm afraid I asked the TARDIS to move that out of storage in something of a hurry. Here, let me send it back,
the First Doctor said helpfully, reaching towards one of the panels on the main console. Get away from that! The 12th Doctor snapped, slapping the First Doctor's hand away. It's my TARDIS. I will put it back, he continued imperiously. His authority was undercut somewhat by the moment of confusion as he tried to get to grips with the recently rearranged controls. Then, with a satisfied nod, he flicked a switch. With the gentlest of murmured wheezes, the shower faded in and out of existence twice before vanishing for good. Now, the 12th Doctor continued, where did you move the interior chameleon circuit adjuster to? The First Doctor pointed to another panel quarter-clockwise around the console from the 12th.
But I'm afraid it became damaged during the last alteration, he cautioned.
The 12th Doctor strode around to examine the controls for himself. He bent and peered closely at one lever in particular. There appears to be something jammed in the selector lever, he said, glancing up accusingly. The First Doctor said nothing. The 12th Doctor resumed his examination. He looked up again more sharply. It appears to be the blade of a butter knife. Or rather, the end of the blade of a butter knife. It seems to have been snapped off quite forcibly. The First Doctor held up a finger.
But accidentally?
The 12th Doctor strode round to confront the First face to face.
You just can't help yourself, can you? You just have to try and reassert your old ideas, your old persona, your old aesthetic upon your future selves. You always have to stick your oar in. The First Doctor inclined his head very slightly in the merest of concessions.
Well, I am always with you, whether in the flesh, so to speak, or not.
The 12th Doctor wheeled round and took a few steps away. It looked for all the world like he might be stifling the urge to hit his younger self. The First Doctor coughed and pointed to one of the walls.
Well, I did leave you that, at least.
Attached via a wall mount hung the Doctor's electric guitar. The 12th Doctor gave an ostentatious bow. "How gracious of you!" was his sarcastic response. Then his visage darkened, becoming more serious. He drew himself up to his full height. "Tell me what happened," he requested simply. The First Doctor began to pace slowly around the console room as he started his tale.
Well, I had just stepped out onto the Antarctic tundra, my companions all sleeping as it happened, when I heard another TARDIS, your TARDIS, land very close to me. You stumbled out, collapsed onto all fours, and appeared to be in the throes of regeneration. However, even though I lack personal experience in this area, I could tell something was wrong. This was no normal, healthy process. I walked to you. It seemed that you saw me, though I cannot be sure.
At this, the 12th Doctor interrupted. "I saw you. At least, I think I did. In my dreams?" he said, with quiet introspection. The First Doctor nodded, then continued.
Then you passed out. So, not wishing to disturb or confuse my companions, I dragged you back inside your TARDIS to render what care and assistance I could.
"You carried me in here?" the 12th Doctor asked in disbelief.
I said I dragged you in here, and while this body may be on its last legs, it's still that of a Time Lord. You, of all people, should not underestimate its power.
As the 12th Doctor's interruption seemed to have been quelled, the First Doctor ploughed on.
As I mentioned before, the blast you had received from the Cybermen seemed a particularly messy weapon. Whether by accident or design, it's hard to say, but the results were obvious. It was seriously disrupting the course of your regeneration. So I just called up the decontamination shower, programmed the appropriate regeneration scrubbers and filters, et voila! One new, or if you prefer, old Doctor.
The First Doctor finished with almost a flourish. Then he adopted a slight look of concern.
I am sorry about the hallucinations you suffered. It was quite beyond my control. Your body's attempt to make sense of this disrupted, scrambled regeneration and its subsequent unscrambling. But as you yourself conceded, it was all just a dream.
"A nightmare, it seems," the 12th Doctor grumbled sourly.
"Quite,"
said the First Doctor briskly.
"But all's well that ends well. And it seems our meeting too has run its course. My work here is done. I really should return to my TARDIS before my companions awaken."
With this, the First Doctor began walking towards the stairs leading to the exit. Then he stopped, accompanied by a barely perceptible crunching sound, and turned back to the 12th Doctor. He reached inside his Edwardian jacket and withdrew a tube with a smaller tube attached, atop which sat a couple of circular parts fused together, looking for all the world like a pair of licorice all-sorts melted together on a hot summer's day.
"I almost forgot," he said absently. "You might find this useful. I discovered it in a store cupboard while you were in the shower."
The 12th Doctor looked at it with disdain, yet took it from the first to examine it more closely. "This isn't mine," he said dismissively.
"No? It belongs to my third or fourth incarnation, I believe. I'm not sure which exactly. Nevertheless, you should not so quickly turn your nose up at gifts from the past, particularly as you seem to have lost your own."
The 12th Doctor smiled condescendingly, while casually wafting the sonic screwdriver in the air. "I have sonic shades."
"How terribly hip of you,"
the First Doctor snipped at him.
"I certainly would have no idea about such things. It's not like I spent any time in the 60s, after all."
The 12th Doctor scrunched his face in irritation. "Whatever! Where did you put my shades?"
"Well, I'm afraid they were lost when I dragged you back here."
This statement was accompanied by another slight grinding noise. "Lift your foot! No, not that foot! The other foot!" the 12th Doctor ordered querulously. As the second foot was raised, the crumbled remains of the sonic shades were revealed. "Rassilon's rod!" the 12th Doctor shouted, waving the sonic screwdriver. "I guess I'll have to use this until I can find the time to upgrade. Now I believe you are leaving. Please, please, don't let me stop you." The First Doctor smiled coolly.
"Good luck and safe travels to you, my grumpy future self,"
he said before mounting the stairs. The doors whirred open as he approached, and without ever once looking back, walked out into the snow and icy wind. The 12th Doctor returned his attention to the main console, specifically to one of the external view screens. He watched as the First Doctor reached his TARDIS and disappeared within. In less than a minute, the device began to pulse in and out of view as it launched itself on a new journey in time and space. The 12th Doctor now carelessly set the temporal and spatial coordinates at random for his own TARDIS and threw the launch lever. The central column began to rise and fall more quickly, lights flashing within, but before it had even completed one cycle, there was a crash and an ear-shredding screech as metal rending upon metal. With this, the TARDIS was thrown, twisting violently to the left, then a moment later to the right. The 12th Doctor was forced to grip the central console with all his might to prevent him being flung wildly around the room. One view screen showed an image which only a Time Lord could easily interpret. Although it was greatly simplified for ease of use by that most powerful of races, it was nevertheless a representation of the topology of space-time itself. And right now, it was showing the impossible. The universe had shattered. Instead of one space-time, the universe was in shards, sections of space and time broken asunder, and while still close, slowly and surely drifting apart. The point of origin of this disaster seemed to be the moment of the 12th Doctor's departure from the South Pole. The First Doctor, as far as the view screen was able to make any comprehensible visualization, seemed to be in an adjacent fragment of space-time, but drifting ever farther away. As the 12th Doctor looked on in horror at this impossible vision of universal destruction, a communication screen now struggled hazily to life. Barely discernible through the snowstorm of static, the First Doctor's face swam into view. His voice was similarly distorted when it came, and he was only able to utter one sentence before the connection was lost forever. "My dear Doctor, did you leave something undone?" Then the 12th Doctor was utterly alone in his TARDIS, adrift in a splinter of space and time.
Chapter 2. Shattered Dreams.
The main console room was dark. Given the recent changes to its decor, this was no mean feat. An almost universal dose of brilliant white had an amazing ability to capture and reflect even the smallest illumination. Yet somehow, the Doctor had managed to reduce the place to an inky gloom. He had killed all the internal illumination possible. There were still a few scattered indicator bulbs on the main console, which could not be extinguished, and it was these which provided what little light remained. Feeble as it was, it could still be seen that the central column was totally still and only visible through reflections upon its faces. The whole room seemed to be rocking very gently, like a tugboat at anchor, or possibly even adrift. A crashing, jangling, raucous E minor chord blasted out into the night-shrouded cavernous space. On the floor, one leg flat, the other bent, sat the 12th Doctor, his back against the main console. His right hand listlessly continued past the strings of his electric guitar to arc half-heartedly into the air just above his head. He let the hand fall now onto those strings again with a left hand muted crunch, before sliding the pick down the fretboard while simultaneously shifting his left fingers up to around the 12th fret. Now positioned, he began to play a heavily distorted, slow refrain. It was bluesy, but of the most tortured sort, and if anything, most closely resembled Hendrix's Banner. As the screaming notes wove and twisted around the Doctor and spun their way into the far reaches of the room, their blackened ironic melody was revealed. It was the Ode to Joy. The song ended with an ascending staircase of chords, the final one wailing off to die in a corner somewhere. Eventually all had faded back to silence. The silence was broken by a one-person round of applause. The Doctor sat bolt upright, staring around wildly for the source of the noise. Failing to locate it in his first frantic second of searching, he leapt straight to his feet, guitar still clutched in his hands, almost as if he were about to wield it as a weapon. Some distance away, across the other side of the main console and beyond it, almost to the wall, was the vague silhouette of a person. "How did you get here? Who are you?" the Doctor demanded loudly. A woman's voice floated out from the darkness.
"Oh, you know who I am, Doctor,"
it said with a hint of gentle laughter.
"and it would hardly be the first time I've broken into the TARDIS."
"TARDIS! Lights!" the Doctor barked. Suddenly the main console room was fully illuminated, leaving the Doctor wincing painfully as his eyes adjusted to the blinding light. The woman now revealed was also blinking, but with less obvious irritation than the Doctor. He was certain he had never seen that face before, and yet there was a familiarity about it, a connection, almost a bond. But for now he could not explain it. The face was strong and beautiful, dark eyes, full lips, ageless. If she were human, she could be anywhere from 25 to 45. This timeless face was framed by long dark hair, most of which was tied up in a semi-formal arrangement on top of her head, with a few strategic strands left dangling. It was her clothing, however, which first began tugging at the Doctor's distant and often erratic memories, pushing far from concrete flashes of recognition to mind. She wore a long cream evening dress, slit subtly and somewhat modestly, yet undeniably to the thigh. Clever folds hid the upper leg, but the way she stood revealed one of a pair of above-the-knee cream leather boots, heeled, but not impractically so. Finally, the Doctor's vague and jumbled memories spun and melded to form a name. "Romana?" the Doctor asked, even now his voice betraying his doubts.
Who else?
Romana replied with a smile. The Doctor instantly straightened up from his defensive stance, swinging the guitar into one hand before leaning it against the main console in one fluid action. He then swiftly brushed his clothes a couple of times, presumably in his mind to restore them to a presentable appearance. "It seems you've regenerated since last we met," he said somewhat stiffly.
You know how it is. The body gets tired, or one gets tired of the body. Same old, same old.
The Doctor still looked a little standoffish. "Well, I suppose it's nice to see an unfamiliar face." Romana chuckled.
Now, Doctor, it's not like I always choose to wear someone else's face. Besides which, you are hardly one to talk.
The Doctor harumphed at this and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "I'd heard you'd retired," he stated, attempting to change the subject.
I certainly tried. Running around with you, then running Gallifrey, it's enough to exhaust any Time Lord, even one nearly half a millennium younger than you.
The Doctor sniffed airily. "Are you sure that our respective timelines are still that far apart, age-wise? You might have lost count," he asked. Before she could reply, the Doctor continued his inquiry with a somewhat insincere note of politeness. "But how was retirement, anyway?"
I tried beekeeping.
Romana replied with a rueful smile. "And how did that go?"
They died.
Romana replied with the faintest of pouts. "Ah, a shame. They do seem to have a habit of doing that." Romana nodded in agreement.
It was quite demoralizing.
"No doubt. But I can't imagine that was what brought you out of retirement. Why are you here? And how are you here?" Romana cocked her head and allowed the barest expression of reproval to flash across her features.
Well, it is hard to stay retired when someone breaks the universe.
The Doctor became indignant. "How dare you suggest I did this?" Romana wagged a finger at the Doctor.
I never said you did.
She began, before nodding towards one of the view screens on the TARDIS main console.
But your own instruments seem to suggest a very strong connection, whatever that may be.
The Doctor turned his back on her, hiding his features. His voice, when next he spoke, sounded aloof. "And how did you get here?"
Ah well, when I retired I took one of the office supplies with me. In this case, my own personal TARDIS.
"And how did that bring you into my TARDIS? It's not like you parked it inside mine," the Doctor asked, his back still turned.
Oh no, my TARDIS is still at home. And fortunately my home just happened to occupy the same space-time fragment as you and your TARDIS. I just got my TARDIS to make a one-way, side-to-side time transport directly here. At some point I suppose I shall have to ask you for a lift home.
The Doctor wheeled round to face Romana, his eyes wide. "A TARDIS can't do that!" he exclaimed incredulously, arms raised. Romana glanced at the ceiling, thumb and forefinger upon her chin in contemplation.
I'm not entirely sure you are correct there, Doctor. I mean, all TARDISes contain the raw power for such an operation. However, a veteran vehicle such as this Type 40 would no doubt require significant modification and additional equipment installed to effect such a feat. My TARDIS is somewhat more, up to date. It has the necessary circuits as standard.
Romana finished, not entirely successfully covering her smugness. "Up to date," the Doctor muttered. "With so many additional features, it's no doubt cleverer than the driver. Oh, not you, of course," he added hurriedly. "I mean, Time Lords fresh from the Academy. Their greatest mechanical challenge is telling their TARDIS to run a self-diagnostic and repair program." Romana tutted and shook her head.
Now you really are sounding old.
The Doctor batted this statement away with a wave of his hand. "Bah! I've only just regenerated. I feel as fresh as a daisy." The Doctor took a step towards Romana and looked her in the eye. "I know how to fix this," he said, utterly serious, all bluster and pretense now evaporated. Romana spoke more kindly now.
I never doubted it for a second.
The Doctor nodded.
We need to find the weakest point in the universe, the widest breach.
Romana told the Doctor. He shook his head. "We need to find my four-dimensional stress set," the Doctor announced gravely.
Your what?
Romana cried. "My four-dimensional stress set. FDSS for short. It's a multidimensional toolkit, very powerful, too powerful in fact, the doctor said, stroking his chin, looking troubled. Which is why I don't have it anymore. Romana threw up her hands in exasperation.
If it is so useful, why on Gallifrey don't you have it anymore?
The doctor stared at Romana long and hard before answering. Oh yes, it's very useful. It could find the weakest point in a fractured or broken universe. It could find the source of such an injury, which is what we actually need it for. It could also force a break in the universe wider still. Might make it possible to explore beyond the confines of our own universe, beyond the confines of 4 dimensions themselves.
But why don't you have it?
Romana interrupted. The doctor appeared to ignore her question and carried on with his tale. It was indeed to break through the limitations of space-time travel that I first built it, in my hubris. Then I realized that the most likely outcome of such a forced journey beyond our universe would almost certainly be to tear it irreparably. Quite a price to pay for a one-way ticket.
But
Romana began hesitantly.
you don't have to use it for that purpose. It could be used for searching and repair, as you said earlier.
The doctor nodded. Of course. But the temptations, my dear, oh, they were far too great. So I dismantled it, split it, and sent the parts far away from me, out of sight, out of mind. Romana frowned.
But you know where they are,
she asked. The doctor coughed and looked a little shifty. Well, I know where one of them is. Probably. Assuming it hasn't been destroyed. Romana rolled her eyes.
That's a start, I suppose. Couldn't we just build another FDSS?
The doctor shook his head. No, I destroyed the plans. My memory is hazy on the design too, for some reason, possibly self-inflicted. And even as Time Lords, due to the peculiarities of multidimensional catastrophes, we, in our own terms, simply do not have the time. Romana sighed. Then she brightened and clapped her hands.
Right then. I guess we'll just have to strike out for the first piece. Where did you say it was?
She asked. I didn't, the doctor responded before walking to the main console and setting several levers and switches. But we are ready to go. Romana shrugged, then casually asked,
Doctor, do you know the source of this catastrophe?
The doctor had been reaching for the launch lever but froze. His expression could not be read, and he remained still for several seconds. We shall find it, he eventually said, and threw the lever. The TARDIS stood atop a shallow hill, looking down upon a village graveyard, next to a time-worn and weather-beaten Norman church. Beyond the graveyard ran a tarmacked road, once leading to the village's main thoroughfare, now just an exit on the A7665, leading to exotic lands beyond the church itself. The doctor stood staring intently at one short gravestone, unmoving. Romana stood patiently and respectfully by his side. The stone itself was new, pink granite, and at its base somebody had recently left a bouquet of yellow daffodils. The engraving upon its surface was still bright and sharp. Time had yet to touch the name spelled out there. It read, Sarah Jane Smith. After a while, Romana gently broke the silence.
She was very important to you, wasn't she?
The doctor did not reply for several seconds, the setting and mood seeming to stretch them to eternity. At last he responded. She was my assistant, he said coldly, shooting Romana a sidelong glance. They all leave in the end.
Oh, so I am an assistant now, am I?
Romana asked with gentle mockery, tinged by sympathy. Well, are you helping or not? The doctor snapped back, his eyes never leaving the gravestone. In an uncharacteristic show of empathy, Romana reached out and touched the doctor's forearm.
I'm here, aren't I?
She softly reassured. The doctor remained silent, and yet something in the air seemed to soften, his continued silence in mute acknowledgement and acceptance. The road outside the cemetery meandered up the lower slopes of that same hill the TARDIS now dominated, and Romana pointed along it to attract the doctor's attention.
We're being watched.
Beyond Romana's outstretched hand, perhaps 100 meters along the road, past the cemetery gate, sat a lone biker, clad from head to foot in form-fitting black leather. An equally black helmet covered her face, and it was indeed a she. The form-fitting outfit made that much plain enough. However, the anonymity of the figure was further cemented by the black-tinted visor of the helmet. The doctor did not look towards the stranger, his vigil of the grave continuing, but he nodded his head backwards to indicate behind them. We practically have an audience, he said calmly. Romana spun round to look back. This happened to be the direction of the pretty wooden entrance gate. Framed by this rustic timber portico stood a young man on the opposite side of the road. He shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, and had clearly been watching them, but had looked away awkwardly as Romana had turned to face him.
In spite of his seeming reluctance to meet her gaze, his expression was one of confusion and conflict. Even now, he still glanced occasionally in their direction.
I think he wants to talk to us,
Romana reported. Naturally, the doctor replied airily. With that, he finally broke free from the headstone, turned and strode towards the gate. Romana, caught by surprise, was forced to trot a few paces to catch up, before falling into step at his side. Together they walked through the gate and into the road, heading straight for the young man. At that moment they both heard the roaring whine of a motorbike approaching at high speed. Suddenly the doctor found himself on his back. Romana sprawled over him. They felt the wind as the bike screamed past mere inches from their prone forms, and in front of the startled face of the man. Romana raised her head from the doctor's shoulder, looking him in the eye before laughing heartily.
just like old times.
She cried, still laughing. The doctor's brow furrowed. I don't recall anything exactly like that happening before. Romana shrugged and got up, offering her hand in aid to the doctor.
Maybe, but the spirit is familiar.
She said cheerily. The doctor accepted her hand and allowed her to help haul him to his feet. He brushed himself down tetchily, then marched over to face the waiting man. Hello, Clyde, he said, extending his hand. Been waiting long? Clyde looked shocked and stared at the hand for a long moment as if it were a halibut. Then he grasped it in both hands and shook it vigorously. Doctor, Clyde gasped. It really is you, isn't it? You look so much, different. The doctor afforded Clyde his best imitation of a reassuring smile as the young man finally released his hand. Oh, come now, Clyde. This isn't the first time you've seen me change face. Clyde shrugged. Yeah, I know. Still weirds me out a little. The doctor shrugged in return. You change face too, you know. You look a little, different too. Clyde's manner visibly slumped a little as the reason he was here flooded back to mind. It has been 8 years, to the day, since we lost her, he said, staring past the doctor to the graveyard beyond. I come here every year, he continued sadly, on the day she died. Clyde almost choked on these words, but he steeled himself and found the strength to continue with only the briefest pause. I always leave her daffodils. She loved them, you know. The doctor nodded. I know. So that's why you're here. You weren't waiting for me. Clyde frowned. No, not for you. But I did always wonder if, of all the days in a year, this might be where you'd show yourself again. And then today, as I was leaving the cemetery, I heard it, the blue box. I saw you two come out, wanted to run over right away, but something inside said, wait, give him his time. So I just hung here, till you were ready. The doctor looked again at the young man with an appraising eye. Thank you, Clyde. A genuine, simple statement of gratitude. Seeing an opportune pause in the conversation, Romana stuck her own hand towards Clyde.
We haven't been properly introduced. My name is Romana Dvoratna Lundar.
Clyde looked confused, but took her hand and shook it. The doctor gave a sidelong glance to Romana before saying, You can call her Fred. Where is K9? He asked suddenly in a jarring change of tack. Clyde once again looked shocked. How did you know? He asked incredulously. Know what? The doctor responded. Well, you must be here because of him, surely. Luke phoned me just before you arrived saying K9 had gone crazy, saying over and over that the breach had reopened and that he must be sent in to fix it. So Luke released him into the Black Hole wall safe and had just booked a flight to Geneva to try and investigate the source of the trouble. What have they done to open the Black Hole rift again? Clyde asked wearily.
The rift has nothing to do with Geneva,
Romana began, but the doctor held up a finger to prevent her revealing more details. Instead, he asked Clyde, How did you get to Foxgrove Cemetery? Clyde spread his hands. Train to Hartford, then Uber. The doctor nodded. Well, I think we can do a little better than that in terms of transport. I think it's time you took a trip in the TARDIS. Clyde agreed with little show of emotion. Then his eyes widened as a realization slowly dawned on him. You mean, you want me to travel with you? The doctor smiled slightly. That's what taking a trip in the TARDIS usually entails, he said levelly. Together, the three companions returned to the cemetery and trudged up the hill to the blue police box. The doctor threw open both doors, somewhat theatrically, an obvious invitation for Clyde to enter. Clyde took a couple of steps over the threshold, then froze in place, looking slowly around the scene before him. The doctor watched him with narrow-eyed curiosity, wondering how the young man would express his thoughts. Finally, Clyde turned his head to look at the doctor. It all looks so different, he said simply. The doctor gave a mirthless chuckle. You mean older? Clyde looked confused. No, I don't think so. Just very different. Romana gave a slight giggle.
Shall we spend the rest of the day on the doorstep discussing decor?
She asked mischievously. The doctor harumphed before grabbing each of his assistants by their upper arms and propelling them inside. The doors whirred closed behind them. Before a modest suburban townhouse in Ealing, there stretched a short, unoccupied driveway. Then it was occupied. Now once again deserted. And again filled with content. Then vacant once more. Finally, it settled down to very definitely in use. The police box door swung open, and the three faces of Clyde, Romana, and the doctor peered through the gap. Then the doctor straightened his back and walked boldly forth. Romana glided easily after him, and finally Clyde jogged out to catch up with the Time Lords. The doctor tried the front door handle, but it failed to open. The doctor sighed, his head dropping slightly, before reaching inside his jacket to retrieve the sonic screwdriver. Romana raised an eyebrow.
My, that does look familiar. Very retro. You do seem to be retreading a lot of old ground lately,
she said, barely covering a smirk. Not by choice, the doctor grumbled.
Oh,
Romana responded.
who gave it to you?
The doctor clenched his jaw and ground his teeth. I did, he growled at her. Upon hearing this, Romana raised both eyebrows and spread her hands in a vaguely pacifying gesture. All the while she was swallowing the urge to laugh. The device now chirruped in the doctor's hand, and there was a click from the door. The doctor pushed it wide open. Ta-da! The doctor said wearily, without any trace of enthusiasm. We need to go up to the attic, Clyde told the others. That's where the portal is. To the black hole rift, I mean.
Then lead on, friend Clyde.
Romana prompted.
Take us to the black hole rift.
Clyde did not notice the somewhat sarcastic emphasis Romana had placed on the words black hole. It had not gone unnoticed by the doctor, however, who glowered once more at Romana. Nothing was said, though, as they made their way through the house and up to the attic. The attic itself looked much as it had always done. It was littered with strange alien artifacts of unknown origin or design, the walls covered in articles and pictures relating to the Doctor or Unit or other aspects of Sarah Jane's extraordinary life. There were even one or two rare artifacts which could be directly linked to the Doctor himself. Clyde walked over to what appeared to be a wall safe and entered the combination necessary to break the seal. He pulled back the heavy hatch to reveal a strange scene of swirling fiery orange and purest black. It did indeed seem that they were looking at the heated material in the inner layers of an accretion disk surrounding a black hole. The Doctor suddenly became very alert and pointed wide-eyed towards a distant patch of glowing gas. Between the Doctor and the disk itself, still some way distant from the hatch, a tiny man-made object could be seen. While obviously artificial, it equally obviously bore features which were unmistakably dog-like. K9! The Doctor shouted joyously, pointing and waving. The thinnest of metallic voices drifted to the watching companions. Master? It asked faintly. K9, come here! Clyde shouted, beckoning just inside the open hatch. We need you! Come to us! With these last words, Clyde turned back to face Romana and the Doctor. At that moment, unseen by Clyde, but fully visible to the two Time Lords, a dark shadow seemed to pass between the hatch and the scene beyond. It only took a moment before the scene returned to normal, but it was more than enough time to turn the Doctor's expression from one of joy to abject horror. Clyde, the Doctor whispered hoarsely. Come over here, away from the safe. Clyde laughed. Don't be daft, Doctor, Clyde said reassuringly. The black hole is way too far off to affect anything here. At that moment, something vast and hideous snaked through the opening. It was tentacle-like, and had an eerie property such that light, and indeed even the eyes, seemed unable to fix properly upon it. Its colour was therefore uncertain, sometimes seeming a glistening brown, sometimes scaly green, and at other times, in brief flashes, crystalline in rainbow hues. In a second it had wrapped itself around Clyde like a python. It was clear now that this tentacle was merely the tip of the iceberg, and the bulk of this unspeakable horror still lay beyond the hatch and out of view. Clyde gave one single blood-curdling scream as he was yanked through the hatch and disappeared. As this was happening, the Doctor dragged Romana behind a nearby desk and pulled them both down behind it. They peeked now over the top of the furniture to warily regard the still open safe. Romana was fully aware of just how pitiful a defence the desk provided. She leaned closer to the Doctor's ear.
Are we safe?
She whispered. The Doctor turned to look her directly in the eyes. There was no comfort to be found in his next words. No one is safe. Romana's eyes widened a little at this.
What about Clyde?
She asked. The Doctor's eyes never left hers, and his grim expression remained unchanged. Clyde is gone. Romana shivered.
What was that thing?
She hissed. The doctor broke his gaze from hers and returned to staring at the portal. A creature of the bulk, he said. Romana's nose furrowed and her lips curled in disgust, seeming to physically reject the implications of his words.
What are you saying?
Was all she could manage to utter. A creature of the bulk, the doctor repeated. An entity whose multidimensional existence spans the bulk of dimensions, of which our four are just a tiny slice. Entities whose very concept of space and time, even thought itself, would be utterly alien to us. All we saw was an extrusion of its higher dimensional body into our unremarkable, paltry, four-dimensional plane. Who knows what it thought of the experience, what its aims were, even assuming such notions as aims, thoughts, or senses had any meaning to it. Romana shook her head slowly, forcing herself to assimilate and accept the doctor's words. Finally she looked up, saying,
Do you think it saw us? Was it aware of us?
The doctor looked directly at her once again. Pray it did not. Romana gave a nervous and largely humorless laugh.
Ha! Come now, Doctor, we are Time Lords. We have no need for prayer nor belief in gods.
The doctor continued to stare at her. Funny you should say that, he responded coldly. Given you just saw one. Romana could not respond, and just looked back and forth between the doctor and the still open portal. The doctor now stood up.
Doctor!
Romana cried in muted tones.
What are you doing?
The doctor looked down at her. K9 is still out there. We need him. We need to bring him home. The doctor walked out from behind the desk and began to tread, cautiously and quietly, towards the square patch of swirling fire and darkness. With obvious reluctance, Romana also rose and crept behind the doctor. She caught hold of the back of his jacket at its base, almost as if it were a lifeline. The doctor paused for a moment and looked back at her, but did not pull his jacket free, allowing himself to be so tethered. Together they advanced once more towards the opening. Now there was nothing between the doctor and whatever lurked beyond. K9 was still visible at approximately the same position he had been before they lost Clyde. The doctor wondered momentarily whether, if he called out to K9, some higher dimensional entity might hear and snatch him away in an instant. He mused again on whether these creatures even had any comparable sense which would operate in this restricted, lower dimensional existence, or if these beings were in fact sentient. Were they aware, in any real or at least four-dimensional sense? Then he kicked himself for his stupidity. There was no sound to carry between himself and K9. It was after all mostly the vacuum of space. The portal must contain a transmitter and receiver for communication with K9. K9, can you hear me? He asked to thin air. In spite of the reassuringly excellent rationale as to his safety he had just constructed, he discovered he was still whispering. Affirmative, Master, came back the faint reply. Whatever the means of transmission, the distance had clearly still attenuated the signal. K9, listen very carefully. Yes, Master. I want you to fly back to the portal as fast as you can, but... And here he stressed this last word to forestall K9 prematurely executing his instruction. I want you to do it causing as little disturbance as possible. Disturbance, Master? Came back the confused reply. Oh, you know, K9. Fly casual, the doctor suggested with exasperation. Flying casually, Master, K9 affirmed. It was clear now that K9 was indeed increasing his size as he rapidly approached the open hatch. However, as he neared the safe door, yet still at a distance of about 10 meters, it became clear he was slowing considerably and having some difficulty. Master? What is it, K9? Uncertain, Master. I seem to be having trouble finding traction. There are unusually strong currents. Eddies in the space-time continuum. Is he? The doctor growled softly, all the while looking around for signs of incursions. Master? K9 asked, perplexed.
K9, push! Push harder, you have to get closer,
came Romana's encouragement. Over the comlink, noises began to emanate, presumably from K9, whirring and unhealthy grinding noises. Simultaneously, many of K9's lights began to flash, while several instruments and devices began to pop in and out with the strain. K9 had managed to approach within 6 feet of the door when suddenly a vast dark shadow passed between him and the doctor. Romana tugged sharply on the doctor's jacket, sending them both reeling backwards onto their backsides, a couple of feet from the open safe. The doctor felt around him for anything which might be of use in the myriad artifacts strewn around the attic. He found fabric beneath his hand. The dark shape seemed to be moving far more slowly and deliberately than the first time they had seen it, just before Clyde had been taken.
K9 was still hidden from view. Finally, the shape moved on, and K9 was visible once more. The doctor threw himself forward, and halfway through the hatch, Romana rushed forward to grab his legs and prevent him from flying through entirely. The doctor flung the piece of cloth he had found towards K9, keeping tight hold of one end. At least 10 feet of fabric arced at the metal dog, falling across his head and snagging in his fully extended nose laser. Swiftly, the doctor pulled hand over hand, rapidly dragging K9 to him. Just as the doctor grabbed K9's body, the dark shape returned, immediately behind K9, terrifyingly and oppressively close. Something struck the back of K9, pushing him and the doctor back through the portal to land on Romana. Muttering an apology, the doctor leapt to his feet and slammed the hatch on the creature of the bulk, spinning the tumblers to seal it once more. He then turned, leaning his back against it and wrapping the rest of the colourful scarf around K9's neck and body, covering him almost entirely. "Thank you, Master." Whether K9 was referring to the rescue or the scarf was unclear. The doctor then slid slowly down the hatch to sit, his back against the wall beneath it, panting gently. Romana crawled over and adopted the same position next to him, shoulder to shoulder.
Well, that's that then.
She gasped, smiling. The doctor turned his head to look at her, his face screwed up, making no attempt to hide his feelings towards the statement. "Romana, sometimes I wonder if you listen to me at all." Romana withdrew a white handkerchief, a very ornate R embroidered upon it, from her sleeve, and began to gently mop her brow.
My dear doctor, whatever do you mean?
She asked innocently. However, by now the doctor had become distracted by the handkerchief. "I didn't realize you had acquired a logo these days," he said, nodding towards the R. Romana rolled her eyes.
You're a fine one to talk. I seem to remember you having a fixation with question marks for quite some time.
The doctor sniffed airily. "I have no idea what you're talking about. No recollection whatsoever." Romana chuckled.
Of course you don't. Anyway, why is it you think I don't listen?
The doctor's tone suddenly darkened. "We just lost Clyde," he began. "You just saw a creature of the bulk. The damage to the universe is already serious enough to allow them some access to the fragments, including the one we inhabit. And this is only going to get worse." The doctor now stood up and offered his hand to Romana, who took it and allowed herself to be pulled up to face him. "And you say, well, that's that then," he continued seriously, "when we have hardly begun. And that's all the more unfortunate, given the end is so near."
Chapter 3 The Rots in the Walls, Part 1.
The doctor and Romana stood looking down at K9 in a cluttered Ealing attic. The doctor's face was frozen in a Richter's grin of horror, whilst Romana was rubbing her right temple with the heel of her hand with a weary and pained expression. K9 simply sat, wrapped in his scarf of many colours, and whirred and clicked to himself.
K9,
Romana began, one eye screwed up against a growing headache.
could you please scan again for the other half of the four-dimensional stress set, the FDSS?
"Affirmative, mistress." A thought struck Romana.
And are you?
"Negative, mistress." Romana rolled her eyes.
Well, please, will you do so? Now.
"Affirmative, mistress." The intensity and speed of K9's chattering increased, and he remained in this state for several seconds. "Nothing has changed, mistress," K9 reported. "The other half of the FDSS is not detected." The doctor slumped to the floor to sit cross-legged, his head in his hands. "Well, that's that then," he stated morosely. "It's over. The universe, I mean. It's over. Everything. Time, space, life, the universe, everything. The FDSS is not in our fragment of space-time, and there's nothing to be done, except wait for the end." Romana looked down in horror at the doctor, words failing her. K9 chattered and whirred once more. "Negative, master," he said. The doctor bolted forward on all fours and then, kneeling, clasped K9's head in his hands. "What? K9, what do you mean, negative? Can you detect the fragment or not?" "Negative, master." The doctor moved his head still closer to the robot dog, so he was forehead to forehead with it. "K9, he said slowly, "that is a very unhelpful answer." "Apologies, master," K9 responded, "but that was an unhelpful question." The doctor paused, frowning. Then he tried again. "K9? "Yes, master." "Why are you unable to detect the FDSS fragment?" If ever an emotion could be read from K9's various noises or speech, it seemed now almost as if they had acquired a tone of joyous pleasure. "The fragment cannot be detected because I lack the resolving power to scan all of this sector of space-time," he reported smartly. "Ha!" the Doctor cried, leaping once more to his feet. "Scratch what I said earlier," he said, turning to Romana. "All is not lost. I may have spoken with too much haste." Romana raised an eyebrow.
How unlike you.
The Doctor showed no signs of detecting the sarcasm. I know. It was quite out of character. It must be this new regeneration settling. I may be a little rough around the edges until it's fully run in," he said, nodding in vigorous agreement.
I'm sure I shall somehow adjust your temporary unevenness.
The Doctor now turned back to K9 and snatched him up, gathering him under one arm. The robot now secured, the Doctor strode out of the attic, leaving the startled Romana blinking in surprise before rushing to follow him.
Doctor, where are you going?
She gasped as she caught up to him. "Why, the TARDIS, of course," he cried cheerfully. "Master, I'm quite capable of managing the stairs on my own," K9 chimed, somewhat jerkily, as he was buffeted against the Doctor's side. "Of course you are," the Doctor responded, eminently patronising, while continuing to retain his grip upon the poor device. The Doctor barrelled through the front door of the house without closing it, down the short length of driveway beyond, straight into the TARDIS itself without a pause. Romana rushed out after him, also leaving the door wide open, and ran into the time-ship, dress flying behind her. By now, the Doctor was at the main console, where he unceremoniously dumped K9. "What element or power source would best suit enhancing your sensors, K9?" the Doctor now asked. K9 noisily considered the question for a second. "Validium, Master." "Oh," said the Doctor ominously, standing very still.
Doctor, what is it?
Romana asked. The Doctor ignored the question and walked to the main console. He pushed a few buttons, lost in thought.
Doctor!
Romana repeated. The Doctor finally looked up. "The question is not, what is it? It's, where is it?" he said quietly, and almost seemed to shiver.
All right.
Romana said, complying.
Where is it?
The Doctor sighed. Mondas. Romana threw up her hands.
What? We can't go there. It will be crawling with Cybermen.
The Doctor gave a rueful smile. "No, it won't. Fortunately, our fragment of space-time does not contain that period of Mondasian history. However, the planet of their origin is the most likely to contain that material which supplies much of their own power." K9 chirped up. "Master, I do not recommend going to Mondas," he interjected, almost querulously. The Doctor frowned and wagged a finger at K9. "Enough, K9. I don't want to hear any more about it. My own reluctance was simply born of a basic emotional response based upon my recent experiences with Mondasians. As I said, we shall be visiting a different Mondas. One I visited before, in fact, although it seems sensible to land a century or two beyond my last stopover, just to ensure a slightly higher level of technology and available resources. Have no fear," he said now, looking repeatedly between the faces of Romana and K9. "We shall be perfectly safe."
That would make a refreshing change,
Romana commented, far from convinced. The sun was about to set over the sprawling and chaotic city of Hoktan, the de facto capital of Mondas. The mess of streets, threading out from the sluggish river oozing through its heart, looked for all the world like the work of some intoxicated spider. The buildings themselves were a jumble of styles and time periods, many still sporting far more timber and plaster than one might expect from a planet of this level of technology. In many ways, the city looked much as it had done for centuries. The streets were, by and large, narrow, and the city showed little desire or respect for open spaces. One building proved an exception to this rule, however. On an island formed by a short fork in the river stood an impressive structure, surrounded by and enclosing a modest amount of lawn. Modest by any other city's standard, that is, but by the measure of Hoktan, positively sumptuous. The first narrow band of grass ran between the walled and reinforced side of the island and the three-story quadrangle within. 2 bridges connected the island to either side of the rest of the city, ornate and ancient bridges constructed from weathered sandstone blocks. The quadrangle itself was built from this same ruddy material, topped by pitched roofs of black slate, decorated by plentiful crenellations and gargoyles vying for space upon its edges. Within the quadrangle lay the second green space, a true lawn this time, itself surrounding another ancient sandstone structure. This vast vaulted cathedral or chapel-like building was lined with high arched windows. Its roof was pitched like those of the quadrangle, but at a much steeper angle and reaching far higher. Indeed, this essentially single-story room was at least as high as all 3 floors of the surrounding enclosure. However, even this was dwarfed by the twin bell towers attached at either end of the central chamber. Each one straddled massive wooden doors allowing access to the chamber itself. This huge stone edifice, quadrangle, central chamber and towers comprised a single entity, the Mondasian Parliament. Within the central chamber ran tiers of benches rising 5 levels high on either side of a wide central aisle. The benches themselves were covered in dyed leather which, while faded by time and use, still bore a striking black and white harlequin pattern. At either end of the aisle sat a huge ornate wooden throne, one trimmed entirely in white leather, the other black. The actual walls of the chamber lay behind high ranks of benches, largely hidden from the rest of the chamber by the wooden wall forming the backs of the tiers. Starting just below the highest rank and rising towards the vaulted ceiling lay the high arched windows, many containing various obscure scenes in stained glass. Beneath these windows, cast into shadow by the bench backs and separated from this by a narrow walkway, were many alcoves, mostly containing statues. These statues were rarely seen, and even less frequently cleaned, their position lending itself to neglect. Indeed, some of the alcoves were now empty, where a statue had become so degraded by time it had necessitated its removal. It was into one of these empty alcoves the TARDIS now materialized. Inside the TARDIS, confusion reigned. "What do you mean, no Validium detected?" came the Doctor's indignant tones.
Exactly as stated, Master, K9 replied primly. I detect no sources of Validium on Mondas in our space-time fragment.
Romana found her eyes rolling once more.
K9, why didn't you tell us that before?
She asked. K9's whirring and chattering somehow conveyed a tone of frustration and irritation.
I tried, Mistress, K9 exclaimed, but when I began to recommend against coming to Mondas, Master said, enough, so I desisted.
The Doctor grabbed his hair in frustration. K9, next time we're about to embark on a fool's errand, you have my permission to talk over me. K9 mulled this over for a second.
Affirmative, Master. I shall store the instruction in my rapid retrieval memory.
The Doctor frowned and narrowed his eyes at the metal dog, but let the comment slide. Instead, he chose a different line of questioning. K9, do you detect any sources of Validium in our space-time fragment?
Affirmative, Master,
K9 responded almost cheerfully.
What are the coordinates, K9?
Romana asked, moving over to a panel on the main console.
0814.
Romana set the appropriate levers and switches and threw the launch lever. The TARDIS lurched in several directions at once, screaming and grinding in raucous indignation. It threw the Time Lords off their feet and sent K9 sliding crazily around the floor, colliding with the occasional obstruction. However, in the wider sense, the TARDIS remained motionless. The disturbance past, the Doctor picked himself up and dusted himself off. I knew there was a reason I preferred to drive. Romana hauled herself up using the edge of the console and cried,
It's not my fault!
Then she caught sight of a view screen, pointed, and with added conviction repeated,
Look, it's not my fault.
The Doctor moved round next to her to investigate. He frowned, tutting. Oh no. This is very bad. Very bad indeed. Romana waved her hand over the display, which seemed for all the world to be riddled with pockmarks and small holes, overlaying a representation of their current location.
I can see why we're stuck, but what is it?
The Doctor looked between the display and Romana's face. The universe is disintegrating, he said flatly.
Well, yes.
Romana said impatiently.
I know the universe is fragmented. That's why I'm here.
The Doctor shook his head. That is not what I mean. Our fragment is disintegrating, right here, right now. This would be the fate of the whole of our shattered universe, should the pieces drift too far apart, should the damage become irreversible. Romana gasped.
Already? Are we already too late?
The Doctor frowned again, stroking his chin. You're right, of course. Romana slumped forward, both palms upon the console for support, utterly dejected.
That's that then,
she said wearily.
All plans come to naught. We are too late.
The Doctor shook his head rapidly. No, not about that. You are right that it's too soon. Romana looked confused.
What you mean? You almost make it sound like a good thing.
Not good, not bad. It simply is, he began, pointing to the monitor. Something has accelerated the process locally. Very locally. In fact, I would say restricted to just this building. I dare say if we could move the TARDIS beyond its confines, we would become unstuck and would be free to continue our quest. But the mystery remains. What is hastening the disintegration here? Romana stood up straight once more, looking heartened.
What indeed?
She agreed.
And how can we fix this?
Fix? The Doctor asked. Who knows if that will even be an option? But whatever the answer, we won't find it in here. The Doctor then paused and grinned at Romana. I think it's time we made a parliamentary motion, he declared. The Doctor and Romana crept from the TARDIS into the narrow, dim walkway running behind the bench area. They sidled along the towering wooden wall, backing the seats towards the end farthest from the occupied throne. From the internal viewers, they already knew that while most of the benches contained parliamentarians, clad in white fur robes, only one of the two thrones currently held an incumbent in similar attire. The two Time Lords now turned down the side of the benches, painfully aware that they could no longer remain concealed from everyone, but nonetheless tried to maintain as low a profile as possible. At last they had passed far enough towards the central aisle to catch a glimpse of the enthroned person, albeit through the feet and legs of those seated on one of the higher tiers. Some sort of debate, apparently about price fixing, was being brought to a close. It was unclear at this stage what price was being fixed, or indeed if this was a good or a bad thing in the eyes of the Assembly. All that could be ascertained was that no decision had been reached, and a motion made to continue the following day. A single bell tolling could now be heard, ringing out from one of the towers which bookended the chamber. Almost immediately, the bell of the second tower began to chime, out of sync but in rhythm with the first, but of a lower, darker tone. The figure on the throne stood up. She was clearly the Speaker of the House. She was also quite clearly wearing butcher's garb under her expansive fur cloak, albeit expensively tailored and slightly stylized. As the Doctor and Romana looked around the room, they saw that all the delegates sported professional dress beneath their gowns. Among the more easily recognizable were military outfits, plumbers' overalls, builders and farmers, while others were less readily identifiable. The Speaker's voice sang out now, clearly reciting a well-worn, formal pronouncement.
Thus the morning song is sung. All of light must retire. Make way for the dancers of the dark.
The tiers began to empty now as the members of the Assembly slowly filed out through the exits either side of the Speaker's throne. At this point, Romana and the Doctor were startled by a noise immediately behind them. Identical doors had opened at their end of the chamber, 1 mere metres from where they stood. They felt terribly awkward and exposed as a new troop processed past them to refill the now abandoned benches. This feeling of exposure was heightened further when they noticed the throne above them was now also occupied, a black figure, the Night Speaker. He glared down at them silently and was clearly displeased by their presence. Like all the newly gathering assembly, he was draped in black fur robes. Beneath these heavy cloaks were also presumably professional clothes, although this was less apparent than with the day assembly, these new outfits being predominantly dark and discreet in nature. It was the gentlemen and ladies of pleasure which most clearly signalled to the Time Lords this was once again stylized working attire. The benches filled, it was time for the Night Speaker to make his own formal pronouncement. The daydreamers have away to bed. The marks have made way for the marked. It's time now for the Night Court. Then he turned to stare directly down at the Doctor and Romana. Interlopers are not welcome in the Night Parliament. Please retire to the Spectators' Gallery, or be carried there. Choose quickly. The Doctor nodded once, curtly. Much obliged to you, sir, he said before ushering Romana back behind the benches. Together they scuttled along the narrow walkway until they emerged in front of one of the doors through which the Day Parliament had exited. Quickly they made their own departure. The light was fading fast as the Time Lords stumbled out into the dusk. On the grassy field before them, a few of the Day Parliament could still be seen in the distance. A small number were heading towards the arches set into the south wing of the quadrangle, allowing access to one of the bridges to the city. Presumably these members were heading home, or to other assignations in the metropolis. Many more were heading into the various doors set into the east wing, no doubt to work or refresh themselves in their private quarters, or even to sleep. One member, however, seemed to be actively dawdling, and was not far from the Doctor and Romana. Indeed, her furtive glances in their direction seemed to invite their approach. The Time Lords looked at one another and decided to oblige. "Good evening, respected member. May we join you?" the Doctor asked as he and Romana briskly strode up to the Day Speaker. The Day Speaker smiled kindly and nodded.
Hello to you both,
she said in friendly but hushed tones.
I would very much like to speak with you, off-worlders, as you most obviously are. But follow me discreetly and come to my chambers. It would not look good for me to be talking openly to you out here like this.
As she said this, all three noticed another representative of the Day Parliament had subtly moved closer. He was tall and seemed to be wearing a lab coat and smart dungarees, replete with various electrical devices. In arched tones overlaid with insincere good humour, he said, "Ah, Jian, seeking to forge off-world alliances, are we? You just can't help trying to recapture past glories, can you?" He finished by shaking his head, tutting and chuckling.
Well met, Simon,
Jian replied with nervous forced jollity.
No such thing. Merely giving these fine tourist directions. Good day to you all.
As the day speaker turned back towards the east wing, she hissed under her breath.
Corridor 2, room 23.
Then she bustled off towards the quadrangle at some speed. Simoon gave a watery smile and a perfunctory bow to Romana and the doctor, then did the same, though at a more leisurely pace.
Ooh, intrigue,
Romana said to the doctor behind her hand. This time it was the doctor's turn to roll his eyes. I do so hate politics, he said impatiently. Then he looked pointedly at Romana. Of course, some take to it more easily than others. Romana laughed.
You're a fun one to talk. You were the president of the Supreme Council of Gallifrey, long before I was.
Not that long before, the doctor conceded grumpily. Then he looked unsure. Actually, technically, I think I might still be, he mused. Romana shook her head.
No, trust me. They removed you. I witnessed the proceedings.
The doctor held up a finger. Ah, but in my absence. I never filled out the forms, dotted the T's, crossed the I's, signed on the dotty line. I'm not sure it's entirely legal. Romana shook her head again.
We changed the law. It's legal.
The doctor pouted. That's cheating, he declared huffily, before stuffing his hands into his trouser pockets and ambling off towards the east wing. Romana sighed and followed him. The doctor disappeared through one of the larger doorways leading into the buildings, and Romana briskly followed suit. She found the doctor standing stock still in the centre of a corridor, perhaps 30 metres long. It appeared to be entirely empty, barring the doctor, and now Romana, and yet he was staring with intense focus along its length. There was a painting on the wall at that end, and yet the doctor's eyes did not seem fixed on any part of it.
Doctor, what is it? What can you see?
Romana asked. We have a visitor, the doctor explained quietly, nodding downwards. Romana stared again, this time focusing on the line where the wall met the floor. Finally she saw it, a black outline, roughly the size and shape of an earth rat, with something slightly off about it.
An alien creature. I've always found them fascinating. Shall we get a closer look?
Romana asked excitedly. Have you? The doctor asked somewhat sceptically. Well, in any case, I think you'll find it's a rat. Romana frowned and looked a little disappointed.
Oh. Well, we could still go over and say hello.
The doctor stroked his chin. Yes, now you mention it, it might well bear closer inspection. Together they began to walk slowly and calmly towards the creature crouching there. Just as they had covered roughly half the distance, Romana stopped dead and grabbed the doctor's arm.
Doctor, look at its back. The segments. Something has been done to it.
What Romana had attempted to describe might well indeed subvert human expectations. The creature was black and apparently furred, but while its head, tail and legs were very rat-like, its body had many armoured plates running across its back. These overlapped one another from just behind the head to the base of the tail, much like those of an armadillo. Unlike an armadillo, these plates seemed to lie beneath the black furred skin. The doctor looked at Romana. This is a Mondasian rat. The plates are perfectly normal. That is not the problem.
Oh.
Romana said with slight embarrassment. Then the doctor's final statement registered with her.
But there is a problem.
The doctor nodded and pointed to a stained glass window in the wall to the left of them. Although there was little light left outside, the interior lamps illuminated the picture well enough. The scene appeared to be some obscure religious ritual, with hooded monk-like figures surrounding what looked like a tree, albeit one without leaves, and whose branches looked particularly tubular, terminating in curious paddles. However, as one detail in the bottom left corner to which the doctor was directing Romana's attention. An artist's conceit, the stylized figure of a rat watching. Although somewhat simplistic in its rendering, this grey image was clearly the same species as the animal before them, plates and all.
They look very similar. What's the problem?
There are no black rats on Mondas. The doctor's reply was far more ominous in tone than the words alone seemed to warrant. A noise now drifted to them from the end of the corridor. While it clearly emanated from the rat, it was a most disturbing and incongruous sound. It sounded for all the world like a child laughing. They don't giggle either, the doctor noted. Romana seemed transfixed by the creature now, and, without waiting for the doctor, began to walk toward it once more. The doctor regarded both of them for a moment, unmoving, before following her down the corridor, trailing by a few meters. The rat seemed utterly unperturbed by Romana's approach. A rat's face is far from the ideal vehicle to convey emotion, but it seemed to be grinning, while fitful chuckles still sporadically broke forth. Romana knelt before it and extended her hand. "Romana!" the doctor hissed warningly. Romana seemed completely oblivious to the doctor as her hand reached out and touched the rat. Immediately, Romana tipped back on her heels, unbalanced and falling.
The doctor rushed in behind her, dropping to one knee to catch her in his arms and prevent her head colliding with the cold, hard stone floor. At the same time, the rat screeched with laughter and ran off along the side of the wall to disappear. The doctor looked at Romana's face in horror. Her eyes had rolled up into her head, and she lolled like a marionette with its strings cut.
Uluthik va umoroth zur heb,
She cried unintelligibly. The doctor shook her carefully but firmly, saying, "Romana! It's the doctor! Come back to me!" Romana's eyes rolled round to fix upon his face.
The doctor! Why?
She yelled, her body stiff, still clearly not herself. Then she relaxed in his arms as her senses fully returned.
I'm sorry, doctor.
She said serenely, smiling sweetly.
I have no idea what came over me.
The doctor's concern gave way to irritation as he now stood and helped her to her feet. "I can't believe you went ahead and touched it. I'm surprised you didn't just lick it." Romana bristled for a moment at the admonishment before deciding to put on a more humorous face.
Don't be ridiculous, doctor. Licking it would have been the second phase.
The doctor pulled a face. "Naturally. Anyway, what did you learn by your prodding?" As Romana's thoughts turned back to the encounter, her face dropped and became more ashen.
I don't know.
She began hesitantly.
I'm not sure. I don't think I was here anymore. At least not in my mind. It was like a dream world, yet not like any nightmare or vision I've had before. Nothing was clear, everything was jumbled, it all seemed too much. Too much space, too many directions, too many colors, sounds,
Romana paused here, clutching her head. Then she continued slowly with her eyes scrunched up.
Too many possibilities, all happening at the same time. I do not know what I saw.
The doctor put a hand on her shoulder. "It is fortunate you were only in contact with that thing for a moment. It gave you a glimpse into the bulk, if only for a split second. I doubt even our Time Lord minds could have withstood a more sustained exposure." Romana looked at the doctor in an almost challenging way.
Perhaps you are right. Although it may be you underestimate the power of a Time Lord mind. At least with sufficient time and training anyway.
The doctor shrugged. "This is all getting needlessly academic. We need to find that thing. Now where did it go?" The doctor's question trailed off as he examined the line between floor and wall where the rat had appeared to run. The direction of its flight led to the corner of the corridor and no obvious means of escape. "Curiouser and curiouser," the doctor muttered to himself. "We should have brought K9 along. He's a good ratter."
Doctor! Look!
Romana said and pointed to a tiny crack in the skirting board, no more than 1/4 of an inch wide. Then she shook her head, tutting.
Just ignore me, doctor. Obviously there is no way you could have fit it through there.
The doctor raised his eyebrows and spread his hands, gesturing along the otherwise unbroken skirting. "When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth," he said with stoic resignation.
But that's also impossible!
Romana cried, pointing at the crack. The doctor gave her a hard stare. "Not for what we just witnessed," he began gravely. "While that may once have been a simple rat, it is a rat no longer. It is something far greater and far more dangerous. And it is no respecter of our measure of the impossible." Romana shuddered.
So what now?
The doctor pulled himself up to his full height. "Now we have an appointment to keep. So let us away to—" Here he paused, losing momentum.
Corridor 2, room 23?
Romana supplied helpfully. "Exactly!" the doctor exclaimed enthusiastically before spinning on his heels to stride off along the corridor. He then stopped and looked back over his shoulder at the other Time Lord. "And Romana," the doctor said,
Yes, doctor.
"try not to lick anything."
Chapter 4 The Rots in the Walls, Part 2.
The doctor and Romana finally arrived in front of the heavy wooden door of Corridor 2, Room 23. The journey had been surprisingly far from straightforward, given the relatively simple geometry of the quadrangle. They had traversed many other corridors, climbed many stairs, descended them again, and turned a multitude of corners. But finally they had arrived. And Romana had licked nary a creature, nor artifact, nor person en route, which the doctor considered a small victory. Each door had something of the appearance of an external door, given they all sported a large brass ring knocker. This room was no exception, and so the doctor thumped it 3 times heavily against the wood.
Enter,
Came the voice of the day speaker, muffled by the door. The doctor turned the bulky brass door handle, and here Romana complied. The day speaker, Jian, was seated behind an antique wooden desk in a high-backed leather armchair. Upon the desk sat a modest sign saying, "Speaker Jian Bea."
Jian had removed her white fur cloak, but was otherwise dressed as before in smart butcher's attire. The room itself was decorated in a style in keeping with the ancient air of the building. A couple of old bookcases, complete with leather-bound volumes of various sizes and shapes. A couple of more modest chairs on this side of the desk for visitors. 2 doors leading to other adjoining rooms, probably a small bedroom and bathroom, the Time Lord surmised. Everything had a rather well-worn appearance. Jian smiled broadly at her guests.
Ah, I was hoping it would be you. Please have a seat,
she said, gesturing towards the 2 empty chairs. The Doctor and Romana both nodded politely and took their seats.
So,
Jian began.
what brings 2 such illustrious and exotic off-world travellers to the Mondasian Parliament, of all places?
The Doctor made his best effort to return her friendly smile. To be honest, we're in need of certain supplies for our ship, he said a little cagily. But I was also hoping to ask you a few questions about this fascinating place, both the building and the people. Jian spread her arms wide.
Naturally, ask away. I'll be pleased to help you in any way I can, and who knows, we might discover something which is to our mutual benefit. Who knows?
Romana agreed. The Doctor nodded once. Firstly, I am most curious about yourself, the Doctor began. You are the Speaker of the Day Parliament, are you not? Jian nodded. So I imagine that must make you one of the most, if not the most, powerful people on Mondas. Jian chuckled ruefully.
If only they were so. No, the Speaker's role is simply a referee, calling Parliament to order and reminding them of the rules. But my own power is minuscule, barely extending any further than my voice. I'm not even the most powerful in my caucus, the Provisioners' Caucus. Not even the most powerful in my guild, the Butchers' Guild. Once upon a time my family held that honor, but no more. The rotund Nornard Borfolk now holds that esteemed position. No, I must confess that while modestly successful in business, there are many others here with far greater political clout than I.
The Day Speaker looked apologetic as she finished her tale. The Doctor inclined his head in understanding, then lightly said, So what exactly was this Simon fellow referring to, and who is he? Jian looked crestfallen.
Simon Brunson is the head of the Technical Caucus of Mondas. They comprise all the technological manufacturing and design guilds. As you could see, Simon himself is part of the Electricians Guild. As leader of the most powerful caucus, Simon is the de facto Prime Minister of the Mondasian Parliament. He is the most powerful politician on Mondas right now. And his jibe about recapturing past glories?
Romana interjected. Jian sighed.
He speaks of the time before the formation of the parliaments of Mondas, the times when the mayors of Mondas ruled the planet, and for centuries the mayors came from the Butchers' Guild.
Jian now looked alternately into the eyes of Romana and the Doctor.
Then came the ears of the 3 tyrants,
she said with bitter sorrow. The Doctor seemed to shift uncomfortably in his seat, and Romana looked at him curiously. She could not ascertain any obvious cause for his fidgeting, and so returned to questioning the Day Speaker.
The 3 tyrants? Who were they? They appeared about 150 years ago, and although their reign was brief, it was violent and chaotic, and much of the records of the time were lost forever in the upheavals. It seems the mayor of Mondas at the time was suddenly possessed by 3 entities. 1 mayor, but 3 bodies. 1 name, yet 3 owners. And yet it was murmured that these 3 tyrants shared another name, one which all feared to speak. A forgotten name of power, of terror.
The Doctor coughed uncomfortably. Yes, it all sounds truly awful, but it all turned out all right in the end, yes? He asked hastily.
Turned out all right in the end?
Jian repeated incredulously.
Eventually the people revolted. In the fighting, thousands died. But in the aftermath, the Mondasian parliaments were established. An improvement, yes. But the power of the Butchers' Guild was neutered. Never again would it match that held before the arrival of the 3 tyrants.
The Doctor coughed uncomfortably again, but otherwise remained silent. Romana was once again perplexed, and sought to fill the growing void in the conversation.
Anyway, perhaps you could explain to me why there is a day and a night parliament?
She asked politely. Jian's surprise was writ large across her face.
You must come from a very distant world if you have never heard of the twin parliaments of Mondas.
Romana shrugged apologetically.
Very well. Put simply, the day parliament deals with all the rules, regulations and laws of daily life. The reputable businesses and trades, the people who work in them, the lawful.
Jian explained. Her tone now darkened.
Then there is the Night Parliament. They deal with their own kind. The criminals, dealers, muggers, streetwalkers, assassins, murderers, and worse.
Romana looked aghast.
The criminals set their own rules? They decide what is right and wrong for them?
Jian laughed bitterly.
Hardly. When they break the laws of the Day Parliament, they are caught and punished. But it cannot be denied that there is much that they control. They have a power of their own which would be costly to cross or to try and bring down. So they are allowed to manage their own business and administer their own laws. And occasionally, when there is overlapping interests, bills might pass between parliaments to be ratified by both. But this is rare. However, in the spirit of cooperation, balance is maintained. Balance,
Romana muttered skeptically.
I see.
The doctor chose this moment to break his silence. This building, the Parliament chamber and these wings, they seem far older than 150 years. Jian nodded noncommittally.
Well, yes, I believe they were repurposed from a monastery which fell into disuse centuries ago. More than that I could not tell you.
The doctor looked disappointed. Ah, I see.
But my friends,
Jian now said briskly, leaning across the desk, clasping her hands together.
you spoke earlier of needing supplies for your ship. I am sure that I can be of service for any of your provisioning needs.
We are in need of validium, and heard Mondas might be a source of it, the doctor asked casually. Jian slumped back in her chair dejectedly.
I fear neither I, nor probably anyone else on the planet, will be able to help you. How so?
Romana asked.
We understood your ships are powered by this material. All 5 of them are,
Jian agreed wearily.
and all 5 are currently off-world, primarily looking for validium. Validium is not native to this world. In terms of interstellar trade, we are like beggars at the table, at the mercy of the larger players, such as the mining consortium or the growing feudal Levithian empire. It is one of the reasons our planet, our culture, might strike one as a little unstable, chaotic, backward even. It is so much easier to be civilized with a full purse.
These last words were delivered by Jian with a mixture of bitterness and apology. Yes, I can see how some could come to think that, depending upon their measures of civilization, the doctor offered cryptically.
I am sorry I cannot be of more help.
Jian said in a more brisk tone, clearly seeking to wind up their discussion.
I was hoping your supply needs might be more in line with my own areas of expertise, livestock and their processed products. But I can see you are in search of less palatable produce.
The doctor held up a hand. No, not necessarily. I mean, once we have a means to get underway, a hold full of fine salamis might well make our visit here all the more worthwhile. Once we get underway, that is. The day speaker brightened a little.
Then we may well speak more of this?
Jian said hopefully. Of course! But who might we speak to in order to find more validium, remote though our chances might be of obtaining some? The doctor asked. By this time, Romana was looking between the doctor and Jian with obvious impatience. For the time being, however, she remained silent. Meanwhile, Jian's weariness had returned.
Oh. Well, I suppose Simon would be your most likely source of information. He is the most connected in the technical and manufacturing world, after all. And where might we find him?
Romana interjected hurriedly, with forced politeness. Jian looked ruffled, but remained helpful.
Well, he did make a big show of announcing he was going to research price-fixing in the Quadrangle Library. It's on the upper floor of the North Wing. He does like to make it well known just how hard he's apparently working,
She said, unable to hide a shade of bitterness. The doctor stood up sharply. Excellent! Well then, for now we shall bid you adieu. But I'm sure we shall speak again, he announced loudly, thrusting his hand towards Jian. The day speaker looked a little taken aback, but took his hand nonetheless and shook it. Romana took her hand swiftly after, and repeated the action, before both Time Lords exited quickly into the corridor, shutting the door firmly behind them. Romana rounded on the doctor.
What was all that about?
She demanded angrily. All what? The doctor replied haughtily.
All that nonsense about Validium and salami.
I was pumping her for information, which may well get us out of this mess. Romana threw up her hands in frustration.
But we already have the coordinates of some Validium. Plus, it is of no use to us here if we cannot get the ship free.
Quite so, Romana. The Validium and the salami were merely pretext in order to move the conversation, not the TARDIS. To free the TARDIS, we need to understand what is happening to this building. That This building and its history is what I really wanted to learn about. I feel it is that which will unravel this mystery. That, and how it is connected to the furry friend you made earlier." Romana looked unconvinced, and so the doctor continued. "Unfortunately, the day speaker appeared to have very little information on that score. But now we have an introduction, an excuse, to talk to another powerful occupant of this place. Shall we see what he has to say?" Romana sighed, but nodded her agreement.
Why not?
She said wearily.
What have we got to lose?
As they began to walk the corridor once more, Romana added,
Except time.
"Given the North Wing was attached directly to the East Wing, the Time Lords elected to remain inside the building and simply trace the main corridors and stairs to their destination. As they walked, Romana struck up another seemingly idle conversation.
So, who were these 3 tyrants?
She asked innocently. The doctor stopped abruptly and started looking around the corridor distractedly, left and right, up and down, anywhere, in fact, other than directly at Romana. Well, I'm sure I don't know anything more than we've just learned. A brief period of political strife and social unrest on a planet well accustomed to such things. I'm sure these 3 tyrants could not have been very consequential, in the grand scheme of things, I mean." Romana narrowed her eyes at the doctor.
Doctor, when were you last here?
She asked accusingly. The doctor licked his right index finger and held it up as if feeling for a breeze, his eyes turned towards the ceiling. "Just over 150 years ago." Romana nodded slowly.
And did you by any chance meet these 3 tyrants?
The doctor continued to look about wildly. "I met the mayor at the time," he conceded hurriedly, "but I can assure you that he was but one man. I can't remember ever getting his name. I think I only ever called him mayor. I saw absolutely no sign of 3 tyrants running the show. It all must have happened after I left." Romana nodded again.
Uh-huh. Strange you didn't stick around. You usually have a knack for stumbling onto, or rather into, potential trouble, and then inevitably sticking your oar in. What happened this time, I wonder?
The doctor brushed her thinly veiled criticism aside. Obviously it wasn't that important. On a universal scale, I mean. Petty politics stuff. Insufficient to make my nose twitch, he said with a wave of his hand. Romana shrugged.
I suppose so,
she said simply. The doctor suddenly pointed down the corridor. "It's this way," he declared confidently. At last they arrived outside the doors of the library. The doors were thick and heavy, and bore a friendly sign which read, "Please keep closed at all times." The doctor was reaching for the door handle when Romana gripped his arm.
Wait, Doctor. Listen.
The doctor paused, and together they stood stock still, straining to hear any sounds besides the rush of blood in their ears. For a moment it sounded like there might be a scratching, scuttling sound beyond the door. Quickly, though, silence reigned once more, and neither Time Lord could be certain of what, if anything, they had heard.
Did you hear that?
Romana asked, clearly unsure of her own senses. "I don't know," the doctor replied, frowning. "I suppose we'd better take a look." Romana appeared less than impressed by this idea, but nevertheless did nothing to prevent the doctor opening the door. Slowly and cautiously they entered, politely closing the door behind them. Stack upon stack of shelves led off into the sizable room before them, which occupied the whole of this floor of the North Wing. The stacks reached up towards the ceiling, a towering cathedral of literature. Between the rows, 1 or 2 gantry-like wheeled iron steps could be seen, allowing visitors access to the tomes on the upper ranks. From where the Time Lord stood near the door, they could see no sign of Simon Brunson. The doctor beckoned Romana to follow him deeper into the library. Walking now between the stacks, the sparsity of illumination had far more immediate impact, as all about them became gloomy shadows cast at weird angles.
How is anyone supposed to read in here?
Romana grumbled at the doctor. "Shh!" he hissed at her, one finger upon his lips, another pointing to a small sign attached to the nearest shelf. It simply read, "Silence." Romana rolled her eyes. Then she gasped and prodded the doctor, pointing ahead of them, between the wooden racks. In the dim light, it was just possible to make out a pair of boots. They were poking out from one of the regularly spaced gaps, allowing transit from one row of shelves to the next. Romana and the doctor rushed over to them, a rising sense of foreboding gripping them both. Lying on the floor was Simon Brunson. While he was still twitching slightly, it was clear he was quite dead. He was unbreathing, his body contorted as if every muscle had been tensed beyond their limits. His face was a rictus grin of pure animal terror. Both hands, rendered talon-like in death, were soaked in blood and gore, but were, like the rest of his body, not themselves bleeding or cut. However, where once Simon had had eyes, There now lay 2 bloody pits. Simon had clawed his own eyes out. Romana's face was contorted in disgust, but she did not flinch from the sight, and said,
Dear God, what happened to him?
The doctor glanced sideways at her. I thought we had no need for them. Romana looked puzzled and disturbed.
For what?
She asked with trepidation. Gods, the doctor replied with a humorless smile.
Let's just say I'm beginning to see their ways, their wonders to perform.
Romana conceded grimly, nodding towards the corpse. The doctor now bent down beside the body and picked up a small object from the floor, where it had been partially hidden by the folds of Simon's jacket. The doctor held it up, bringing it close to his eye to examine it carefully. It was roughly spherical, about the size of a horse chestnut, and appeared to be made out of brass, or at least an alloy of similar colour. The brass surface itself was etched with deep lines which might be the letters of some ancient language, or otherwise channels and conduits necessary to its function, whatever that might be.
What is it?
Romana asked. Well, I would say it is a device of some kind.
Probably. Could you possibly be more vague?
The doctor squinted at Romana peevishly. He took out the sonic screwdriver and scanned the object for a second. Whatever it is, it had a power source, but it seems utterly drained. We'd best study it in more detail, perhaps back in the TARDIS? He said, pocketing both the brass device and the screwdriver. Romana made to speak to offer her opinion of his plans when her action was cut short by an odd sound. It sounded for all the world like a game of marbles. Just then another brass sphere rolled from between the stacks to come to rest just in front of them. Romana and the doctor looked at each other and backed away a couple of steps. The device did nothing. Then a faint noise came to them. At first it was so quiet, so indistinct, it was impossible to describe. Then gradually it became a rustling, but from where it was as yet unclear. The volume continued to grow, now a chorus of scratching, scrabbling and scraping. And it came from everywhere. With horror, the doctor and Romana both realized the noise was coming from within the walls themselves, all the walls. They looked at each other, wordlessly understanding their peril, and as one began to dash back towards the doors. Barely had they taken 2 steps when the horror spilled forth. From every wall a torrent of rats washed down and outwards. They seemed to flow like oil from the bricks, plaster and wood panelling itself, not from rat-sized holes, but seeming to ooze from every crack, every tiny flaw and every surface. How they managed to flow was as unclear as it was inconceivable, but still they came. The library was filled with gibbering, giggling, screeching black bodies. They ran down the walls and across the floor, converging on Romana and the doctor. Both looked desperately for some means of escape, but it was hopeless. They were surrounded. "Quick! Up here!" the doctor cried, pointing to one of the set of metal steps nearby, set against the side of the nearest bookshelf. Romana went first, the doctor following. Barely had his feet left the floor, then there was no more floor. All was now a tumbling, boiling mass of moving bodies, their squeaking and laughing sickeningly childlike. The level of the black mass was rising rapidly, almost lapping at the doctor's heels as the 2 Time Lords climbed with careless haste to the top platform of the ladder. Here they paused, clutching each other to retain their balance. The ladder was rickety at the best of times, but now it was being buffeted by countless unnatural forms, making it jerk and vibrate unpredictably. The doctor and Romana eyed the still rising tide of churning black warily. "Well, I think we've found what's keeping the TARDIS here," the doctor observed.
How do you mean?
Romana asked nervously. "Well, such a large concentration of creatures of the bulk, or at least connected to the bulk, to judge from your earlier encounter, would certainly accelerate the dissolving of our space-time. Whatever caused them to be pulled here has also allowed them to pull here back into their realm, crumbling into the bulk, so to speak." Romana shuddered.
So we need to defeat these creatures of the bulk who have invaded our fragment of the universe.
The doctor stared into Romana's eyes with fearsome intensity, an effect amplified by their forced proximity. "The creatures of the bulk cannot be defeated," the doctor stated with earnest gravity. "Their very concept of life, of existence, is utterly beyond our comprehension. Even death to them may have no permanence or equivalent state. We cannot destroy or defeat them." Romana shook her head.
Such power, such unbounded reality. What hope have we here as mere mortals in our 4-dimensional plane?
She said distractedly. The doctor clapped her shoulders. "Come now, Romana, there's always hope," he declared with somewhat forced cheerfulness. At that moment, Romana's eyes rolled up briefly, and it seemed she was starting to faint, forcing the doctor to clutch her close to prevent her tumbling into the sea of rats, to lose her mind and life forever. One of the rats had brushed against Romana's heel for the merest fraction of a second. Romana shook herself and regained her focus.
It's okay, I'm okay.
She said with some impatience, but clearly shaken. Not for long if we stay here, the doctor said. Then he pointed to the ceiling above the bookshelf. Look! A hatch! Quickly, climb the shelves! Frantically, they pulled books free and dropped them to be lost below, creating hand and footholds to aid them as they scaled the top few feet of the shelves. Fortunately, the shelves were topped with a flat wooden panel and were utterly free from such obstructions. Once again, the doctor and Romana stood teetering on their new temporary vantage point, gripping one another for balance and security. They looked up at the hatch above them and realized with horror it was out of reach. Even with one on the shoulders of the other, they would fall short and be unable to push it open.
What do we do now?
Romana asked, exasperated. I'm thinking, the doctor replied. Romana tried another tack.
If we do make it out of here, how are we ever going to free the TARDIS? I mean, if this bulk rat cannot be destroyed.
The doctor brightened. Oh, that's relatively easy, he said cheerfully.
Easy?
Romana cried incredulously.
Pray tell this simple way we can dispatch these multidimensional god creatures.
All we have to do is persuade them to leave. Romana rolled her eyes. The doctor grabbed her close, thinking she was about to faint again. Romana pushed him away a little in irritation, making it plain she was fine.
As simple as that, eh?
She said with prickly sarcasm. The doctor nodded, grinning. Oh yes, if we can persuade them to disperse, then their destabilizing influence will become diluted and ineffectual. Indeed, as the damage to our fragment repairs itself, they would most likely just seep back into the bulk, over time. Romana looked thoughtful.
I suppose we could set fire to the buildings and hide in the TARDIS until the flames have subsided, or until the rats have dispersed enough for us to get underway.
The doctor looked at Romana disapprovingly. So we have progressed from licking things to pyromania. Fire is not always the answer. Even if we just gloss over the danger to anyone not hiding in the TARDIS, maybe such a thorough dose of fire starting might not be so easily managed or practical. Let's just put that idea on the back burner, if you'll pardon the pun.
Ha!
Romana retorted humorously. She then pointed behind the doctor. He turned his head to look over his shoulder. Sitting on the edge of the bookcase was a single black rat. Looking around them, it was clear that the general level of rats was almost up to their own.
Have you thought of a plan for our more immediate problem?
Romana asked quietly. The doctor nodded.
And?
In answer, the doctor looked up towards the hatch and yelled, Help! Romana looked horrified, but the doctor merely gestured encouragingly with his hand. Romana sighed.
Help!
Help! They both shouted together. Beyond the dying echoes of their cries and the ever-present cacophony of the rat horde, nothing else could be heard. No response. The single rat on the bookcase watched them intently, giggling gently to itself.
Help!
Help! They cried again desperately. The rat took a step towards them.
Chapter 5. The Rots in the Walls, Part 3.
Help! The doctor and Romana cried in unison at the top of their lungs. As they did so, a single black rat took a determined step towards them. A single black rat might not seem to demand the level of concern displayed by the two Time Lords. Even if one allowed for the fact that this particular black rat could drive someone mad with the merest touch, their concern might still seem a little disproportionate. However, once one realized that this was but an advance guard for a sea of such rats, filling the library they now stood in, their consternation became fully justified. Indeed, this sea of rats was now bubbling right up to the surface upon which they stood, a surface which formed the very tops of the towering bookshelves of the Mondasian Parliament Library. The Time Lords backed away a little, but were rapidly running out of rat-free areas of safety. Just then, the doctor's knees began to buckle, and Romana looked at once horrified and confused. She realized the doctor's foot had brushed against a second rat, throwing his mind into bedlam, but for a moment she seemed utterly undecided as to what to do. Then, just as the doctor was about to tumble off the bookcase, she reached forward, grabbed his shoulders and pulled him to her. The doctor's head swam around sickeningly on his loose neck until his bleary eyes half focused on Romana. "Would anyone care for a jelly baby?" he asked oddly. Then he shook himself, saying, "I'm fine. Just a momentary lapse. I don't have any jelly babies." The hatch above their heads popped open, and a black hooded head and shoulders poked through, surveying the scene coolly. However, they were clearly struggling to maintain their nonchalance, given the bizarre vision before them. "Well, do you want to stay here?" a strangely familiar voice said sarcastically, while the figure thrust a black-clad arm down towards the companions.
Quick, give me a leg up.
Romana told the doctor. The doctor duly obliged, and Romana was hoisted up within reach of their rescuer. They linked arms, and she was swiftly pulled to safety. The doctor looked around him now, and realized he had run out of time. No longer were there only 2 rats atop the racks. The rat horde was washing up over the edges of the bookcase, and were rapidly converging upon him from all sides.
Doctor, jump!
Romana shouted. Her shoulders and arms had also appeared in the hatch, and together with the newcomer were waiting to catch the doctor. The doctor looked far from confident in this plan, but nevertheless crouched low to the rapidly disappearing surface. Then he leapt, straight up, arms outstretched. For a sickening moment he felt himself pass the point of maximum elevation and begin to fall. Then hands grasped both his forearms, and he realized he was saved. Romana and the stranger pulled him through the hole in the ceiling, and together they all fell back upon the rough attic floor, gasping for breath. The doctor had only taken a single lungful before he was on his feet. He grabbed the wooden hatch cover and dropped it neatly into place, sealing the rat horde into the library. At least that's what he hoped. The doctor now turned to face their apparent saviour. "We are very much obliged to you, Mr..." The doctor's statement petered out as a question. "Speaker," the night speaker corrected, squaring his shoulders and rocking side to side on his heels slightly, challengingly. "Speaker de Tour," he continued coolly. "Lael de Tour. At your service, I suppose. Though I'm not usually so free with my services."
Then we are all the more grateful, Speaker de Tour.
Romana offered politely.
But what brought you to be so fortuitously placed? Up here, I mean, so you could help us.
Lael grinned slyly. "The attic spaces are very useful in my line of work, for discreet movement, so to speak." "Are you a member of the Thieves' Guild?" the doctor asked casually. "What? Get out!" the night speaker cried indignantly. "I ain't no lifter. I have an honourable trade. Can't you tell from my garb?" The doctor spread his hands placatingly. "No offence was meant, I assure you. It's just that to foreign travellers such as ourselves, the uniform of the Night Court are hard to tell apart." At this, the night speaker looked even more put out.
He means
Romana interjected hurriedly.
that the subtle intricacies of your outfit are just too artful and complex for us to interpret.
Lael de Tour frowned, but looked a little less displeased. He spread his arms wide, hands just above waist height. "This is the outfit of the Dealers' Guild, and you are looking at its leader." "Cars?" the doctor asked innocently. Lael tutted and shook his head. "Pleasures, release, freedom." As the night speaker said each word, he opened a different pouch on his belt and half-exposed clear bags, each containing a different powder or dried substance. These came in a wide variety of colours. "Ah," the doctor said, nodding knowingly. "Drugs." The doctor took a step towards the speaker and raised a conspiratorial hand to talk behind.
But aren't they illegal?
The doctor said with theatrically hushed tones. The night speaker cocked his head, praising the doctor. "You know, you don't strike me as someone shy of bending the rules a little." The doctor waggled his own head noncommittally. "Well, maybe. But aren't drugs terribly dangerous and addictive? Can't they kill you if taken to excess? Or at least seriously damage your health?" Lael shook his head. "Not necessarily. Not all of them the same. Even the riskiest of them can be handled safely, if you use sense and moderation. But that's down to the buyer, of course." "But don't you expose them to the risks?" the doctor countered. "I provide a service. Nothing more, nothing less. And everything you've said, everything I said, could just as well apply to bacon. Perhaps we should make the Butchers' Guild illegal too?" Lael asked with a smirk. The doctor raised his hands. "I take your point," he conceded. "Still," he continued, "what brings you to this attic above the library? To where were you transporting?" Lael held up a finger. "Oh, I think I've answered enough for now. I'll get back to you on that one. I think it's time you did some explaining. What the hell was going on down there?" "Well," the doctor responded breezily, "Parliament seems to have something of a rat problem." "Come now," Lael began, then trailed off as he realized he had no names for his guests. "The doctor," the doctor supplied helpfully.
Romana.
Romana followed suit. "Come now, Doctor, Romana. I thought we were being straight with each other." The doctor thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully. "Something has altered these rats. They are swarming, and are being controlled." "Controlled?" Lael asked with some doubt. By these, the doctor said, retrieving the brass sphere from his pocket and handing it briefly to Lael. Lael inspected it before handing it back. Do you recognize it? The doctor asked. Lael looked unsure. The case looks like something Tech Guilds would produce, but there's no maker's mark. They always leave one, however discreet. It's a pride thing. But that's completely unsigned. You should ask the head of the technical caucus what he thinks, Lael suggested. The doctor looked awkward. We would love to, except he was killed. By the rats. In the library. Just before we arrived. Killed by the rats? Gods, how? The doctor shook his head again. The details are too complicated and gruesome to go into right now. Will you help us find out what is causing this and stop it? People bumping off the day parliament is no skin off my nose, Lael de Tour replied with a snort. The doctor looked disapprovingly at him. You all share the same parliament, the same city, the same planet. Day or night, what affects one affects the other. Will you help us, and help yourself at least? De Tour considered his words. Recess is almost over. I have to get back to my chair. But find me if you need me, and I'll see what I can do. No promises, though. The doctor nodded. Fair enough. We won't hold you to it. With that, Lael de Tour crept off along the attic to be lost in the shadows. Romana turned to the doctor.
He never did say why he was up here.
The doctor shrugged. Perhaps you can ask him later.
Can we trust him?
Romana asked.
I mean, for all we know, he could be behind this Bulkmaster murder.
Then why rescue us? The doctor responded. We simply do not have all the facts. And until we do, we should not build a theory in their absence, lest we force future facts to fit. Romana looked quizzically at the doctor and his somewhat unusual turn of phrase.
There is something oddly familiar in your words, but I can't quite put my finger on exactly what.
The doctor smiled mysteriously. Perhaps I'm inspired by another great mind, who can say? But the words are mine, as far as I'm aware.
So, what now, Doctor?
Romana asked. The doctor pulled out the brass sphere and held it aloft, while glancing down at the hatch he'd so recently sealed. Well, I think we should wait for things to calm down a little before examining the crime scene. So for now, let us examine this thing back in the comfort of the TARDIS. Romana nodded, and together they began to search for an alternative route down into the corridors of the North Wing.
It appears to be a frequency generator, Master,
K9 chirruped efficiently.
Just a simple signal generator?
Romana asked with a trace of disappointment.
Negative, Mistress,
K9 replied. The doctor held up a finger to forestall another argument between Romana and the robot. I think what K9 means is it is anything but simple, he said, picking up the brass sphere from the floor in front of K9 and placing it in a small receptacle on one of the panels of the main console. He then withdrew his sonic screwdriver from his pocket and scanned the artifact with one hand, while simultaneously flipping various switches on the main console with the other. At last he turned back to Romana. It transmits a space-time vibration using micro-warping technology, but more than that, it is transmitting beyond our four-dimensional existence into the 11-dimensional bulk itself. It attracts those rats to its location while operational, creating the swarm we witnessed. But it also draws still more of the bulk creatures into our realm, and in doing so it increases the rate at which this space-time fragment dissolves, here and now, and eventually everywhere. Whoever or whatever is causing this, for whatever reason, must be stopped. Romana shook her head in disbelief.
Such advanced technology. Who would have the knowledge to make such a thing here? And why would they?
Excellent questions, the doctor exclaimed. But we won't find any answers here, he continued. I'm afraid it's another trip to the library for us. Romana shuddered, but nodded her agreement. The doctor and Romana found themselves once more before the oh-so-inviting heavy wooden doors of the library. With a deep breath, the doctor opened one door. The scene before them was much as it had been earlier, not a black rat in sight, merely row upon row of towering bookshelves. Together, the Time Lords trod warily through the opening. They crept once more between the stacks. There were virtually no signs of the earlier rat invasion, beyond the few books scattered on the floor where they had previously desperately scaled the bookcase. However, as they approached the location of Simon Brunson's body, they once more saw his boots poking out from between the stacks. They walked to his twisted corpse and found it much as it had been before, a sight not easy to stomach. The second brass sphere still lay upon the floor nearby. The doctor scanned it briefly. It's dead, drained, he announced before asking, Do you remember which way it came from? Romana nodded and pointed.
That way, I think.
The doctor indicated his understanding and headed off in the direction she had pointed. Midway toward the bookshelf-clad wall ahead, the doctor stopped and looked behind him, allowing the apparently dawdling Romana to catch up. Together they began to examine the shelves for any sign as to where the second sphere might have come from. There came a sudden click and a delighted gasp from Romana. The doctor turned and saw that she had tilted one book forward in its place, and this had caused the shelf to rotate slightly into and out of the wall. With Romana pulling and the doctor pushing, they swung the shelf through 90 degrees to reveal a hidden passage running behind the wall. It was dark, narrow, and smelt very musty. "It would be churlish to turn our noses up at such a fortuitous discovery, don't you think?" the doctor suggested to Romana. Romana raised a signature eyebrow.
Oh, yes.
She responded with the slightest air of sarcasm.
This is making me feel very lucky.
The doctor ignored her tone, nodded, and eased himself into the narrow corridor. Romana shook her head and followed. The doctor used a tiny light emitted by a sonic screwdriver to help shine their way, inadequate as it was. The main hidden passage seemed to run around the external walls of the wings of the Mondasian Parliament quadrangle. Periodically they had to duck under shafts driven through the passage, presumably where windows lay. Occasionally side passages emerged, which must have corresponded to the interior walls. Finally the doctor and Romana reached a corner of the building and stumbled upon an unexpected feature. Set back from the passage, even deeper into the wall they were travelling in, was a tight little stone spiral staircase leading down. Just then Romana and the doctor stiffened as they heard a scuttling noise somewhere nearby. It appeared to get louder and closer. Then the Time Lords gave a sigh of relief as the sound faded. Whatever it was must have taken an alternative path. "Onwards and downwards?" the doctor whispered. Romana shrugged her resigned acquiescence. Down they spiraled, deeper and deeper into the hidden confines of the building. It became clear that they must have already passed the floor at ground level, and were now going deep into the island upon which the complex had been built. It was painfully obvious to the Time Lords that if a horde of black rats were to appear at any moment, or even a single such rodent, it would be impossible to evade them. That would be an end to it all, as their sanity fled. At last they reached the bottom of the stairs, and in the dim light of the screwdriver they could just make out a sizable chamber. The illumination was too feeble to discern any features in the depths of this new space. Fortunately, the doctor was able to see a tall brazier nearby, which, after fishing around in his jacket for a while, he was able to light with a match. The flickering firelight rendered the macabre scene before them even more eerie, as twisted shadows leapt around the high-vaulted chamber. Some distance beyond Romana and the doctor stood a stone lectern with a book open upon it. Next to this stood a matching stone plinth, with about half a dozen more tomes piled somewhat haphazardly upon it. It was what lay beyond these stone furnishings which was by far the most disturbing feature of this room. A statue, 8 feet tall and utterly alien. Its trunk-like body grew up from the floor before breaking out into a multitude of branches, or perhaps tentacles, contorting and reaching upwards towards the ceiling. Each branch ended in a slightly broader, paddle-like extension. Its colour, as much as the unreliable light would reveal, seemed to be a sickly greenish brown. Another possible trick of the dancing flames, the statue seemed to exhaust the eyes if looked upon for any length of time.
The stained glass window,
Romana said in hushed tones.
It's the same thing.
The doctor nodded, and Romana took a step forward. The doctor grabbed her upper arm to halt her advance. "Do not lick it. I'm not sure it is a statue." Romana looked at the doctor with some impatience.
I wasn't going to, but it is not moving, no matter the impression the torchlight gives.
The doctor shook his head. "It may not appear to be moving from our perspective, but I do not believe we are looking at a statue, not in the usual sense. Do not touch it," he said gravely. Romana gave her silent assent, and together they cautiously approached the lectern and plinth. The doctor began to read the ancient leather-bound tome left open there, while Romana began examining the pile of books on the plinth. "It's as I thought, as I feared," the doctor announced darkly as he looked up from the musty volume.
How so?
Romana inquired. The doctor steeled himself to deliver bad news. "This place is a weak spot, a point in our universe where it has always been a little less isolated from the bulk. It's possible it's always been this way, even before our universe fragmented. The monks here worshipped an entity or entities of the bulk. They may have even communed with them on some level. Somebody may still be doing so." As he made this last observation, he withdrew the brass sphere from his pocket to emphasize his point. This dramatic gesture was lost on Romana, however, who was removing one tome from the pile on the plinth, her eyes wide.
Doctor, look!
She gasped, proffering the book to him. The doctor pocketed the sphere, accepted the text, and began to flick through it. Yes, well, very interesting. It's clearly a little newer than some of the books here, maybe only a century or two old. A little dry, perhaps. A technical manual more than anything else. On multidimensional transmission. Yes, I can see this might well form the basis for the construction of the spheres. Well done, Romana. The doctor concluded with a half-hearted, largely disinterested congratulation. Romana could not help herself as her eyes once more swiveled in exasperation. She put her hand over the top of the book onto the pages and ran her finger back and forth along the text, seemingly at random.
Doctor, you are missing the point.
The doctor frowned and stared intently at the pages. Then his eyes widened in horror as the realization finally struck him. "It's in Gallifreyan!" He gasped. He closed the book and placed it on top of the others, his face utterly grim. "I may have made a terrible mistake." Romana smiled and tried, with only the merest hint of condescension, to bat this away.
Oh, come now, Doctor. A trivial one. Reading other languages is second nature to us. It's basically in our blood. It's easy for us to forget to look at the form of the text itself and see the underlying language.
The doctor fixed her with a hard stare. "That is not the mistake I mean. But this may well come down to blood. Bad blood. Very bad indeed." Romana looked quizzically at the doctor and nodded a little nervously.
What do you mean?
"I need to talk to the night speaker," he said simply.
I see.
Romana responded, then pointed to the darkness beyond the bulk creature's statue.
I think I can see another exit over there. Shouldn't we check it out?
"Later," the doctor replied firmly. "But yes, we may well need to do that at some point." The doctor began to turn towards the entrance they came in by, but paused as he saw Romana pick up the Gallifreyan text once more. "What the devil do you want that for?" he asked impatiently. Romana shrugged as she grappled with the sizable tome.
You never know. It might come in handy.
"Well, if you really feel you need the exercise," the doctor conceded with a single chuckle. Together the Time Lords mounted the stairs once more. As they made their way back through the secret passages, an odd noise made them pause. Their footfalls had at first made it unclear, but now they were still, it could be plainly heard. It was a slowly repeating thump coming from the other side of the wall. "Knock, knock," the doctor said to Romana, one eyebrow raised.
Who's there?
Romana responded with a somewhat resigned smile. They began to examine the wall, looking for signs of a door. The doctor's hand brushed over a small, discreet, but not particularly hidden lever. No need to conceal the mechanisms once you're already inside a secret passage, he mused to himself. He pulled the lever, and a section of wall immediately in front of him swung outwards and away. The doctor choked and struggled as two hands grasped his throat with a frenzied grip and dragged him, gasping, into the room beyond. He was swung around violently and flung against the opposite wall, those clawing hands never losing their deadly hold. "Zuaheb! Zuaheb!" The doctor's assailant screamed into his face, spittle flying from his foam-flecked mouth. The man was quite portly, his forehead bloody, and his eyes wide and staring. He was quite mad. There came a sickeningly meaty thud, and those same wild eyes rolled up into his head, then closed. He slumped to the floor, unmoving. The doctor's view no longer obscured, he found himself staring at Romana, the large volume they had found earlier clutched in her hands.
I told you it might come in handy,
she said with a shrug. The doctor knelt down next to the man and felt for his pulse. "He's still alive, just unconscious, for now," the doctor informed Romana. "Quickly, help me tie him up so he can't do himself or anyone else more harm." Using the man's own belt, computer cables gathered from the office, and whatever else came to hand, they both began securing his hands and feet. "Physically, anyway," the doctor continued. "I fear the mental damage will be irreparable to poor—" The doctor paused and looked towards the nearby desk. He found the nameplate he was looking for. "Mr. Burfolk," he finished slowly.
My.
Romana responded as she looked down at the head of the Butchers' Guild.
Someone really does seem to have it in for the day Parliament, don't they?
"So it would seem," the doctor replied, somewhat distantly. The doctor and Romana entered the main Parliament building via the Night Bell Tower entrance. Consequently, they were almost immediately under the Night Speaker's throne. Some very long-winded speech seemed underway by one of the members of the court, and so the doctor waved up at the Night Speaker as discreetly as possible to attract his attention. Lael de Tour saw them and gave an impatient sigh. Nevertheless, he subtly beckoned for them to climb the steps which ran up to him from behind and beside the throne itself. "What do you want?" he hissed angrily at them. "Just one thing," the doctor said, holding up a finger. "Which is? What was the name of the mayor of Mondas under the three tyrants?" Lael frowned. "You mean the secret name? The one lost to history? You know what lost means, right?" The doctor shook his head. "I mean his real name." Lael shrugged. "Oh, that's easy. He was Mayor Bayer." The doctor's face looked ashen. "Thank you," the doctor said faintly. "It's a common enough name," the night speaker replied almost helpfully. "The family persists to this day. It's not like we hold the sins of the father against the children." The doctor nodded slowly. "Very enlightened of you," he noted quietly. "Thank you," he added once more before descending the stairs, Romana clambering with him. The night speaker watched their departure and stroked his chin thoughtfully. The doctor had insisted they return to the secret passages. As they traversed the narrow crawlways, Romana interrogated the doctor.
What is it, Doctor?
She asked.
Why is the name of the mayor so important?
Bad blood, the doctor answered simply.
Oh, come now, Doctor,
Romana chided.
You heard Lael. Even they don't believe in inherited evil. As Time Lords educated and evolved, we certainly do not.
The doctor stopped in his tracks and turned to face Romana. Depending upon whether the bloodline comes from the original mayor or from one of the three tyrants, realistically only two of them I suspect, things may be very bad indeed. We may not be dealing with a full Mondasian at all. In the worst case, they may have powers and abilities even they may not imagine, and an inheritance which might drive them to evil, whether they realize it or not. Again, Romana rejected the thought.
Even if they have inherited traits of other species, we don't tend to write off an entire line as irredeemably corrupt.
The doctor stared Romana in the eye. I have certainly hoped that in the past. I still hope that may be true. In general, it must be so. However, there are always exceptions. Some hearts beat to a different rhythm, the rhythm of war, the rhythm of ruin. And that is a beat which can be hard to still, perhaps impossible. With that last thought left hanging, they continued on their way. Now they found themselves in front of the twisted statue of the bulk creature. Taking great care not to touch any part of it, the two Time Lords edged around to reach the exit Romana had spotted earlier. Here they found another spiral stone staircase climbing upwards. The doctor took the lead as they ascended. At last they reached the top and were confronted not by a corridor, as with the first set of stairs, but instead a blank wall. In a moment, the doctor had found the release lever and pulled it. The room now revealed to the doctor and Romana by the swinging open of a bookcase was instantly recognizable. Even if it had not been, the presence of Jian, the day speaker, sitting behind her desk would have confirmed their location. She stared at them as they stepped through the opening, but her composure was surprisingly unruffled.
Come in,
she said politely.
I'm not used to receiving guests from my wall, but you're always welcome.
Thank you, the doctor replied cordially. Most generous of you. I was wondering if we might ask you one or two questions. Jian inclined her head.
Naturally, I am at your disposal as always.
We have made some disturbing discoveries, the doctor began.
That is not a question,
Jian countered with a smile. The doctor did not return this gesture. Simon Brunson is dead, he stated simply.
How terrible,
Jian responded calmly. As is Nornard Burfok, the doctor continued. At least mentally.
How?
Jian asked with a slight tone of shock. They were both attacked by creatures from beyond the confines of this universe and driven mad.
That sounds very hard to imagine,
Jian responded. The entire building is riddled with secret passages, the doctor said, jerking his thumb behind himself and Romana towards the opening. And they lead to an ancient temple beneath our very feet.
This tale sounds quite incredible,
Jian offered.
but very exciting.
One entrance to the temple led here, and only here. Jian spread her hands.
I feel honored, but tell me, how were these, creatures set upon my friends and colleagues?
The doctor withdrew the brass sphere from his pocket and handed it to the day speaker. This device, he began, designed using texts hidden in the temple and built illicitly, no doubt, via the technical guilds. When functional, it lures the creatures to a given location. The slightest touch of one creature alone is enough to destroy the mind. Do you recognize it? Jian sighed, shaking her head.
One should be careful of what one makes,
She said with an air of weary resignation. Then she pocketed the device deep within her ceremonial apron.
and to whom one gives it.
She finished before ringing a small bell upon her desk. Instantly, the leftmost of the two doors behind her opened, and in strode a dark, imposing figure, toting a small energy rifle. This weapon was immediately trained upon the Doctor and Romana. The black metal bucket of a helmet completely obscured the face, and a sizable black fur cloak largely obscured the body. The attire was instantly recognizable as that of a Levithian mercenary, unchanged for centuries before, and indeed for centuries still to come. One slight feature of note was that, from the shape of what could be seen of the soft leather armor beneath the cloak, this warrior was a woman. "Are you sure you want to talk in front of her?" the Doctor asked.
Talk?
Jian responded with surprise.
My intention is to have her kill you right now. Your idea amuses me, and Levithian mercenaries are as discreet as they are loyal. So, what exactly are you dying to know?
The Doctor fixed her with a steely stare. "Why?"
Why?
The word burst forth from Jian with a laugh.
Why did I seek to remove obstacles to what was rightfully mine? You know now my family, I suspect. Once the most powerful family on all of Mondas. Respected, feared, obeyed. And what was I? The butt of every joke in this pathetic parliament. So, I got Seaman to build a device you so helpfully returned to me, though he was ignorant of its function. Still, he was both a loose end, in need of tying, and an obstacle to my rising power. And so, poof, two birds with one stone, so to speak.
"And Nornard?" the Doctor interrupted.
Well, he was the more immediate impediment to my advance. His removal would ease my way to the head of the Butchers' Guild, the first step in my, hopefully, meteoric rise. Seaman cleared out could only accelerate my plans. How?
Romana asked. Jian turned to her, looking a little surprised.
A question each, eh? Ah well, fair's fair, I suppose. How? Do you mean how did I come up with such an ingenious plan with such ingenious devices and otherworldly aid? Yes,
Romana said coolly.
that's exactly what I mean.
Jian chuckled to herself.
You see, as with everything with me, it's all in the family. Did you know that our family owned the old monastery before the time of the three tyrants? No? Well, after the mayor was deposed, the remaining members of the family gave it to the city as an act of contrition, to save their skins. But the family kept many secrets to itself, some old legends of the worship and ceremonies conducted here for centuries. Other more recent tales of investigation conducted by the three tyrants themselves. I found the passages, found the temple, and found the text. It was simplicity itself to read and understand them. It was almost as if it were second nature to me.
Romana raised an eyebrow.
And you had no difficulty reading the text? All of them, without exception.
Jian looked momentarily confused and not a little offended.
No, of course not. Why would I?
She asked indignantly.
Oh, no particular reason.
Romana replied casually.
It's just interesting.
Jian sneered at Romana and the Doctor.
Well, I do hope your interest is fully satisfied, because unfortunately that is all you have time for.
With that, the day speaker clicked her fingers at the mercenary and pointed to the Doctor and Romana. The Doctor felt Romana's hand suddenly upon his shoulder, gripping it in fear. The mercenary seemed to pause, looking first at the Doctor, then Romana. Then she lowered her rifle and slowly backed out of the same door she had entered by, closing it behind her.
Useless, bloody Levithian scum!
Jian shrieked in fury. Before the Doctor and Romana could act, the day speaker had recovered an energy pistol from her desk and instantly had it trained on the Time Lords herself.
If you want anything done right, you have to...
Before she could finish, there was a blur and rush of air as something fell from the ceiling to land on the desk, knocking the gun from Jian's grip. "Hello, day speaker," Lael said with a grim smile. "Isn't this a little dark for you?" Jian screamed wordlessly and bolted through that same door so recently utilized by her lackluster mercenary. "Quick!" the Doctor cried. "She has to be stopped!" The Doctor and Romana dashed after the day speaker. The night speaker shrugged and with somewhat less resolve followed after them. The door they had passed through led to a small set of internal stairs, which in turn led to a ground floor exit onto the lawn surrounding the main Parliament chamber. Although the sun had not yet risen, The dim light of dawn was beginning to show through, and with it they could make out Jian running for the day bell tower. The doctor, Romana, and the night speaker pelted after her. The day speaker had already entered the bell tower by the time the trio reached its door. As one, they burst through and stopped dead at the sight before them. The attendant bell ringer lay on the floor, presumably clubbed from behind by a desperate day speaker. Whether they were dead or merely unconscious was unclear at this point. Meanwhile, Jian had a tight hold on the bell rope itself. "Give it up, Jian," Lael said, not without some sympathy. "You've nowhere left to run now."
Run?
Jian retorted with manic glee.
I have no need to run. All I need to do is ring this bell. All the members of the day parliament will come running, wondering why it is early, why only a single bell. And I will tell them how I was being threatened by a crazed night speaker and his strange off-world conspirators. You,
She continued, pointing at Lael,
were trying to destroy the day parliament and take control of Monda solely for the night. And these aliens were using their strange powers as your assassins. And who would take your dubious word over mine, night speaker?
Jian practically spat out the word night. Lael looked uncertain, and for a moment was lost for words. "Wait!" the doctor cried. "Haven't you forgotten something?" As he asked this, the doctor moved out of the way of the door, allowing the day speaker a clear view of the lawn and the quadrangle beyond.
Forgotten what?
Jian sneered contemptuously. "That, when you ask for aid from the creatures of the bulk, there is always a price." As the doctor said this, the faintest of chirrups came from the recesses of his jacket. Jian laughed.
Price? What price?
The doctor gestured with his hand towards the open door. At first it seemed nothing had changed. Then, faint at first, almost as if it was a gentle breeze, there came a rustling. The doctor led Romana and the night speaker out onto the lawn. The day speaker followed them as far as the door, but kept her hands on the end of the rope. The door itself had been flung outwards when they entered just moments before, and the doctor now leaned on it nonchalantly, pinning it against the wall of the tower. Just then the rustling became a roar, as a black mass erupted from under the eaves of the quadrangle buildings to pour down their sides towards the lawn. The giggling, squeaking, gibbering mass then began rolling across that same lawn, converging on the bell tower and their small group. "It's time to pay the piper," the doctor said grimly. Jian looked about in ever-increasing panic. The doctor gestured towards one of the exits from the quadrangle, which led to one of the bridges to the rest of the city. As of yet, it had not quite been cut off by the mass of black rats. "You know, if you're lucky, I think you might just outdistance them," the doctor supplied helpfully. For a moment Jian did not move, frozen in terror. The doctor looked her square in the eyes. "Run, speaker, run." Then she was off, running for all she was worth towards the exit to the bridge. As she ran, the entire swarm of otherworldly rodents changed direction to zero in on her ever-changing position, converging on her and swarming in pursuit. She disappeared through the bridge exit, closely followed by the rat horde. As the black rats continued to flow out of the buildings, lawn and quadrangle, Romana turned to the doctor.
Do you think she'll make it?
Romana asked. The doctor watched as the last few straggler, bulk-infested rat creatures left through the bridge exit. Perhaps. She seemed quite fast. Just then they heard a distant scream. Then all was silence.
How did you know the bull creatures would turn on her?
"Ah, well," the doctor began slightly sheepishly. "I may have loaded the dice a little." Romana pulled a face.
Doctor, what did you do?
Ahem. When we were examining the brass sphere back at the TARDIS, it may have become recharged. He then withdrew his sonic screwdriver from his pocket. "I may have inadvertently nudged this when I put my hands in my pockets. There is a slight possibility that it may have reactivated the sphere." At that moment, the bell from the other tower rang out, taking them all by surprise. "I don't know how I'm going to explain all this," Lael said, bemused, as the members of the Day and Night Parliament began to wander onto the lawn, confused by the lonely single bell. The doctor turned to regard the night speaker. "You know, perhaps this might be the ideal opportunity to make some changes." "How so?" Lael responded. "Well, I'm hardly one to tell you how to organize yourselves. However, day, night, different size they might be, but one coin, one planet, one world. Perhaps you might want to find a way to work more closely together. Otherwise, one day, you might find unity thrust upon you externally, and I doubt that would be pleasant." Lael frowned and stroked his chin.
Eventually he looked up at the doctor. "I shall give your words some thought." The doctor smiled. "I couldn't ask for more." With that, the doctor and Romana left him and walked back into the Parliament chamber, heading for the TARDIS. As they neared the time machine, Romana asked,
Who were the three tyrants?
The doctor raised an eyebrow. "Well, whether it was the world of politics or the realm of multidimensional mechanics, they certainly seem to be the masters of manipulation." Romana nodded to herself.
Yes, I thought so.
Chapter 6. The Trials of Janus.
Romana twirled the silvery necklace around her right index finger with a careless disregard. Her attitude belied its incredible value. The rays of the baking sun reflected glaringly from the sizable beads threaded upon a slender chain of the same chrome-like material. The doctor handed over a large gold coin to the reptilian owner of the market stall they stood at, one of many jammed into the market square of Shivish. Shivish itself was a significant settlement with its own spaceport on the planet of Zardil. Zardil, in turn, was roughly three-quarters desert, reaching from the equator to fairly high latitudes, which suited its reptilian populace very well. Romana stared around the market, with its dizzying array of goods and merchants, buyers and beggars, looking beyond them all to the low, single-story buildings of the settlement itself. The buildings were largely covered in daub and predominantly whitewashed. Further out, rising above the low profile of Shivish, some of the larger dunes of the surrounding desert could be seen, their near-white sands almost painful to look upon under such intense daylight.
What an amazing, vibrant world.
Romana gasped delightedly. The doctor looked around, then shrugged. "If you say so. Reminds me of Earth."
What?
Romana cried incredulously, laughing. "Yes," the doctor said, nodding to himself. "Tunisia, I think." Romana snorted.
Nonsense. You can't go around pretending you've seen everything, done everything, every time we go to a new planet.
The doctor said nothing, stuffing his hands into his pockets, and simply stared off into the distance as a lone battered hovercar passed slowly by them. Romana was momentarily distracted by this, but then turned her thoughtful gaze upon the doctor.
Have you been here before?
The doctor gave a sad smile. "I had a friend from here," he explained wistfully. "A long time ago. He died far, far away, billions of years in the future." Romana studied the doctor for a moment before throwing the necklace to him in an effort to shift the mood. The doctor was caught by surprise, but was able to catch the jewellery nonetheless.
Well, that was surprisingly easy to find, all things considered,
Romana said, nodding to the collection of silver balls. The doctor sniffed airily. "Hardly surprising. We are Time Lords, after all. Validium does not have the same value to all civilizations. Not everyone uses it to power their space vessels. To some it is merely decorative. With the whole of time and space open to you, even if currently only a fragment of it, it's not exactly difficult to find such a place." Romana raised a signature eyebrow.
Indeed. It makes you wonder why we spend so much time on Mondas.
The doctor rounded on her, frowning. "A simple mistake, easily made, and easily rectified," he snapped.
Oh, very easy. Hardly any time at all.
Romana responded with gentle mockery. The doctor harumphed. Then he shrugged and sighed. "Of course, time is of the essence. I suppose we should install this in K9 post-haste." With that, he strode towards the nearby incongruous blue box and opened the door. With unusual and slightly insincere politeness, he held it open for Romana to enter. With her own teasing curtsy, she duly obliged. K9 sat upon the floor with his maintenance panel on his side wide open, myriad cables spilling forth. The doctor lay on his own side next to him, hand stuffed into that same hatch in the robot's flank, sonic screwdriver in his mouth. "Almost there," he said, slightly muffled by the screwdriver. Then he withdrew his hands and grabbed the device from his mouth. "Ha!" he exclaimed, before pointing the screwdriver briefly inside K9 and activating it. He then, somewhat cavalierly, stuffed the remaining innards of K9 back inside and slammed the maintenance hatch firmly shut. "There, K9. Everything feeling shipshape?"
"Affirmative, Master."
"Excellent, excellent. There's a good boy. Never doubted it for a second."
"Affirmative, Master."
K9,
Romana chimed in.
can you now detect the rest of the FDSS, the four-dimensional stress set? And if so, do so.
She added hurriedly.
"Affirmative, Mistress."
K9 responded, before beginning to chatter, whir and flash to himself. This went on for several minutes, while the doctor and Romana looked at each other with increasing concern.
"Location identified." K9 suddenly reported.
Where?
Where? The Doctor and Romana cried together. Coordinates 3691. Romana and the Doctor dashed over to the same panel of the main console, running into each other, shoulder to shoulder as they arrived. They both stared at each other for a moment before Romana gestured for the Doctor to access the controls. The Doctor nodded graciously before entering the data. He said thoughtfully. Janus. About 175,000 years in the future from our current location.
I suppose we were very lucky it was in our fragment of space-time after all.
Romana commented.
But you know this planet, Janus. You've been there before.
Of course, I remember it well. I've been there before. After all, I hid the FDSS there. The Doctor scoffed. Romana raised her arms in exasperation.
If you remember hiding it there, why on Gallifrey did we bother getting the Validium for K9?
The Doctor looked awkward and a little embarrassed. Well, I remember the planet. I just have no memory of hiding the FDSS there. Or where on Janus I may have done so. K9 will come in very handy, I suspect. Romana looked less than impressed, but accepted his explanation. The TARDIS had materialized in a small clearing in a dense tropical jungle. The sun must have been nearing the horizon, but, as the Doctor and Romana emerged from the doors of the police box, it was already hidden by the massive trees surrounding them. We had best wait until morning before setting out, the Doctor advised solemnly.
But why?
Romana said impatiently, almost pouting.
K9 has given us the local coordinates.
Because, the Doctor responded, all the apex predators are nocturnal on Janus. He then stiffened and stared off into the distance. The trial of patience, he said faintly.
The what?
Romana asked. The Doctor shook himself as if awakening from a trance. Sorry, I don't know what just came over me. The phrase just suddenly popped into my head. I wonder who left it there.
Who indeed?
Romana responded wearily, with a raise of her eyebrows. Together they returned to the safety of the TARDIS. In the morning, Romana was first to arrive back in the main console room. She was dressed as before, in her light cream dress and leather boots. She turned as she heard the Doctor enter the room and laughed.
Doctor, what are you wearing?
The Doctor was still wearing his typical black suit and Doc Martens, but over this he had draped a long, thick brown coat, and was carrying a large white fur rolled up under one arm. He simply gestured towards the stairs and the main doors. Romana climbed them and strode outside. Romana had only taken 2 steps beyond the door when she stopped, frozen in her tracks. Indeed, she now shivered and hugged her own shoulders while her breath steamed in front of her. The Doctor stepped out of the TARDIS behind her and handed her the fur he was carrying. The trial of preparation, he said with a quizzical expression, before smiling and shrugging.
What happened?
Romana asked as she hurriedly wrapped herself in the Doctor's gift. Nothing happened, the Doctor responded, still smiling. It's just a new day. Behold the 2 faces of Janus, he continued, holding his arms aloft. The seasons here are very binary and very fast. Just a day, in fact. One for summer, one for winter. The jungle, you see, is far more robust than your average rainforest, and perfectly adapted to these extremes. Romana looked around at the palm-like trees, strewn with creepers, all now covered in a thick layer of snow.
Well,
She said briskly.
K9 gave us the bearing and distance, so let's waste no more time.
With that, Romana marched off into the forest. The Doctor ambled behind. After an hour of pushing their way through icy damp vines and squeezing through the dense snow-covered undergrowth, they finally emerged at another clearing. The sight before them was quite breathtaking. A ziggurat filled this large open space and reached up high above the trees. Each tier of blocks was well over the height of a man. However, it was not the scale which was its most striking feature. Each block, every last one throughout the entire structure, was made of highly polished gold.
A little garish, isn't it?
Romana whispered to the Doctor. He gave a single laugh. Ha! Not in the eyes of the Argons.
The Argons?
Romana asked.
Are they the builders?
The Doctor nodded. They were, yes, but their civilization is long gone, millennia past. Apart from ourselves, there is no intelligent life on this planet. They walked towards the monstrous metal mountain, feeling ever more dwarfed as it loomed over them.
It looks like it was built yesterday,
Romana remarked. Well, yes, gold persists, the Doctor noted before adding, at least when there's no one left to steal it. There was no obvious sign of an entrance at ground level, and so the Doctor began to scan it with his sonic screwdriver. There appears to be at least one chamber, deep within the ziggurat, but there are no passages leading to it from ground level, just a single shaft from the very top of the pyramid. Romana looked at the first tier of blocks immediately in front of them, taller than their heads.
Not an easy climb.
Romana said with some concern. The doctor cupped his hands together and nodded invitingly to them, his head then cocked to one side. "The trial of friendship," he said distractedly to himself. He then shook his head as Romana accepted his leg up and was boosted to the top of the first block. Polished gold offered far from the best grip, and being further covered in snow and meltwater did nothing to improve things. However, with care and cooperation, the Time Lords at last stood together on the penultimate level of the pyramid. A single gold block stood before them, forming the pinnacle of the structure.
The shaft must be under that.
Said Romana.
But how can we shift it?
The trial of strength, the doctor intoned, but sounded a little uncertain. I mean, we are both Time Lords. Together we should be able to slide it, shouldn't we? Romana shrugged non-committally, but placed her hands on the side of the block nonetheless. Together they began to push, but immediately found themselves slipping and sliding, at various points onto their knees or backsides.
This is hopeless,
Romana cried in despair. The doctor was sitting where he had just fallen, looking equally despondent. His face suddenly brightened. "The trial of cunning!" he cried excitedly, before leaping to his feet. He whipped out the sonic screwdriver and began to run it over the surface of the block they were standing on. The tip was actually touching the gold as he went, and the high-intensity emissions were scoring the surface. Eventually the doctor had managed a crisscross pattern over a large portion of the block's surface. "Shall we give it another go?" the doctor suggested. Once more they put their back against the block and heaved. Two ordinary humans would never have stood a chance of moving tons of gold. But these were no ordinary humans. These were Time Lords. The block remained motionless. Still heaving and straining, Romana held out her hand and gasped,
The sonic screwdriver! Quick!
While continuing to exert himself fruitlessly against the gold cuboid, the doctor reached into his jacket and passed her the device. Never once releasing her pressure upon the block, Romana placed the tip of the screwdriver against its surface. It began a low-frequency hum. Suddenly the block slipped forward. Both Time Lords lost their grip and fell on their rears. The vibrations had overcome the static friction, which had allowed the lump of polished gold to move enough to reveal a gap. The gap was barely a foot wide, but sufficient to allow them access to the shaft below.
The trials of strength and cunning,
Romana exclaimed, laughing, as she handed back the sonic screwdriver. She nodded down at the pattern the doctor had scored, then back to the now shifted block.
And friendship, I'd say,
Romana continued, smiling. The doctor indulged her with a small smile. A fair assessment, he conceded. He now leaned and peered down the shaft, illuminating it as best he could with the sonic screwdriver. There seems to be a ladder cut into the side of the shaft. As long as we are careful, it should be safe enough.
In that case, after you,
Romana said, gesturing theatrically at the narrow opening. The doctor slipped the screwdriver into a belt loop on his large brown coat, so that its feeble illumination could still be seen as they descended. This left his hands free to maintain his grip upon the disturbingly polished golden ladder. Romana, hands similarly unencumbered, followed just above the doctor. With constant vigilance and care, their journey continued uneventfully until they were nearing the bottom of the pit. At this point they noticed light filtering up from its depths, faint at first, but growing steadily as they approached. Finally the doctor's head arrived at the ceiling level of the room below.
What can you see?
Romana hissed from above. Well, the doctor began cautiously, I can see the other half of the FDSS.
What?
Romana cried.
As simple as that?
Not exactly. You'd better come down and have a look. The doctor climbed down the last few rungs to the floor, allowing Romana to do the same. The room before them was sizable, but not cavernous, being perhaps 25 meters long and half as much wide. On the far side of the room there was a small gold plinth, and barely visible atop it, a small silver crown-like object, the other half of the four-dimensional stress set. However, between the Time Lords and the device lay a potential problem. Half the floor was missing. The entire middle section from side wall to side wall. In its place was a strange lattice of beams of a white marble-like material. 3 white circles, about a foot in diameter, marked where the lattice began on the side closest to the Time Lords. 3 similar pads marked its termination on the far side. From each pad sprang 2 narrow white walkways of the same material, leading forwards at 90 degrees to one another. Where walkways intersected, there was another small round pad. The doctor walked towards the edge of the lattice, Romana following. He mused, peering past the lattice into the void below. I can't make out the bottom. Before Romana could answer, there was a strange flashing accompanied by a crackling sound, like faulty electrical equipment. Suddenly, Beside the Doctor and Romana stood the Doctor. "Ole, ole! Doctor, stranger! Met well, met well!" The new vision of the Doctor cried excitedly, flickering and shifting in position as he spoke. The real Doctor put out his hand and waved it through the apparition, which wavered in response but offered no resistance.
It's a hologram.
Romana pronounced.
Well, at least we know which one of you built all this.
As Romana said this, she gesticulated at the hologram, lattice and plinth beyond. The Doctor frowned. "Not necessarily," he said, slightly grumpily. "I may have repurposed some Argon technology already abandoned here, and I may have programmed or reprogrammed this hologram just to mimic whatever form I had when I returned." Romana frowned.
But you don't remember any of this.
Romana's tone was dubious. The Doctor looked awkward. Unfortunately not. I won't deny that would have been useful."
You seem to have done a sloppy job with the hologram.
Romana noted, nodding at the juddering image. "So it would seem," the Doctor replied, lost in thought. Then he turned towards the nearest round plate, at the start of the lattice, and moved his foot towards it. "Horses your hold! Horses your hold!" the hologram cried. "Vortex thee beware!" The Doctor froze, not placing his foot on the plate, but instead returning it to the safety of the floor.
Beware the vortex,
Romana said gravely. "Indeed," the Doctor agreed somberly.
Well, I understand its words,
Romana continued.
but what does it actually mean?
The Doctor chuckled. "I think you're asking the wrong me." "What is the vortex?" the Doctor then asked of himself. The hologram clapped its hands in delight. "Doogie Rev! Doogie Rev!" it exclaimed. "Invisible is Vortex thee. Move for move matches Vortex thee. Material organic loves Vortex thee. Death to it loves. Sad so." The Doctor shook his head as he rearranged his thoughts.
You got the gist?
Romana asked, concerned. Of course. The game is child's play,"
Excellent.
Romana cried. "And if we lose, we'll be vaporized."
Oh,
The Doctor stroked his chin. "The trial of death," he said distantly, then shook his head. "I don't think the vortex, can move onto our space." "Doogie Rev! Doogie Rev!" the hologram cried, smiling manically. The Doctor frowned at it and pursed his lips. "However," he continued, "if we move on to the pad occupied by it will respond to us, respond to our organic bodies, and disintegrate us." Romana looked grim, while the hologram jumped up and down clapping.
this seems very chancy.
Was her assessment. "Agreed," the Doctor said, lost in thought. Suddenly he snapped his fingers, looking up. "Cheeseburgers!" he exclaimed, grinning.
What on Gallifrey do you mean?
Romana asked, exasperated. The Doctor turned to her, still smiling. "I've seen this game before. Seen it defeated." Romana's eyes widened.
Your memory of this place has returned.
The Doctor shook his head. "Oh, no, nothing like that. But I've seen this set up before elsewhere. One cunning so-and-so got around the system by using food, a cheeseburger, I think. He threw it onto the pad ahead of him, and if it wasn't vaporized, he knew it was safe."
Oh.
Romana said as the realization hit her. Then she asked,
And do you have a cheeseburger?
The Doctor looked crestfallen, and his shoulders slumped. He stuffed his hands roughly into the pockets of his coat in frustration. Then a grin slowly crept across his face, and his eyes rose to meet Romana's. "Anyone for a jelly baby?" he asked as he withdrew a paper bag from one of the pockets. Romana gasped.
Will it work?
"Well, they are mostly made of gelatin," the Doctor said confidently, "which is basically meat. I can't see any reason why not." Romana sighed.
I guess there's only one way to find out.
The Doctor nodded. "Stay close to me. We'll have to move as one person from pad to pad."
Of course.
Romana agreed. "And naturally, we mustn't fall off." Romana could not help but roll her eyes.
Naturally.
With that, the Doctor threw the bag of jelly babies onto the pad he had almost put his foot on earlier. Nothing happened. The Doctor and Romana moved onto the pad, the Doctor retrieving the bag as they did so in one fluid motion. There they stood, the Doctor at the front, while Romana stood up against his back, arms around his waist. "Doogie Rev! Doogie Rev!" the hologram exclaimed again excitedly. The Doctor surveyed his choices, then threw the bag along the right-hand fork to land upon the pad there. Nothing happened. The Doctor and Romana joined the bag, recovering it as they arrived. The Doctor spread his arms wide as his balance went astray, but, after a moment or two of wobbling, was able to restore equilibrium. They both breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the doctor chose the left fork. They were able to progress once more, bag intact. Now he chose right. So far so good. The doctor decided to throw right again. With a flash and a fizzing sound, the bag and jelly babies vanished, leaving behind just the faintest whiff of smoke. Romana looked over his shoulder.
There goes our safety net.
The doctor nodded silently. With nothing left to probe the way, the doctor took a deep breath, then the left fork, Romana at his heels. Nothing happened. There were now only 2 more rows of pads to go, one suspended in mid-air, the next attached to the floor on the far side. The doctor chose left again. Once again, they survived. There were now only 2 choices open to the doctor, the middle pad or the leftmost one. "Lucky left, here we go," he said with a shrug. He strode bravely forward on the leftmost fork one final time, Romana dragged with him by the tails of his coat.
Yes!
Romana cried triumphantly as she realized they were in one piece. "Yes, indeed," the doctor said airily. "It was, after all, a relatively simple puzzle." Romana frowned and raised one eyebrow.
Well, you set it.
The doctor harumphed. "Well, I mean simple by my standards. I'm sure the FDSS was safe from almost anyone else,"
I'm sure.
Romana said, less than convinced. She then plucked the FDSS piece from the plinth and put it inside her sleeve. Seeing the part secure, the doctor turned back to the lattice to contemplate the return journey. Just then the hologram spoke up again. "I hope you prepared well," it said, this time speaking normally. Then it vanished. The moment the hologram disappeared, a low rumble began. The intensity increased, and what little dust there was between the gold blocks of the building began to fill the air. "I've got a bad feeling about this," the doctor proclaimed. "Quickly," he then said to Romana. "You must follow my lead, exactly." He hurried over to the far left of the lattice from their perspective, where the next row's furthest left platform hung in the air over 2 meters away. "Do what I do, immediately after me, and do not stop." The doctor took 2 steps back from the edge. Then he ran forward and launched himself into the air. He landed on the platform, but used his momentum to jump to the next, in effect covering 2 rows at a time by jumping over the void. He continued on with another 2-row jump, feeling his body start to tilt slightly as he did so. He landed badly on the next platform, and was forced to fling himself forward, arms outstretched for the last disc. His feet did not make the final platform properly, tripping him and sending him sprawling across the floor on the far side. He immediately rolled onto his back to see Romana make her own landing. Her arms flailed wildly as she began to topple backwards into the void. The doctor scrabbled forward on all fours and flung his arms around Romana's upper legs, pulling her towards him and away from the precipice. She tottered forwards and regained her balance. The doctor now leapt to his feet. "We have to climb fast!" Together they dashed towards the shaft they had climbed down earlier, the floor bucking and shaking quite violently by this point. The doctor quickly unthreaded his coat's belt, while Romana did the same with the sash around her waist. Quickly they tied these together to form a rudimentary safety rope, one end around Romana's right wrist, the other tied to one of the doctor's belt loops. They climbed desperately now, the vibrations threatening to shake their hands or feet loose at any moment. The doctor was just about to reach through the opening beneath the block forming the peak of the pyramid when he was suddenly jerked violently at his waist. He braced his hands against either side of the opening in a frantic attempt to retain his balance upon the steps. He looked down in terror to discover Romana had slipped back one rung, but had managed to catch herself just as the makeshift rope went taut. She nodded to the doctor and climbed back up to give him more slack. The doctor dived out of the hole and hauled Romana up after him. Now came an equally crazy sliding climb down the snow and slush-covered tiers of the pyramid. As they approached the lower tiers, they began to be overtaken by blocks thrown free and careening down to crash into the jungle below. Hand in hand, the doctor and Romana jumped from the last level and pelted headlong towards the tree line, blocks thundering into the ground around them. Only after they had put a couple of 100 meters between themselves and the ziggurat did they dare turn around to witness the destruction. Before their very eyes, the pyramid crumbled into ruin, the majority of the blocks falling inwards to be consumed by whatever cavernous space lay beneath the construction. At last, the rumbling died away to silence, leaving only a pit with a few blocks scattered beyond it, dust gently billowing outwards from the site. Romana turned to the doctor.
We made...
Her statement was cut short by a new rumbling sound. Muted at first, it quickly became a roar of heavy objects colliding. Blocks now began to spill out of the pit, whilst those which had been thrown clear began to roll and bounce out of the jungle, back towards that same pit. The Time Lords could hardly believe their eyes as the blocks began to collide and pile up near the pit. No, not pile up, stack! The blocks are arranging themselves. With surprising speed, the blocks arrange themselves quite deliberately back into tiers. The ziggurat was rebuilding itself. Finally, the last block, the one which had sealed the shaft, wobbled into place and then was still. Romana turned once more to the doctor, her eyes wide.
It reset itself.
She cried incredulously. The doctor scratched the back of his head, looking equally bemused. Romana frowned.
It was like it was some sort of giant game. Do you think we were ever really in danger?
She asked. The doctor considered her words for a few moments. As he did so, he unpicked the safety rope he was still clutching and handed Romana's sash back to her. As they both began to rethread their respective belts, the doctor finally responded. A good question. It's hard to say. I mean, some games have some pretty serious consequences. Have you ever seen Formula 1? Romana shook her head. The doctor nodded. You're lucky. It's an Earth game, very boring. Lasts for hours. Nothing much happens. But every so often, someone dies.
How awful.
Romana exclaimed. It truly is. The doctor agreed. But who can say what was happening here? Maybe we could have been disintegrated, or crushed under a gold block. I guess we'll never know. Then a thought struck him. Unless you'd like another go? He asked, pointing to the pyramid. Romana chuckled ruefully.
I'll pass. Let's just take our prize back to K9 and the TARDIS.
The two Time Lords retraced their steps back through the cold, damp jungle until they reached the small clearing in which they had landed. There stood the familiar blue box, near the thick trunk of one of the larger trees defining the edge of the glade.
I didn't realize we'd landed so close to the trees,
Romana noted idly. There is nothing wrong with my parking, the doctor responded huffily. He opened the doors of the TARDIS and strode through, Romana in his wake. As he reached the top of the stairs leading down to the main console area, he heard a strange scuttling sound of rapid movement. He managed to half-turn his head in time to see a figure in black biker gear and crash helmet dash through the doors before they could close, arms outstretched towards Romana. Romana must have heard the stranger's approach, as, with a dodge and a twist, she was able to grab her assailant's arm and throw her over her shoulder. Straight into the doctor! The doctor and the stranger both tumbled down the hard steps to land in a heap at their base. For the moment, the stranger was unmoving, but the doctor began slowly to struggle to his feet. He had only reached his knees, however, when he was knocked to the floor again by an agonizing wave of sound. This sonic attack almost robbed him of consciousness, and he lay upon the floor gasping, racked by excruciating pain. As this was occurring, K9 had been emitting a strange buzzing noise. Through the torture, the doctor was dimly aware of him crying, "Master! I am paralyzed! Master! Master!" The sound ceased. The doctor summoned the dregs of strength necessary to raise his head, enough at least to look up the stairs to where Romana still stood, looking down. In her hand was a sonic screwdriver. "Romana!" the doctor gasped. "What are you doing?" Romana laughed now, long and hard and cruel.
Romana, Romana, Romana. Oh, how I shall not miss the name.
"What are you saying, Romana?" the doctor cried weakly. Romana glared down at him now.
My, you are a dimwit, aren't you?
She spat contemptuously.
You still don't get it, do you?
Here she pulled herself up to her full height, chin raised.
I prefer to be called by my full name,
she said haughtily.
You may call me the Rani.
The doctor's vision swam now as the shock hit him in his already weakened state. With an effort he managed to focus upon the Rani once more. "Why?" the doctor gasped hopelessly.
Why?
The Rani said imperiously.
Why pretend to be Romana? Why incapacitate you now?
"Yes," the doctor affirmed feebly. "That's exactly what I mean." The Rani chuckled mirthlessly, and as she did so, she kicked her heel back against one of the roundel panels in the wall near the floor. It popped open to reveal a small cupboard. From there she withdrew a black backpack, while continuing to talk to the stunned doctor.
Well, it might please you to hear not everything was a lie,
she began.
I mean, when I first discovered the entire universe had shattered, I reasoned if anyone, other than myself of course, were likely to find a solution, it would be you.
Here she withdrew a large textbook from the cupboard and placed it in the bag. It was the Gallifreyan text they had discovered on Mondas in the bulk worshipper's temple.
I knew you would never work with me directly, never trust the Rani,
she continued.
So, I broke into Romana's residence, stole a few of her old clothes, styled my hair to something you would find familiar, and did indeed to a side-to-side time transport to arrive in your TARDIS.
At this point, the Rani withdrew a small brass sphere from the cupboard. "Where did you get that?" the Doctor cried. The Rani raised her right then left hands in turn.
The sonic screwdriver or the sphere?
"Both," the Doctor responded curtly. The Rani inclined her head both obligingly and mockingly.
You might notice this screwdriver is not quite like your own. I believe it belonged to your third incarnation? I discovered it in one of your chaotic closets. In any case, it is rather handy.
"But what are you doing with the sphere?" the Doctor rasped angrily. The Rani shook her head in mock regret.
Here is where I fear you may lose all sympathy with my tale.
She began sadly.
Soon after joining forces with you, it became clear we were dealing with powers far beyond our own. So I began to formulate my own plan, using both the book and the second sphere, the one that was launched at us in the Mondas Parliament Library.
"Your plan?" the Doctor gasped incredulously. The Rani placed the sphere inside the backpack, then heaved the bag onto her back, threading her arms through the straps. She stared then directly into the eyes of the Doctor.
You know what they say. If you can't beat them, join them.
The Doctor stared back at her in horror. "Are you mad?" The Rani laughed, then began leisurely to descend the stairs towards the Doctor.
Oh, I don't think so. I'm as sane as I've always been, and I tend to remain that way.
At last she had reached the main console level and stood towering over the prone Doctor.
I intend to force my way into their realm, into the bulk, to join their ranks.
"But if you do this, force your way there, you will tear the universe asunder forever, destroy everything." The Rani shook her head.
Not everything. Just this pitiful four-dimensional bubble you inhabit. Oh, and everyone else in the universe, I suppose.
But you can't! The bulk! 11-dimensional existence! You will not survive it! It will destroy your mind utterly! The Rani looked down upon the Doctor with scorn and contempt.
I told you before you underestimate the power of a Time Lord mind. With time and training, a Time Lord, with sufficient intelligence and drive, will be able to absorb the stimulus of 11 dimensions, and adapt to that existence. And I intend to give myself that time.
Now, the Rani walked over to K9. She withdrew the other crown-like half of the FDSS from her sleeve and placed it upon the robot's head.
But once my training is complete, I shall need this thing.
Here she nodded dismissively down at K9.
In order to forge my path into my higher realm, to immortal, extended, multidimensional power.
With this, the Rani gathered K9 under one arm and began to mount the stairs. "Master! Master! Master! I'm being abducted! Help me! Emergency! Master!" K9 cried as he was carried away. The Rani stopped before the doors of the TARDIS and turned back to the other Time Lord.
Enjoy what time you have,
She said, smiling.
while you have it.
Then she walked through the doors with K9 and was gone. The Doctor found the strength now to roll onto his front, and from there haul himself onto all fours. He crawled over to the stranger, still lying unmoving, spread-eagled upon her back. And it was plainly a woman. It also seemed highly likely to be the same woman who had attempted to run him over outside Foxgrove Cemetery. He reached over and carefully pulled off her helmet. Instantly he was on his feet, the helmet skittering across the floor. The adrenaline from the shock of the vision before him had utterly dispelled the after-effects of the Rani's earlier sonic attack. He instantly adopted the ancient Venusian Aikido stance as he stared down at the face before him. The hair was a little shorter than he was used to, but he could not deny what he saw. He stared into the face of the Rani.
Chapter 7. The Reign of the Rani.
The Doctor stood stock still in the Venusian Aikido guard stance and stared down at the prone figure of a woman, clad in black biker gear. Her helmet lay discarded nearby. He looked down in horror at a face so recently revealed to him, its eyes closed, breathing faintly. He stared at the face of the Rani. The sound now drifted into the TARDIS. Faintly, from outside, the sound of another TARDIS launching. At that sound, the woman's eyes flicked open. She leapt to her feet, clearly revitalized and energized by the panic this noise caused. She spun with desperate haste towards the stairs leading up to the main doors of this TARDIS, and ran a few steps before stopping. Her shoulders slumped. She had clearly been trying to reach the other TARDIS. It was equally clear she had accepted this as impossible to achieve on foot. She turned now, slowly, to regard the Doctor with a furious glare. "Rani! What the devil are you doing? And why are you here? And there?" With these last words, he nodded towards the entrance doors of his TARDIS. It was through these that the Rani had so recently departed, abducting K9 in the process, and where, presumably, she had boarded another TARDIS. It had seemed impossible that this woman's frown could deepen any further, or her eyes become more fiery, and yet they did. She walked with determined steps toward the Doctor, who instinctively raised his guard a little in response. She did not herself respond to this shift, and instead simply walked around his outstretched arms to stand next to him and slightly in front of him. Then she punched him hard in the shoulder. "Ow!" the Doctor cried, taking half a step sideways and rubbing his shoulder vigorously with a pained expression.
You are an idiot!
The woman yelled in his face, exasperation personified. For the time being, the Doctor was utterly flabbergasted by this inexplicable and outlandish behaviour.
I cannot believe you failed to recognize me. Twice!
She continued. "What? Recognized? Why?" The Doctor mumbled in confusion. For her part, the woman just continued to stare at him, one eyebrow raised, waiting impatiently. The Doctor looked between her and his aching shoulder, and gradually an uncertain look of recognition spread across his features. "Romana?" he gasped in utter disbelief. Romana threw up her hands in exasperation.
At last! Yes, Romana, the one and the same. The one and only, in fact.
The Doctor staggered back against the main console, clutching his head. "This is a little confusing," he said faintly. Romana stuck her hands on her hips.
Confusing? I would have thought it was plain enough. The Rani stole my identity and went travelling with you, all the while plotting to use you to her own ends. What is difficult to understand? The only thing which might be is how you didn't realize it wasn't me.
The Doctor stood up a little straighter now as his wits rearranged themselves. He felt the need to defend himself, rising. "She had your clothes on. She had adopted one of your hairstyles, mannerisms, everything. She was very convincing." Romana rolled her eyes.
Convincing? Really? So is that all it takes to fool you? All someone needs to do to trick their way onto the TARDIS is dress up like one of your old companions and change their hair. Tell me, does this happen to you often?
Romana asked, her hands once more upon her hips. The Doctor looked awkward and embarrassed as he found it hard to find the words to counter this. He just raised his hands and spluttered, allowing Romana the opening to continue.
It wasn't even the last dress or hairstyle you saw me with.
"But she had your face!" the Doctor finally managed. Romana cocked her head, her eyes narrowed at the Doctor.
Ah, true. She did complete her disguise by regenerating into my current face. Perhaps I should cut you some slack?
She said with laboured consideration. "Well, yes," the Doctor began. "You have to admit that it was a very committed performance." Romana suddenly snapped her fingers and shook her head in mock regret.
Oh, except you have never actually met me in this regeneration before. Hello, by the way, long time no see.
She said suddenly, extending her hand towards the Doctor. Once again he looked confused, then reached towards it. Romana slapped his hand away.
You have never seen this face before, so you cannot use that excuse, unless you have been stalking my progress through the Gallifreyan archives. Well, have you?
The Doctor sighed, frowning. "No, of course not."
Well, there we go then.
The Doctor studied Romana intently. "It really is you, isn't it?" he asked, but with a tone that betrayed no doubt. Romana returned his frown and shook her head in weary exasperation.
We are Time Lords, you and I. Even though our faces change, we usually have a good intuition as to who each other is. I knew you were you for the first time I saw you, albeit from afar. Even with your new face. Don't you know me, Doctor? Or would you like the TARDIS to scan me and confirm against records?
The Doctor shook his head. "I know it's you. I won't be fooled again," he said with utter conviction. "But why?" he continued. "Didn't you confront us both? Revealed her as the imposter and yourself as the real Romana? As you said, the TARDIS could have confirmed who was telling the truth." Romana shook her head.
No, Doctor, I could not do that. The Rani was never more than a few feet away from you at all times. You know she is a devious, ruthless, and cunning criminal. She doubtless always had some hidden weapon, a gun, a knife, a needle, who knows. If at any point she had thought your usefulness was at an end, she almost certainly would have killed you then and there, made the best of what she had already obtained, and probably run off with your TARDIS.
Here she paused, looking forlorn.
Instead of making off with mine.
The doctor understood her loss and was sympathetic in body and voice. So what did you do? He asked kindly. Romana sighed with resignation and continued her tale.
I discovered the Ronnie's break-in when I returned home. She must have been in quite a rush, as she had barely made any efforts to cover her tracks. I guess she might already have known I would not confront you both directly for the reason I just gave. All the security footage was there. I saw her raiding my wardrobes. Watched her regenerate into a Ronnie with my face. The monster! Watched as she broke into my TARDIS for the first time, that is. I was quite surprised to find it was still there where I left it. Once again, though, she had not bothered to hide her movements. My TARDIS log showed she had performed a side-to-side time transport, and to where. And so I resolved to do what I could. To follow you incognito until I could devise a plan to rescue you.
The doctor nodded slowly. I understand, even though I am ill-used to the concept of being rescued. So that explains your first appearance at Foxgrove Cemetery, I suppose. Romana allowed herself a small, smug grin.
That was the first time you saw me,
she said archly. And the Levithian mercenary on Mondas, I'll warrant. Romana inclined her head in acknowledgement.
Those are 2 examples, yes.
The doctor nodded impatiently. But neither instance worked out as you had hoped, did they? Romana pursed her lips peevishly, then she shrugged.
No, not exactly. Outside Foxgrove Cemetery, I had hoped to incapacitate the Rani, or at least separate her far enough from you to intervene. Unfortunately, she avoided me, and threw herself over you. She couldn't have got much closer.
And your Levithian mercenary? Romana chuckled ruefully.
Yes, well, I had managed to temporarily take over the duties of Jane Bayer's regular hired heavy. When she had called me through with the rifle, I thought for a moment I had the Rani cold. But she gripped your shoulder as soon as I raised my rifle, and I knew she would kill you long before I could take her down. So I beat an inglorious and hasty retreat.
The doctor shook his head in sympathy. The Rani is resourceful. Romana did not look entirely pleased or impressed by the doctor's assessment.
She has her moments,
she conceded grudgingly. And so you finally caught up with us here, on Janus, the doctor concluded. Romana nodded.
I landed here after you had already left your TARDIS. My chameleon circuit was set to a large tree, and I had landed quite close to your own Type 40. Too close, it seems, since the Rani must have noticed it. She certainly found it quickly enough once she left here.
The doctor nodded vigorously. Yes, that was a little careless, he agreed. Romana found herself glaring at the doctor once again.
Well, you didn't notice it. You didn't even notice the Rani was the Rani.
The doctor coughed awkwardly. Yes, well, it's possible, just remotely, that I may have been a tiny bit careless myself. Possibly.
Possibly?
Romana growled, still frowning. A tiny bit, the doctor replied quickly. The doctor and Romana stared at each other for a few uncomfortable moments. The doctor decided to break the silence. You know, I didn't trust her entirely. I had my suspicions about the Rani from quite early on, he said confidently.
Really?
Romana said skeptically. Oh yes, the doctor said insistently, from when she produced that handkerchief with the ridiculous R monogram. Romana unzipped one of the pockets of her leather jacket. Slowly she withdrew an identical monogrammed white handkerchief.
She stole that from my collection, along with my old dress and boots.
Yes, the doctor responded somewhat flustered. It wasn't the handkerchief per se, it was what she said immediately afterwards. Romana raised a sceptical eyebrow.
Which was?
When she mentioned my fixation with question marks. That referred to a period long after we had parted company. When I was in that phase, we had almost no interaction. Romana mused.
And that was enough to make you suspicious?
Absolutely, the doctor agreed loudly. Then his tone softened and lost some of its bluster. There were a few other things, though. Romana became genuinely curious.
Really? Such as?
Well, she seemed a little less steady than you usually were. I mean, one could write it off to a new regeneration. Still, she did seem a little more susceptible to panic than I would expect from you. Romana allowed him the faintest of indulging smiles.
I see. Anything else?
The doctor scratched his head for a moment. Well, she also seemed a little too obsessed by power, and her arrogance was a little cold, even by your standards. The smile had evaporated now, replaced once more by the frown.
Even by my standards,
Oh yes, the doctor agreed vigorously. You were far more easy to bear.
Easy to bear.
Romana repeated slowly.
I see.
The doctor stepped closer to Romana now, all playfulness or bumbling gone in an instant, utterly serious and sincere. Romana, in her turn, did not back away, but returned his gaze, ready for whatever ensued. I am very glad to have met the real Romana. I need her, need you, to help undo all the mess, of my own making or otherwise. Will you help me save the universe? Romana gave the doctor a hard stare.
I will help you stop the Rani. I will help you save the universe, if at all possible.
Thank you, the doctor responded simply. Romana held up a hand.
And after that, I shall be returning home. I think I shall by that time have had just about as much of you as I can bear.
The doctor sighed and nodded his assent. As you wish. Romana now walked past the doctor to stare at the main console. It seemed she was familiarizing herself with its current configuration. As she did so, she asked,
What now, Doctor? What exactly is the Rani playing at?
The doctor joined Romana at the main console, a couple of panels over from her own position. The Rani has abducted K9, and with it my four-dimensional stress set, FDSS if you prefer. She intends to take it to the weakest point she can find in our space-time fragment, and use it to force her way into the bulk. She seeks to travel there and join the ranks of the 11-dimensional godlike entities found therein. In the process she will, naturally, destroy our universe once and for all. Romana looked horrified.
That's insane! And even if you weren't, throwing herself into the bulk would certainly drive her mad.
The doctor shook his head. She does not believe so, he began gravely. She thinks that with enough training and time devoted to this, she can survive the transition, thrive even, as a newborn god entity of the bulk. And no doubt, she will lay low in our space-time fragment and give herself that time, until she is ready to execute her plan. She is a Time Lord with a TARDIS, after all. That much would not be hard. Romana nodded her agreement.
Yes, it is unlikely we could find her just by searching the universe blindly. Even reduced as it is, if she truly wishes to remain hidden.
Quite so, Romana, the doctor concurred. However, he continued, eventually she will make a break for it. As soon as we met, she had angled to head for the weakest point in our space-time fragment. The doctor stared intently into Romana's eyes now. I know where she will go. He set various knobs and levers on the main console and threw the launch lever. The TARDIS was off now, flying through time and space, sailing with ease in its natural environment.
Doctor, where are we going?
Romana asked. The doctor looked down at the long brown coat he was wearing over his more usual black suit, complete with DMs. Well, I might as well keep this on just for one final stop, he said distractedly.
Which is?
Romana pressed, a little impatiently. The South Pole, Earth, where I launched from the moment the universe shattered, or at least as close as we can get. Romana looked puzzled.
As close as we can get? What do you mean?
The doctor stroked his chin. In a way, you might say our space-time fragment started there. That location and event in time and space forms a vertex, if you will. An ever-narrowing portion of our universe terminating at a point. In reality, we can never force the TARDIS back to that singularity, as it were. Listen to her. Even as the doctor had been speaking, a subtle shift in the tone of the TARDIS's engines had become apparent. There was a low but steady climb in pitch. It was almost like a car engine with the clutch slowly being disengaged. The engine left to race ever faster as less and less work was done. The doctor studied the displays on the main console intently. We are barely moving at all. Might as well engage the materialization circuit. This was closest to Romana, and so she duly obliged. The tone of the TARDIS began to take on a more strained note. As they listened, it sounded a little like grinding.
That doesn't sound good,
Romana noted. Well, it's bound to be a little rough, landing under these conditions. As the landing continued, the engines began to acquire a high-pitched scraping noise. Romana looked at the display showing their landing location, slowly pulsing in and out of view.
Doctor, what color is the South Pole?
she asked. The doctor frowned. Well, white, mostly, he replied, a little confused.
So not black then?
Romana responded. The doctor dashed round to share her view. While still pulsing in and out, it was clear the plains and outcrops of the Antarctic tundra were now black from horizon to horizon. The doctor frantically twiddled controls to zoom in the picture. Every surface was covered with penguins, but there was something not quite right about them. The doctor flicked on the audio receiver. The main console room was filled with squeaking, gibbering, and laughter. The laughter of children. The doctor realized these penguins were entirely black, not a patch of white to be seen. No, 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 no! The doctor cried as he dashed back round to the navigation control panel. The scraping sound from the engines now sounded like metal tearing upon metal.
Doctor, what is it?
Romana asked in shock and horror. It's a trap! The doctor yelled. Full astern! He now cried, rather redundantly as he was handling the controls. Emergency time warp! The TARDIS jerked suddenly. The grinding and squeaking did not cease, but now was joined by a persistent rattling vibration. The doctor dashed back round to the view screen Romana was using, and together they monitored the scene before them. The black South Pole was still pulsing in and out of sight, and at first it seemed nothing had changed. Then gradually, the time the screen spent blank seemed to outlast the time spent on the landing site. Slowly, painfully slowly, the South Pole faded and ultimately vanished from view. At the same time, the grinding and scraping diminished, the vibrations subsiding with them. Finally, the TARDIS was flying normally, free at last.
What was all that?
Romana asked as she breathed a sigh of relief. Creatures of the bulk. The Rani and I discovered a device, a brass sphere on Mondas. It was designed to attract them, and was particularly effective where our isolation from the bulk was weakest, and here it was very weak indeed. She must have left the sphere here with a new, longer-lasting power source. She played me, knew I would come here, and never intended this location for her real plan. What a fool I've been! Romana frowned. While still far from friendly toward the doctor, she could not but feel a little for his utter dejection.
Yes, you have been. But it's a great place to build from.
The doctor chuckled a little. Really? Is that the best you can do? Romana stroked her chin thoughtfully.
No, I don't believe it is.
She said slowly. What do you mean? The doctor asked.
The Rani spend days with you, working with you, helping you, learning how your mind works.
Yes, yes, the doctor replied tetchily. There's no need to rub it in. Romana shook her head.
That's not what I mean. She knew where you would want to go given the information received and your own logical mind.
The doctor inclined his head in agreement.
So,
Romana continued,
we need to go where she knows you would never want to go, or would never wish to return to. You need to think where that might be, in the context of her plans.
The doctor's eyes widened as he stared at her in surprise. You really are Romana, aren't you? He said with an impressed smile.
One tries.
She responded with a waggle of her eyebrows and the barest hint of a smile. The doctor stood up straight and stretched. Then he looked at his outstretched arms. He quickly flicked a few switches on the main console. A hat stand materialized nearby. The doctor removed the long brown coat and hung it there. Won't be needing that anymore, he said. Not where we're going anyway, he finished. On the driveway leading from the front door of an unremarkable Ealing suburban house stood a UPS delivery truck. Then, and by no means all at once, it was joined by a blue police telephone box. The doors opened, and out strode the doctor and Romana. They both stopped in front of the brown and beige van. Your TARDIS, I believe, the doctor said.
I believe you're right,
Romana agreed. Then they turned away from it and walked on towards the house. The door was still wide open, just as the doctor and the Rani had left the place several days ago, at least in the doctor's personal timeline. More cautiously now, they entered the residence of the late Sarah Jane Smith, alert for and wary of any further traps. They mounted the stairs carefully and quietly passed through the door of the attic. The attic was exactly as the doctor had left it, chaotic and filled with Sarah Jane, Unit, and Time Lord memorabilia. There was, however, one significant difference. The wall safe to the black hole accretion disk was wide open. Seeing no further need to creep, the doctor walked over to the open hatch and stared at the scene beyond.
Master! Master! She forced me to do it! She overrode my programming!
These cries came from K9, still clutched under the Rani's arm. The Rani herself floated perhaps 6 feet beyond the hatch itself, in open space. On her head was a very simple goldfish bowl-like breather unit, of typical Gallifreyan design. Other than this, she was still dressed in Romana's old clothes. The Rani laughed uncontrollably as she saw the Doctor and Romana before her.
You are too late!
The Rani cried, spitting each word at them. Behind her, between her and the accretion disk, stood an insane gash in space and time. It was tall and narrow, and what could be seen within defied easy explanation. It was as if every colour, every texture, every sensation clamoured to exist at once inside this rift in reality.
Monster!
Romana spat back at her.
You cannot stop me!
The Rani further opined.
I have spent months mastering the mysteries of the bulk. I have slowly and gradually acclimatized myself to the visions and sensations of that realm, with the aid of this annoying teen toy here, with its FDSS.
At this point, the Rani cast K9 a contemptuous look before continuing.
With it, I was able to open micro-rift to touch and taste the bulk in small controlled doses, to adjust my senses, to become one with the bulk.
K9! The Doctor cried. Can you move?
Negative, Master, the robot replied. All thrusters still inoperative.
The Doctor thought for a moment. How are your internal gyros?
All functioning normally, Master.
The Doctor leaned through the hatch now and yelled, Try spinning! Immediately, K9 spun and tumbled frantically on the spot. Although he remained at the same point in space, more or less, the Rani's grip had been broken and she slowly drifted away from him. For a moment she desperately tried to reach for the robot, then looked over her shoulder and smiled.
I keep telling you, Doctor, you are too late. It has already served its purpose. It forced open the rift here, gave me my conduit to the bulk. I have no further need of your device. I have no intention of coming back, for there will be nowhere to come back to soon enough. My trajectory is set. My future, at least, is assured.
It was clear the Rani was drifting towards the rift. A strange rumbling began to fill the Doctor and Romana's minds. It was not so much a sound as a fundamental vibration permeating everything, mind, body, soul. It could no more be heard by the Time Lords than a bell can hear itself when struck, when the whole of existence tolls. The universe is dissolving! The Doctor cried desperately.
What can we do?
Romana yelled, equally disturbed. There is but one hope! We need K9 back here! They both looked again upon the scarf-clad, crowned K9. By now, the Rani was practically touching the threshold of the rift. K9! Is one end loose? Somehow, K9 understood the Doctor's cryptic question.
Affirmative, Master.
Then try spinning again! This time K9 spun in a very complex and deliberate pattern. As he did so, the scarf unthreaded from his body and spooled towards the opening. The Doctor leaned forward, Romana gripping his legs to keep him anchored. He caught the end of the scarf, the other end hooked in undignified fashion on K9's tail. Quickly now, the Doctor pulled hand over hand and brought K9 to him, grabbing him by the body and dragging him through the hatch. The Rani had all but disappeared in the substance within the rift. Still, her voice could faintly be heard, laughing all the while.
Too late! Too late!
Meanwhile, the tremors in the universe were becoming quite disorienting. The Doctor blasted K9 with a sonic screwdriver and released all the blocks and controls the Rani had placed upon him. Quickly, K9! Use the FDSS! Seal the rift!
I shall attempt to, Master, but I may have insufficient power.
K9 began emitting strange noises. The universe quake stopped growing, but did not subside. The rift also remained unchanged.
Master, I can only maintain the status quo. I cannot close the rift or reverse the damage.
The Doctor ripped open K9's maintenance hatch and stuffed the sonic screwdriver inside. He added what power remained in the device to K9's own. Like some chaos-fueled, aged clam, the rift slowly began to narrow. The universe quake also quietened. Just before the final line of a crack closed, a familiar voice drifted to the Doctor and Romana. Then the Rani was gone. The Doctor slumped to sit upon the floor next to K9 and withdrew his arm. He reached up and pushed the safe door closed, but lacked the strength or will to seal it properly at that moment. Romana sat down next to the Doctor, shoulder to shoulder.
Did we do enough? Did we fix the universe?
She asked. The Doctor turned his head wearily to regard her own tired face. We did enough. We did not fix the universe.
How bad is it?
Romana asked grimly. The Doctor gestured with his hands non-committally. Well, the rift is closed. The Rani is in the bulk. We stopped the utter destruction of our universe here and now, but the Rani's actions have brought its end far, far closer. Doubtless the fragments of the universe are now dissolving, and this will only worsen and accelerate with time.
What can we do?
We still need to find the cause, the thing which shattered the universe to shards in the first place, and reverse it. We can only hope the universe is not too far gone to heal itself. Romana stood up and offered her hand to the doctor.
Back to the TARDIS then?
The doctor took her hand and allowed her to help him up. Indeed, there is much to do and far to go. Romana cocked her head, struck by a thought.
The Rani is now in the bulk, yes?
The doctor nodded. So it would seem. Romana shook her head in disbelief.
Then she won. She got what she wanted. She joined the ranks of the bulk entities, gained the powers, knowledge and understanding of 11-dimensional existence. The Rani won.
The doctor frowned. Perhaps so, but it reminds me of an Earth expression.
Really?
Romana responded curiously.
Which one?
The doctor gave a grim smile. Be careful what you wish for. What follows is not a true telling, for this is a tale of the bulk, and such a realm defies description by mere mortals limited to 4 dimensions. Space, time, events, history, thought, experiences, none of these can be translated from 11 dimensions down to a paltry 4. Imagine trying to describe an actual tennis match to a game of Pong. Our task here is infinitely more impossible. So, all that can be written here is an analogy, a story if you will. Now some will decry anything but the literal truth as a lie. They will see no value in anything other than a harsh mathematical description of the dimensions of things. And it is hard not to have some sympathy for their position, for their desire for absolute truth at least. And yet sometimes, if we are lucky, a story can hide a deeper truth, and in the telling bring it to light. And so, with your understanding and forgiveness, I shall tell my tale of the bulk. The Rani stood upon a vast plain. It was utterly smooth and featureless, and impossible, as this may seem, appeared to stretch in all directions forever. Its colour, for as much as that concept had any real meaning, could be a greenish-brown, but was otherwise unremarkable. The Rani looked about her, aghast. Now she looked up. The sky above her boiled with insane, unimaginable colours, twisted and danced with crazed shapes, entities of the bulk engaged in whatever passed for activities or functions in 11 dimensions. And, as much as distance had any real meaning, they seemed vast distances away from the Rani. A realization slowly crept upon the Rani's mind as she looked again at the featureless plain around her. The realization gave way to horror, and she raised her hands skywards and screamed in frustration and terror.
No!
If it were possible in the 11-dimensional realm to pan outwards and away from the Rani, she would slowly shrink in our field of vision, to become an infinitesimally small point. Ultimately, she would become too small to see at all. Yet, the plane on which she stood would still look to us exactly as it had before. If we persevered, however, panned and panned until we had covered, say, 200,000 light-years, if such measures had any meaning, we might begin to see a slight curvature to that surface. If we went out still further, maybe 10 or 100 times more, we would begin to see it as a tube. We would have to step quite a bit further back to truly appreciate it for what it was. One tentacle among many, upon just one of the innumerable entities of the bulk.
Chapter 8. Earl Chebua.
The doctor and K9 stood on a driveway, staring at the rear doors of a UPS delivery truck. At their backs towered the blue monolith of the TARDIS. With a clunk and a creak, one half of the truck's double doors swung open. Through them stepped Romana, clad in form-fitting black biker gear. With easy grace, she stepped down from the rear of the van, then slammed the door behind her. "Are we ready to go?" the doctor asked.
Affirmative, Master,
K9 chirped. The doctor frowned in irritation, and his head snapped round to regard the dog. "Shh! I wasn't talking to you." In spite of Romana's continued displeasure with the doctor, she could not quite suppress a smirk at his annoyance towards his metal companion.
Yes, Doctor, quite ready,
she supplied. At that moment, the amber security light atop the van lit up and began to spin. This was accompanied by a familiar, echoing, wheezing, scraping noise as the entire vehicle started to fade in and out of existence. With a final echo, it vanished.
There, I sent it back home on autopilot,
Romana said as she watched the empty space it had just vacated. Then she turned to face the Doctor.
I suppose when this is all over, I shall have to ask for a lift home.
The Doctor looked unusually and, to Romana's eyes at least, inappropriately uncomfortable upon hearing these words. "Why, yes, of course," he spluttered. "Think nothing of it. An excellent idea, Romana." Romana peered at the Doctor suspiciously. Then she shook away any extraneous thoughts to focus upon the matter at hand.
So how do we find the source of all our problems? Where do we start?
Again, the Doctor looked perhaps a little more disturbed by her words than she would have expected. "The source may be very hard to find indeed, or it may be closer than you think," he answered somewhat cryptically. Then the Doctor looked up and became more brisk. "I think our first step is to look at the state of the universe. Let's go inside." With that, he opened the TARDIS doors and, again uncharacteristically to Romana's eyes, held them open for her. Romana looked at him strangely, but entered as invited nonetheless. After she had passed, the Doctor shook his head in irritation at his own erratic behaviour, even by his own loose standards of normality. He flapped his hands around his head, chasing away the ghosts of the Rani. This bizarre ritual complete, he followed Romana into the TARDIS. Romana was already waiting by the main console, along with K9, who had slipped into the TARDIS immediately after her, while the Doctor dawdled. The Doctor strode down the stairs, confident and aloof, and joined them at one of the panels. He stared into a screen there, contemplative and grim. "It is as I feared. The fragments are dissolving, the ruins of the Rani. Look, Romana." The Doctor beckoned her over, and she duly obliged. On screen, the complex representation of space-time fragments was much as it had been the last time they had checked, the fragments being perhaps a little further apart, but not a significant increase. This was not the concern. Each fragment now looked fuzzy. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that all the edges of the fragments now looked nibbled. It was as if mice or termites were slowly consuming each shard of space-time from the outside in.
Yes,
Romana finally responded.
the universe is looking a little worse for wear.
The Doctor looked down at K9. "K9, use the FDSS to scan for any hotspots where the universe appears to be under greater than usual stress, perhaps fresh or recent damage."
Affirmative, Master,
K9 answered primly. After a minute of chattering and whirring, he then asked,
Shall I superimpose the results on the display, Master?
The Doctor nodded vigorously. Of course. Fire away, K9, the Doctor encouraged. Suddenly, the display before them was lit up like a Christmas tree. Admittedly, only their fragment of space-time. Nevertheless, this was now covered in countless pinpricks of light. It also seemed that between them all ran trails, or possibly cracks or slashes. They were too indistinct to be sure.
Rassilon's rod!
Romana swore, an exclamation so uncharacteristic of her, it caused even the Doctor to make a double-take.
There must be hundreds of them.
She continued.
Can they all be sources of this disaster? If so, we don't stand a chance. Where do we begin?
Negative, Mistress.
K9 chimed in. Both Time Lords spun to stare at the metal dog. They both spoke over each other. What are you talking about? Said Romana, snapped the Doctor. The two Gallifreyans then glanced at each other in a mixture of apology and irritation.
The display shows a single source, Master, Mistress,
K9 explained curtly. The Doctor frowned, returning his gaze to the display. Romana followed suit.
But how is that possible?
Romana asked.
One source scattered in hundreds, thousands maybe, of locations across time and space.
The Doctor mused for a moment longer before replying. Not scattered. Travelling. Our quarry is mobile, in space and time. We need to ascertain the last location they arrived at, in their personal timeline at least. Romana cocked her head at the Doctor.
So, it's a person we're after?
The Doctor returned his gaze to the screen, not looking at her when next he spoke. Seems a reasonable assumption. Where travelling in time and space is concerned, there is usually a being involved.
Or beings,
Romana added. The Doctor remained silent, then turned once more to K9. K9, can you identify the last location visited by the source? K9 whirred and chattered for a moment.
Negative, Master,
he then reported, almost sadly. The Doctor frowned. Why on earth not, K9? The Doctor asked, somewhat peevishly.
I lack the resolving power to determine the precise course or order of events. I am only able to ascertain the commonality of the interactions. Fine-grained detail is not available.
I see.
If I were placed near the location of one of these interactions, it might be possible to scan the event site and acquire more data, Master.
The Doctor looked sharply at K9. And this would allow you to narrow down and isolate the more recent events?
Affirmative, Master.
K9 replied happily. Romana now glanced back at the display.
Well, we are somewhat spoiled for choice.
She said with a sigh.
Which event should we aim for?
The Doctor ran his finger over that same display, tracing the nibbled edge of their space-time fragment. Suddenly his finger stopped, and his head rushed towards the console. He squinted intently at the screen. Romana, can you see this too? Romana brought her head close to his to share his point of view.
I'm not sure. I mean, do you think that bit might be projecting out from the edge? Just a little too much, when taken against the others.
The Doctor nodded slowly. Yes, I do believe it might. Let me see if I can zoom in a little. The Doctor twiddled dials and flicked switches up and down, seemingly at random, attempting to enlarge that region while simultaneously maintaining decent focus. Romana studied him dubiously. Clearly she wondered if he actually knew how his TARDIS worked. Eventually the Doctor ceased his somewhat disorganized fiddling and appeared content with the results. Yes! He cried. There does indeed appear to be a kind of space-time promontory here, a section of our fragment jutting out into the bulk. And right at its furthest point, furthest into that ravenous realm, a point of light. One of our interactions, a source event. Romana nodded.
I suppose that's decided then? I just hope it doesn't decide to dissolve into the bulk the moment we land.
She said with weary resignation. The Doctor stroked his chin thoughtfully. I strongly suspect it will not. I have a feeling it persists for a reason, and within that reason may well lie the answer to what we are dealing with, and where they may be. Romana raised a sceptical eyebrow.
Strongly suspect? You have a feeling? I'm utterly reassured then.
She replied with dour sarcasm. Excellent! The Doctor cried, clapping his hands. Then he set the controls on the navigation panel and threw the launch lever. A massive, time-worn castle towered over a grassy, gently hilled landscape. A landscape dotted with fields, orchards, vineyards, and an assortment of other agrarian accoutrements. There were a couple of small hamlets within easy sight of the tall fortress, which mostly fitted the picture of some low-tech pastoral idyll. However, there was the odd vehicle, device, or lamppost visible, which spoke to a higher level of scientific development. It was on the grassy, enclosed courtyard of the castle that the TARDIS now materialized. Its doors faced away from the fortification and towards the beautiful pastoral scene just described, complete with anachronistic artifacts. The doors now opened, and out stepped Romana and the Doctor. Both Time Lords stared around them, drinking in the comforting beauty while attempting to get their bearings.
We really should have checked the details on this location. Our haste has made us careless. Where are we?
Romana said, admonishing them both. The Doctor smiled and shook his head. No need to fret. I know exactly where we are, he pronounced confidently. Romana's eyes narrowed at him.
Really? And where might that be?
The Doctor gestured around them expansively with his right arm. Levithia! A most ancient and aged Levithia, to be sure, but Levithia nonetheless. Romana looked about them in disbelief, frowning.
Levithia? As in the Levithian Empire. The spacefaring, technically adept empire spanning a multitude of worlds. That Levithia. I mean, I know their military attire had the feudal throwback quality to it. But this? This is Levithia?
The Doctor smiled knowingly. Yes, this is Levithia. Not the Levithia of the mercenary you impersonated, however. This Levithia is about 100,000 years ahead of that time. You might say they are in the twilight of their power. The Empire is long gone, though its memory persists in the Levithian culture as legends and fairy tales. Their technology persists too. They merely elected to return to a smaller scale, less urban, less combative lifestyle. The world turned inward, and some might say the Empire collapsed into decadence. But I wonder if, perhaps, as they turned inward, they became more contemplative, more thoughtful. Is it decadent to seek a more peaceful way of life, I wonder? Romana waggled her head noncommittally, yet her body language conceded that he might have a point.
So where should we begin our investigation?
She asked. As she did so, K9 trundled out of the TARDIS behind them.
Both Time Lords turned at the sound of his approach, but were instantly distracted by their first sight of what lay behind them. Their mouths fell open in shock and disbelief. The castle was an undeniably impressive sight. A time-worn and ancient sandstone-like material had been worked and shaped, both by builders and the endless actions of the elements, to resemble something more born of nature than the minds of men. Broad at its base, and narrowing as it rose, its soft contours were in some ways reminiscent of a termite mound, if such a mound had multiple slender towers forming its highest reaches. It almost looked like a natural rock formation. Even its windows were subtly recessed, taking on the appearance of the homes of mason bees. At 200 meters tall, it was a stunning and imposing work of arts and crafts, a seamlessly and sympathetically blended organic beauty. Yet it was not the castle which had caused the Time Lord's reaction. The castle stood on the edge of a cliff. Indeed, the whole of the land they now occupied stretched off to left and right as far as the eye could see, ending abruptly at this same drop-off. But even this was not the sight which had stopped the Doctor and Romana dead. Beyond the cliff edge, the sky had disappeared. Up to that line, a faintly violet sky with the odd wispy reddish cloud had set off the countryside beautifully. After the cliff was a boiling nightmare of pure chaos. The sky, for as much as it could be described so, churned and twisted. Strange colours, bizarre patterns, even its very texture and density seemed in constant flux. This writhing maelstrom extended upwards to meet the violet sky at some point high above the cliff edge itself. It also gave every impression of continuing down below the line of the cliff top, as it boiled and played like some crashing ocean of madness. And yet, there seemed to be a hard line at the rear of the castle, defined by the edge of the land, which prevented this sickening sea from encroaching any closer. The Doctor could not tear his eyes away from this impossible vision, and, without looking, patted his hand towards K9. "Stay, K9. Guard the TARDIS," he said softly, shock affecting even the Doctor's tone. Whether it was this tone, the vision itself, or indeed any particular reason, K9 elected to comply silently for once. The Doctor walked slowly around to the rear of the TARDIS, Romana following, until they stood some 10 meters from the stone steps leading up to the heavy wooden main doors of the castle. This edifice now mostly filled their vision, yet, where it did not, it was framed by frothing nightmares. Now one of those two doors swung inwards and open. Through it stepped a man.
"Today must be the day for impressive visions,"
Romana noted upon seeing the figure. The man was tall, well over 6 feet, and clad in complex metal plate armour, predominantly black, but inlaid with intricate patterns in gold. At his left hip hung a sizable broadsword in its scabbard. On his right, an ornate leather holster containing an energy pistol of ancient Levithian design. His head was the only part of his body uncovered, sporting a shock of dark red hair, with matching beard and moustache. All was shot through with grey, betraying his later middle age or even early old age. If he were human, he might be around 60. However, he was clearly still a strong and competent warrior, well used to physical exertion, to judge from his physique, at least as much as the armour would reveal. He clearly was not human, though. His skin had a slight sparkle and a golden sheen. The whites of his eyes were silvery and reflective, whilst the iris and pupil were each as black as each other, making it seem as if the pupils were permanently dilated. Romana leaned towards the Doctor.
"I remember the Levithians being a little more human-looking. Are you sure we're on Levithia?"
The Doctor shook his head indulgently. "You are thinking of their age of empire again. They have evolved somewhat since then, not only in their intellectual priorities and pursuits, but also physically. The radiation from their star altered subtly as it aged over the millennia. Their bodies slowly adapted to better protect them from the effects. Otherwise, they aren't that far from human, really, albeit silver-eyed, enlightened ones." As they watched, the knight slowly tilted sideways and slightly forwards. He crashed to the floor and rolled a little, clattering down the first couple of steps to lie still, spread across the stairs. The Doctor and Romana rushed forward to offer what aid they could. The Doctor pressed his fingers to the side of the man's neck, searching for a pulse. Romana, kneeling beside him, sniffed the air with a puzzled and slightly displeased expression.
"What's that smell?"
she inquired. The Doctor glanced at her raising an eyebrow. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, some sort of grain-based alcohol." As the doctor made this assessment, he withdrew his hand from the warrior. It was clear by now that the man was breathing. He was snoring ever so slightly. At that moment, an elderly man rushed from the castle doors, dressed in long, cumbersome brown robes. He knelt down and cradled the knight's head in his hands.
Earl Chebua, are you okay? Can you hear me?"
he cried, his face furrowed by concern. "He's asleep," the doctor explained. "I suppose something must have worn him out." The old man's face relaxed somewhat, and he even allowed himself a rueful chuckle.
"More than you know, strangers."
He turned now to properly face Romana and the doctor.
"My name is Boglam, prime retainer for Earl Chebua. I offer our formal welcome and hospitality to you while my master is indisposed. To whom do I have the honor of addressing?"
The doctor supplied with a polite inclination of his head.
Romana.
Romana offered, accompanied by the same gesture.
"Well, Dr. Romana, would you please join us and be our guests?"
Boglam asked. Then he looked a little uncomfortable.
"And perhaps you could aid me a little in helping transport the noble Earl inside?"
The doctor and Romana smiled politely and nodded their assent. Romana and Boglam each took an arm, while the doctor picked up the legs just above the knees, like a wheelbarrow. Earl Chebua now lay snoring upon his bed atop the sheets, still dressed in his armour. The doctor, Romana, and Boglam each stood looking down at the inebriated giant. "If you don't mind me asking," the doctor began, "what led to the good Earl's current condition this fine morning?" Boglam cast his eyes downward and looked slightly embarrassed.
"The fate of our people weighs heavily upon Earl Chebua's mind. It has done so for many years now, and the pain grows with each new dawn. He copes however he can."
Romana frowned.
But the land looks so peaceful, so idyllic. We saw no signs of suffering. Or is it related to the bulk incursion we saw directly behind the castle?
She asked. Boglam looked a little confused.
"The bulk incursion? Do you mean the Sea of Chaos? If so, yes. All our woes, especially those of the Earl, are born of that. Each year it devours ever more of the principality of the Gramrack."
The Gramrack. That is where we are, I take it.
Romana replied with concern.
But the bulk, the Chaos Sea if you like, is mere feet away. Shouldn't we leave the castle immediately and get clear?
Boglam shook his head.
"Oh no, we are all quite safe,"
he said matter-of-factly. Now it was the doctor's turn to frown. "Could you possibly elaborate upon this tragedy, and how you are so secure?" he asked, a little peevishly. Boglam looked uncomfortable.
"While I'm happy to serve as the Earl's proxy to a point, I think this is a tale only he has the right to tell."
The doctor looked unsatisfied, but offered no objection.
"Please,"
Boglam continued,
"I must remain here with my master until he is ready to receive guests. In the meantime, please make yourselves at home. There are some very comfortable seats in the main reception room, the one we passed on the way here, just beyond the main doors."
The doctor inclined his head a little stiffly. "We are much obliged to you for your hospitality," he said, with a touch of formality. "We shall do as you suggest, and wait there for the Earl to surface." The doctor and Romana made their way down the left-hand run of a wide pair of stone staircases to arrive in the vaulted reception room below. Opposite the sizable wooden entrance doors was a cavernous fireplace, unlit in the warmth of the Levithian summer. The two Time Lords settled down next to each other in a generously stuffed purple leather sofa.
How is it this place survives the incursion of the bulk? Why does it look the way it does and stay at one distance, at least as far as we can see? Shouldn't the very movement of the planet, the solar system itself even, shift the interface?
The doctor smiled a little patronizingly. "Careful, Romana. You're getting a little human in your interpretation. A little three-dimensional, dare I say." Romana frowned, a tad irritated.
There's no need to be insulting. Go on then, enlighten me.
The doctor inclined his head with mocking obsequiousness. "The interface with the bulk occurs across all dimensions, and does not necessarily slosh around our three spatial ones, as primitive 4D brains might like to imagine. Indeed, our very perception of the bulk eroding our spacetime fragment, the Chaos Sea as they call it, is no more true or real or complete than our perception of the colours of a flower. Describe a daffodil to a bee and see how much they laugh.
Trust me, I tried. Romana nodded thoughtfully.
Fine. And yet Boglum described the book as consuming their realm. And all the while, here we sit, apparently safe.
The doctor ran a hand through his hair thoughtfully. Indeed, he mused. It's hard to tell, but I have a feeling there's something very rotten in the state of Gramrak. The doctor and Romana lapsed into silence as they each reviewed the situation. Their reverie was interrupted by the sound of metal-shod feet upon stone. The Time Lords looked up the stone staircase they had descended earlier to find their host, still fully armoured, gingerly stepping down them with exaggerated care. One hand rested on the banister for support, whilst the other clutched a head which bore a pained expression. Romana and the doctor rose to greet their host as he finally reached their level. "Greetings, strangers," Earl Chebua growled through gritted teeth. "Apologies for my earlier episode, but I wasn't expecting company." The doctor held his arms wide. "My dear Earl, think nothing of it. It was thoughtless of us, I suppose, to arrive unannounced." Earl Chebua grunted. "Not entirely unannounced," he said with a frown. "I heard your vessel arriving, saw it through an upstairs window. That is what brought me outside. I thought I was dreaming." Romana smiled politely.
Yes, our TARDIS is somewhat unusual and unfamiliar to most.
The Earl shook his head. "No. For a moment I believed I was dreaming, yes, but a childhood memory, almost forgotten. I felt sure I'd heard something like that before." The doctor and Romana exchanged a quizzical glance. "Really? What do you remember?" the doctor asked. The Earl shook his head, then winced with the heightened pain this induced. "Remember? Almost nothing. Most of what I know came from my parents and other elders and betters. I was but a toddler. Still, I remember that sound." The doctor beckoned to the various leather-covered seats, and so Chebua staggered over to an expansive leather armchair and collapsed into it. The doctor and Romana returned to the purple sofa, which sat facing the Earl. "Two strangers came, over 50 years ago. Our saviours." These last two words were said by the noble with what seemed an incommensurate level of bitterness.
Your saviors?
Romana inquired.
Do you mean from the book?
The Earl frowned. "From the Sea of Chaos, if that's what you mean, then yes." Romana nodded, and so the Earl continued his tale. "Decades before I was born, the Chaos Sea had come from the sky to devour the land, or so the legends go. We are a scientifically literate race who once strode throughout the cosmos like a colossus. We know of space travel, even if we ourselves have not used it in millennia. I know how ridiculous this description sounds, but how else does one describe a wall of insanity appearing, like some line in the sand, then slowly advancing to consume the planet, with no regard for the motion of Levithia or the heavens? The language of science fails us, and we are forced to retreat to poetry." The Earl spat, more than a little self-loathing showing through. "The strangers," the doctor stepped in. "Who were they? And how did they save you from the Sea of Chaos?" The Earl looked directly into the doctor's eyes, his own hollow and devoid of hope. "There were two. More than that I cannot remember. The tales say they were in some sort of hurry, short of time, in pursuit or pursued by some other quest. Whatever their own concerns, they took the time to aid us, to aid the Gramrak, and they succeeded. We are safe." Romana frowned.
But Boglum said your people still suffer, are still threatened somehow.
Earl Chebua once again rested his forehead in his hand, eyes scrunched up against the pane, both physical and remembered. Finally he looked up at them both. "Can you ride?" The doctor looked a little surprised. "Horses? Why, yes, I have a little experience in that regard."
As do I.
Romana agreed. "Boglum!" Earl Chebua roared, then winced at the pain he had caused himself. The aged retainer appeared from a side door.
"Yes, Your Grace?"
he asked. "Go to the village and ask them to tack up 3 mounts. We are going to survey the lie of the land." Boglum nodded his understanding and exited through the main doors as fast as his tired legs would allow. "Come," the Earl said, turning once more to the companions. "Let us wait outside until our steeds are ready." Together, the Earl and the 2 Time Lords left through those same doors so recently used by Boglum. The TARDIS still stood where it had been parked, not far from the castle, K9 sitting before it, guarding. The Doctor turned to the Earl. "Do you by any chance know where the ship of your saviours landed all those years ago?"
"Of course," Chepper replied, pointing. "That old apple tree over there, not far from your own vessel, was planted on the spot to commemorate their most timely intervention."
The Doctor nodded. "Excuse me for a moment," he said, before heading off towards K9. Romana gave an awkward, apologetic shrug, then trotted off after him. "K9, I have a job for you," the Doctor said to the robot dog as Romana arrived.
Affirmative, Master.
"K9, you see that apple tree over there?"
That is not an apple tree, Master, as they are native to Earth. This tree bears a fruit which, while superficially similar, at the cellular level, is quite...
Yes, K9. We're not here for a botany lesson," the Doctor interrupted impatiently. "I need you to run a scan in the vicinity of that tree. Look for any residual traces of time travel, and signatures which would be specific to the engines of such a vessel. Keep your parameters broad, but there is a possibility it may be a TARDIS."
Affirmative, Master.
K9 responded curtly, before trundling off towards the Levithian fruit tree. Romana seemed deep in thought. Finally she spoke.
Two strangers in a time ship. Two strangers in a hurry, pressed for time. Two strangers who may be in a TARDIS even. Doctor, are we chasing our own tails?
The Doctor did not look at Romana. He stared instead at the branches beneath which K9 had begun his scanning. "Only time will tell," he eventually replied. Just then they heard the arrival of their mounts clattering up from the village. They looked much like Earth horses, were of a size and sported gear which was familiar enough. However, their hair was more similar in colour and patterning to leopards and tigers, although their patterns were perhaps more fractal in nature. The twin slender horns sprouting from their foreheads were also a little unusual, at least from an earthly perspective. Boglum helped his master mount, while two young stable hands from the village waited for the Time Lords. Both had the same golden skin and silvery eyes as all the Levithians so far encountered in this time period.
"Come," the Earl said grimly. "Let me show you the marvel of our salvation."
The Doctor and Romana mounted their steeds, and the Earl led the party cantering to the left of the castle, then over to the cliff edge itself. They began to follow the line of that same drop, away from the castle, tracing the borders of the Gramrack. Some 500 meters from the castle, and, until that moment, unnoticed by the Time Lords, rose a huge pylon of brass and steel, at least as high as that same castle. It stood on the very edge of the cliff, and seemed to lean outwards from it, into, or at least against, the boiling Chaos Sea itself. Now aware of this gargantuan construction, the Doctor and Romana also noticed more of them. They were evenly spaced every 500 meters, and appeared to extend all along this boundary between Levithia and the bulk.
So this is what the Saviors built to protect you?
Romana asked.
"They designed them, helped my people revive our own technologies to put them in place. They supervised its activation, ensured that nothing would pass their barrier and enter the Gramrack."
"They must require significant power to project such a field, to hold the bulk at bay?" the Doctor asked. Earl Chebur shrugged.
"The power problems lie the other way around. The pylons use the Sea of Chaos's own power against it. As it pushes against the field, that same energy is used to power the field. The greatest problem is the excess of energy this produces. There is a massive net of transmission lines below the cliff line, along the surface of that cliff, radiating the excess energy uselessly but harmlessly back into the Chaos Sea itself. Originally, the nets were buried underground. Well, you can imagine the amount of land lost beyond the barrier for the Chaos Sea to be where it is now."
The Doctor raised his eyebrows. "Quite an impressive construction, though," he conceded. The giant Earl said nothing and rode on in grim silence.
How far are we going?
Romana asked. The Earl clearly did not like playing host, but tradition and duty forced him to play his part however reluctantly.
"The Gramrack is not large. We could ride around it completely in just over a day. But we won't be going that far."
Now they could feel the path turning gently to the left. All the while the bulk remained hard up against the cliff edge to their right. Then, as the cliff and bulk turned ever further away from their original trajectory, they finally began to make out what appeared to be the end of the Sea of Chaos, as the Earl insisted on calling it.
The pylons continued into the distance, but suddenly both bulk and cliff it had created were no longer to their right, only behind them where they had already been.
Oh no.
Romana said in hushed tones as they pulled their horses to a halt. Beyond the line of the pylons was a thin strip of land, predominantly grass-covered dunes, giving way to beach, which ended perhaps a kilometre distant at the vast green Levithian ocean. And virtually every square foot of land was packed with people. Starving, ragged, dirty, hopeless, they stood shoulder to shoulder, golden skin dulled through neglect, silvery eyes utterly devoid of light. Many of the nearest seemed to be leaning on thin air, the invisible barrier of the pylons. At the shoreline, hundreds of small boats could be seen, fishing nets strung up to dry wherever space could be found, and some of the people stood staring in resigned and weary horror at the very edge of the swirling maelstrom of the bulk. As the doctor, Romana, and Earl Chebua watched, the bulk washed forward by a metre or so. The land which had been there was swallowed, gone forever, as were the people who had once stood there. Those Levithians nearest gave a small groan of pain, but even this horrific loss had barely elicited a response from a people used to such tragedies daily. These people lived on the edge of death, eking out what life they could, and could not spare the energy for grief. Earl Chebua turned to the Time Lords.
This is what our saviours gave us. Life for the Gramrak, death to Levithia. And me? A prince without power. If I disabled the barrier, those that remained here would be consumed by 2 waves. From one side, the Sea of Chaos. From the other, hundreds of thousands of starving Levithians, pouring into our tiny principality, swamping us, consuming all. But of course, the bulk would consume everything just as fast. Faster, in fact. The Gramrak to where we stand would be gone in an instant, the castle and the defence pylon's integrity with it. Only a few more years would erode away the rest of this last outcrop of land. Romana shook her head.
Where are the other lands of Levithia? Why don't these people go there?
The doctor now shook his head. Levithia had a single landmass, like the Pangaea of ancient Earth. If my guess is correct, the Gramrak once formed a peninsula. Am I correct, Earl? Chebua nodded wearily. Once, one of Levithia's most beautiful mountain ranges lay directly behind Gramrak Castle. And beyond that barrier, all the lands of Levithia stretched away, hundreds of small kingdoms, the ages of empires behind them, all coexisting in agrarian peace. Now the Gramrak is a lonely island, surrounded by seas, both the natural and the utterly unhinged. 1,000 hollow eyes watched as the riders turned their horses back toward the castle and departed. The doctor and Romana sat once more upon the purple sofa. The Earl had excused himself and gone to his room, while Boglum had left some simple foods and beverages for them on a nearby side table, before hurrying to attend to his master.
So, these strangers, these saviors, did an incomplete job, it seems.
Romana pronounced grimly. Perhaps it was all they could do, the doctor suggested. They found an amputee and supplied a sticking plaster.
It was not enough.
Not by a long way. Eventually the bulk will circumvent the whole of the Gramrak and consume all that is left of Levithia. The Gramrak cannot survive alone without its planet. Romana shook her head in despair.
What can we do?
The doctor looked irritated. We may not have time to do anything. We need to stop the entire universe dissolving. We need to face the fact that we may not have the luxury of time to pause and help out every little case along the way.
Every little case?
Romana said reprovingly. The doctor sighed. Yes, perhaps we're not there yet, he said wearily. Then he cocked his head on one side. We need to turn a sticking plaster into a prosthetic limb, he mused to himself. Just then their conversation was interrupted by running feet and panting, wheezing breaths. Boglum barreled down the stairs, waving frantically at the Time Lords.
Doctor, Romana, come quickly. The Earl is on the roof. I think he is trying to kill himself.
The doctor and Romana rushed after Boglum as he remounted the stairs. Is he threatening to throw himself off? The doctor asked. Boglum shook his head.
No, he's in the ornithopter, with the engines running. But he's not himself.
Romana and the doctor exchanged glances.
The ornithopter.
Romana asked, puzzled. Quick, quick, Boglum responded. No time to explain. You'll see soon enough. They emerged from a door at the base of one of the highest towers onto a large flat area of roof. This area lay between and beneath the highest towers of Gramrak Castle, and housed a very strange object indeed. It looked for all the world like some vast mechanical bird. Every surface, every strut, appeared to be fashioned from brass, chrome, or plates of some lighter black material. Most of the feathers on the wings were indeed made from these black panels. The wings were driven by powerful struts coming from the body of the bird, a body which no doubt hid the power source and main motors of the vehicle. At the front of the body sat a head, heron-like, with a long decorative beak, and two vastly oversized bulging eyes on top. These eyes actually formed a double cockpit for up to 2 riders, and were open at the sides to allow easy access. Currently, only one was occupied, and this by Earl Chebua. His head lolled around loosely on his neck. His hands had a similarly loose grip upon the controls. All the while, the wings thrashed and beat furiously, up and down and slightly forward, so that they passed by each side of the cockpit with every cycle, almost brushing the ground in front of the beast. Pulsing gusts of wind battered against Boglum and the 2 Time Lords, while the ornithopter itself wobbled and jerked and looked on the verge of becoming airborne. "He must not take off," Boglum cried. "He will not be able to control it in this state. He will crash and die." The doctor studied the craft carefully for several moments. Then he took a step forward. Romana grabbed his upper arm, restraining him.
Doctor, what are you doing?
The doctor turned to regard her. "What is necessary," he said simply, and gently removed her hand. The doctor walked on until he was mere meters from the maximum reach of those thrashing metal wings. Romana looked on in horror, Boglum in panic. Just as the wings ended another thrashing beat and began to rise again, the doctor trotted forward between them and hopped into the other cockpit beside the Earl's. The Earl's head swiveled round to stare at the doctor wide-eyed. "What are you doing here?" Earl Chebua yelled, slurring his words. "Well, I thought it seemed an excellent day for a flight, and so I decided to hitch a lift." "I don't want any passengers," the Earl roared angrily. "And yet here I sit," the doctor responded. The Earl shook a fist at him. "Get out! You won't like where I'm going." "Where you go, I go," the doctor said steadily. "But I have a proposed course correction." The Earl looked by turns indignant, confused, then frustrated. Eventually he slowly asked, "What do you mean?" The doctor smiled. "I mean, I may have a plan to save Levithia, but I shall need both you and the ornithopter in one piece." The Earl frowned at the doctor, his eyes clearing a little. "So tell me, Earl, will you come fly with me?" The Earl sat glaring at the doctor for several long moments. Then he switched off the motor and the mechanical bird fell silent. "Boglum! Make me some blackroot infusion," the Earl shouted. As they all traipsed back down the stairs from the ornithopter pad, Romana caught the doctor's arm once more, causing them to fall back from the group. Out of earshot of the others, Romana now snapped.
You could have been killed, you reckless fool. Even you admitted there were bigger fish to fry. You have a universe to save.
The doctor looked at Romana. "And you reminded me that sometimes there are more important matters to attend to. Besides, it would hardly be the first time I died." Romana looked a little thrown by the reply, but would not let it go.
There are some deaths even we cannot survive. Your head leaving your shoulders and being diced might well be among them. Who is going to put the universe back together when you lie in 1,000 pieces?
The doctor smiled a little. "Why you, of course." Romana frowned and pursed her lips.
No, you're not leaving me with this mess. You have some insight into this which I have not yet fully discerned, but I cannot deny it exists. You don't get to throw your life away in some silly gesture and leave me holding the proverbial baby.
The doctor considered her words. "I have no doubt you would more than excel in such a situation. However, I have no wish to leave you in the lurch. I shall try to remember to take a little more care in the future."
A little more?
Romana asked skeptically. "Just a tiny bit," the doctor responded with a grin. Boglum, the doctor, Romana, and the Earl all now stood in the reception room once again. The Earl supped on a steaming black liquid while holding his head with his free hand. The doctor outlined his plan. Instead of dissipating the excess energy in the radiation net, I intend to feed it straight into the pylon's field and focus it directly at the bulk. Romana's brow furrowed.
Which should push the planet away from the bulk, I suppose.
The doctor nodded.
But won't that push the planet out of alignment in its orbit around the Levithian sun? Or am I lapsing into human three-dimensional thinking again?
She concluded, a little peevishly. The doctor held up a finger. No, you're quite right this time. We need to actually brace our field projection against the sun itself. 2 focused extensions to the repulsion field, like 2 arms in opposite directions. One towards the bulk, the other towards the star. In this way, the star is pushed away from the bulk, dragging Levithia and the rest of the system with it. The Earl took a long draught of the blackroot infusion and grimaced at the bitter taste. I can see how we can temporarily disconnect the dissipation grid, but won't we need some sort of giant reflector to set up those 2 arms of the repulsion field? The doctor nodded. Very good, Earl Chebua. There may be some hope for you yet. Yes, that is where you and the ornithopter come in. We need to make a flight late this evening, before sunset. The Earl grunted, but signalled his agreement.
I can work with Boglum to effect the necessary changes and install controls on the radiation net.
Romana told the doctor. Excellent! The doctor cried. Now, I just need to have a quick word with K9. I won't be long. With that, the doctor left them all and went outside. K9, the doctor said as he approached. How goes the scanning?
All scans completed, Master.
There's a good boy, praised the doctor. Come inside the TARDIS, he then ordered. Together they entered, descended the main stairs, and moved to the central console. K9, with your new data, can you narrow down the location of the source and overlay the results on our fragment of space-time?
Affirmative, Master.
Then do so. K9 whirred and chattered.
Overlay complete, Master.
The doctor stared at the shattered universe. Their own fragment looked markedly different from before. Now there were perhaps only 24 points of light scattered over its surface. Well, K9, the doctor mused to himself. Maybe there's some hope for the universe after all. Then the doctor turned back to K9. So, before I join our tortured Earl and the others, what say you to a quick trip to the beach?
Affirmative, affirmative, affirmative!
The sun was nearing the horizon, but there was about an hour before it would disappear from sight. The doctor sat next to Earl Chebua, once more aboard the ornithopter on the roof of Gramrak Castle. They looked towards the slowly setting sun, soberly contemplating what was to come. Well, hungover, but largely soberly in the case of the Earl. In the doctor's right hand he held his sonic screwdriver, whilst his left rested upon a newly installed panel in the cockpit of the vehicle. This panel contained a variety of knobs, dials, levers, and small screens, and was reminiscent of many of the TARDIS's own control panels. Romana waited nearby with Boglum, and she held a large brass box, itself replete with a similar mass of controls and readouts. Romana, the doctor called, I will need you to monitor the status of the pylons and disconnect the radiation net when the time comes. You also have parallel control over pretty much everything there, in the unlikely event I miss something.
Unlikely, naturally. I look forward to an uneventful spectator's role then.
The doctor frowned at her but said nothing. Time to go, the Earl said grimly. The doctor nodded. Up, up and away, he cried. The vehicle began clanking and flapping as its giant wings began to beat the air, slowly at first, but at an ever-increasing rate. The ornithopter bucked and swayed as the wings settled into a steady rhythm, and suddenly the doctor could feel they were no longer attached to the ground. Moving upwards and forwards, the unlikely craft left the safety of the roof area, nestled between those solid towers, and began to climb. Soon they had equalled the height of those same towers, and were level with the tops of the pylons. From here, it was just possible to make out the full extent of the Gramrak, to see the rough ellipse traced by all the pylons of the bulk-repelling wall. Those behind them were close and obvious, as they were now hovering only a few hundred meters from the castle, and behind both fortress and gantries rose the ever-present boiling menace of the bulk itself. Ahead, looking out across the length of the Gramrak, it was just possible to make out the pylons of the barrier's furthest extent. Beyond those was the vague impression of beach, presumably crammed with stranded Levithians, as with all the borderlands not yet consumed by the bulk. Still further past that indistinct yellow strip lay the vastness of the green Levithian ocean, stretching to the horizon. And over this horizon hung Levithia's parent star. "We'll have to time this well," the doctor said to the Earl. The Earl nodded silently, all his focus upon the controls of this temperamental aircraft. The doctor flicked a switch on the new control panel. "Romana!" he shouted to the other Time Lord through a microphone. "Divert all excess energy to the pylons, now!"
Yes, Doctor.
Came the crackling reply. Instantly the doctor turned to the Earl. "Chebua, extend!" Upon hearing this, El Chebua wrestled frantically with the controls, while the doctor was similarly engaged with the panel before him. The ornithopter suddenly extended its wings wide, to their fullest extent, but aligned perpendicular to the ground, offering no lift or support. For a moment, the doctor and the Earl experienced the sickening sensation of freefall. Then, as if caught by a clap from the gods, the ornithopter was suddenly pinned in the sky, its wings gripped from ahead and behind by enormous force beams generated by the pylons. Now the doctor began to sweat as he constantly made adjustments to the controls over those gantries and their force field. From their braced position, he now extended those beams. One he sent backwards toward the bulk. This would have been hard to miss, filling the horizon as it did. The forward beam he aimed straight for the sun itself, making relativistic adjustments to take account of the travel time both to and from the star. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the bulk began to occupy a smaller proportion of the sky behind. All the while, the doctor kept careful watch on Levithia's sun, ensuring it neither approached nor receded. "I'm going to have to switch off the beams in 30 seconds, the doctor yelled at the Earl. "What?" the Earl shouted back. "The sun won't set for another 20 minutes. Push on! Push on!" By now, the bulk occupied a patch of sky perhaps 5 times the size of Earth's moon. In that same sky, a few of the brightest evening stars could be seen in the fading daylight. It was also clear that the bulk was no longer in contact with the planet itself, even if still a visible, ever-present danger. The doctor shook his head. "No. What you see is not reality. We are about to lose line of sight with your star. Remember your science, my good Earl." Chebua nodded, tutting to himself. "Of course. I am ready." "Romana! Divert the excess energy back into the nets!" Suddenly they were dropping like a stone as the 2 extra repulsion beams were cut off. Again, the Earl was forced to wrestle with the controls as he desperately tried to restart the wing's rhythmic beating. The ground rushed ever closer, and even the doctor's face grew concerned as he began to see a familiar Levithian fruit tree rising up to meet them. Then, with a swoop and a banking turn, Earl Chebua had regained control and flew them to safety, wings just lightly brushing some of the upper branches as they went. The doctor allowed himself a sigh of relief. "Anyone you can walk away from," he said. Levithia must have had a similar expression as the Earl chuckled. "We haven't landed yet," he said, far from reassuringly. They flapped on, uncertainly, into the Levithian dusk. The doctor and Romana stood before the TARDIS, making their final farewells to Boglum and the Earl.
So,
Romana said to them both.
you understand what needs to be done.
The 2 Levithians signalled their understanding.
Each evening you will have to repeat what we did here today, in order to maintain your distance from the bulk. It will be difficult and dangerous, but for now, it will keep Levithia safe.
Earl Chebua's eyes sought the ground, his shoulders sagging. "The Gramrak is safe. Levithia persists, and hundreds of thousands starve beyond our borders. Beyond a wall we cannot turn off. Custodians of a land which, even if we could open it, could not support such a mass of people in desperate need." The doctor frowned at the Earl. "Life is full of difficult decisions. Believe me, I know," he said gruffly. Then he brightened a little. "My dear Earl, would you accompany me on a small trip in my vessel? It won't take long, I promise. We won't even leave the Gramrak." Earl Chebua nodded, and so he, Romana, and the doctor entered the TARDIS. The TARDIS landed near the barrier, at the tip of the Gramrak furthest from the castle. It was roughly equidistant from 2 of the pylons. In front of it lay the thin strip of land and beach crowded with desperate, malnourished and hopeless Levithians. Behind the TARDIS lay the beautiful countryside and fields of the Gramrak, the odd farmer working in the distance, a small village with smithy and stables, perhaps a kilometre distant. The doctor, Romana, and El Chebua stepped from the TARDIS. The Earl looked at the mass of humanity crammed up against the barrier and turned to the Doctor. "So, this is what you wanted to show me. A horror I know full well I shall have to live with for the rest of my days." He spat at the Time Lord. The Doctor nodded towards the sea. It seemed to be receding, even as they watched. "The sea is pouring in to fill that which the bulk stole. A new sea will soon exist there, while new land is revealed around the Gramrak." El Chebua shook his head. "New but barren lands. The earth has been salted. All it means is that these people will have to travel further to fish and scrape out whatever living they can. And all the while, all I can do is watch." The Doctor cocked his head at the Earl. "No solution is without its problems," the Doctor pronounced sagely. Then he reached inside his jacket and produced a small black cylinder with a button at its end. "Including this one," he said, handing it to Chebua. "What? What is it? What do you mean?" he asked of the Doctor with a puzzled frown. "This," the Doctor said, nodding towards the device, "will allow you to lower the barrier, right here, between these two pylons. We'll do so safely, at least when you're not performing your daily pushes against the bulk. You will have access to Levithia, and Levithia will have access to the Gramrak, if you so choose." El Chebua looked between the device, the Doctor, the lands of the Gramrak, and the thousands upon thousands of starving Levithians, his face a study in conflict, realization, and horror. The Doctor nodded once more to the device. "I leave it in your hands." Then the Doctor opened the door of the TARDIS and went inside. Romana quickly followed. The doors of the TARDIS then closed, leaving the Earl, mouth agape, staring around wildly as a struggle raged within. The Doctor and Romana stood at the main console watching the Earl through a view screen, while the Doctor simultaneously set the coordinates for their next destination.
Do you think the Earl will open up the Gramrak?
Romana asked. The Doctor glanced towards her. "Who knows? Every solution has its problems." Romana stroked her chin thoughtfully as the Doctor threw the launch lever and they got underway.
It's strange. We went through an entire encounter on an alien world, and not once did we meet a monster.
The Doctor now turned to fully face Romana. "We met no monsters?" he asked incredulously. "I think you're forgetting a few. For one, there was the bulk itself, and if that were not monster enough, I don't know what is. And then there were the demons."
The demons?
Romana asked, puzzled. The Doctor nodded. El Chebua's own inner ones, and they, like the bulk, will always exist. They can never be defeated or destroyed, demons and bulk alike. They can only be managed with time. The two Time Lords lapsed into contemplative silence.
Chapter 9 Trivial Pursuits Part 1.
The TARDIS materialized against the side of a stainless steel building in a fairly wide city avenue. As such, its pulsing entrance was not as discreet as some landings. However, it raised only the odd glance of surprise from the few inhabitants scuttling to and fro nearby. Vadreg, for that was the city's name, was a major urban centre on the planet of Aquathi, home to the Alsheen. The Alsheen were a technologically advanced race. Vadreg, for example, boasted a sizable spaceport, and this, in part, might have accounted for the inhabitants' blasé attitude towards the TARDIS's appearance. Nevertheless, there also seemed to be a general level of preoccupation amongst those rushing past the machine. One door of the TARDIS opened, and through it strode the Doctor, followed by Romana.
Ah,
Romana said knowingly.
Aquathi and the Alsheen.
The Alsheen somehow managed to simultaneously own a distinctive, yet homogeneous appearance. They were vaguely human in proportions, but their limbs were far thinner and more tubular than any man's. The Alsheen's head was supported on a similarly spindly neck, and seemed precariously balanced, given their large size. Indeed, it was about the size and shape of a large pumpkin, an impression strengthened still further by their wide, deep-set eyes and broad mouth. Their skin was a mottled purple colour. Barring this colour difference, and given humans' unfortunate tendency towards unflattering racial descriptions and comparisons, a native of Earth might well think the species walking jack-o'-lanterns. And from their physical features alone, humans might struggle to distinguish individuals from each other, so subtle were the gradations in shade and patterning across their skin, or their variations in height, eyes, or any other features of note. However, Time Lords, well versed in the wonders of the universe, including its peoples, were utterly untroubled by such human failings. In addition, It was in their clothing that the Alshine's distinctiveness shone through, being intensely individual in choice of colours, cuts, and combinations. They were indeed a visually vibrant culture.
I've always had a soft spot for the Alshine.
Romana continued.
A very capable scientific species, and quite a peaceful one to boot. Do you know them, Doctor?
The doctor gave a secret smile. I have had some interactions in the past, or the future, depending upon your point of view. Romana rolled her eyes, but a hint of a smile crept through.
Of course you have.
The doctor then looked about, frowning. But I do not recall this current fetish for flags featuring in their architecture before, he said thoughtfully. Romana followed his gaze, looking up and down the street. The street followed the line of the city wall. This wall, as with most of the buildings of Vadrag, was built of shining stainless steel and was taller than most of the nearest buildings, being almost 6 stories high. Periodically, the wall was reinforced with towers of that same material, reaching up at least as high as the wall itself again. Only a few buildings within the city proper rivaled their height. It was with these towers and taller buildings that some of the incongruities with the Time Lord's expectations began to appear. Of the towers visible, only one appeared to have received recent maintenance and cleaning, at least above the height of the top of the city wall. The others looked more streaked with dirt and droppings from flying Aquathian fauna, and here and there they even had the odd broken window. This same state of disrepair was shared by the taller buildings within Vadrag itself, although again only above the height of the main city wall. The second oddity was at a lower level, and it was most obvious in the street around them. The doctor's use of the word flags was a considerable understatement. Along each side of the street, attached to the buildings themselves as they rose, were vast sail-like stretches of cloth. They were supported at top and bottom by beams jutting out to halfway across the street, and this, coupled with their off-white colour, added to the impression of a city transformed into a yacht club. These sails were offset from each other from one side of the road to the opposite, leaving room for people and traffic to pass, although now forced to thread a zigzag course as they hurried along, casting the odd nervous glance skywards.
I see what you mean.
Romana agreed.
I also don't remember the Alshine being in such a rush. They were always such a calm people.
Flags and fear, the doctor mused, glancing upwards once more as a gust of wind could be heard blowing through the towers. Indeed, a touch of vertigo too, perhaps. Just then, as the Time Lord's eyes had wandered along the top of the wall, they were transfixed by the appearance of a figure. Appearance really was the only fitting description of how this entity had arrived, seeming to ripple or swirl into existence from nothing. And it was the stuff of nightmares. It was roughly humanoid, but not in the way the Alshine were. True, its limbs were elongated and thinner than most Earthmen or Time Lords, but it had more obvious muscle and sinew than the Alshine, albeit stringy and fibrous, like a well-cooked chicken. In keeping with this analogy, its skin was leathery and brown, pulled taut across those same gangly limbs and also its face. That face was one of the most disturbing features of this creature, the tight leathery skin giving it an almost skeletal appearance, eyes popping forward with large bloodshot whites and tiny pupils. Its nose was virtually non-existent, a central line of cartilage separating 2 long nostrils almost flush with the face itself. Its mouth was wide and seemed fixed in either an insane grin or hate-filled grimace. It was hard to say. Finally, long, lank, greenish-grey hair sprouted from its head and fell past its shoulders, being blown clear from its face and naked body by the wind. This revealed 2 flattened and shriveled breasts hanging from its chest like 2 drained wine sacks. And the figure was as tall as the very tops of the towers. In 3 strides along the top of the wall, it had passed from where it had appeared, next to one tower, to reach the next one. Just as it seemed about to touch this second tower, it vanished in the same way it had appeared, like some sort of mirage or dispersing smoke. As this apparition had manifested, several of the passers-by had glanced up in fear before hurrying on. Anxious whispers could also be heard, indistinct save one word which gained prominence through repetition. Breshopep. Romana turned to the doctor, shuddering.
Doctor, what was that thing?
The doctor had still been staring towards the top of the now empty wall. He shook his head slowly. Something quite obviously not of the Alshine. Indeed, I doubt very much it is of this world at all. Whatever it is, it does not bode well. At that moment, K9 trundled from the doors of the TARDIS around the 2 Time Lords and sat, staring out into the sail-bedecked street. The doctor looked down at him. K9, with the data already acquired, can you use the FDSS to locate the exact site of our local source event? Affirmative, Master. And once there, you can scan and acquire more data, and zero in on our quarry still further? K9 whirred. Naturally. Excellent, the Doctor cried cheerfully. Then, K9, fetch! Upon receiving his orders, K9 drove off into the streets, lights flashing and antennae spinning, clearly on the hunt.
And what, Doctor, should we do?
Romana asked. Well, I suppose we should find out exactly what is happening in Vadreg. Usually I would ask a policeman. However, I think I remember where the Central Administration Building is. I may be able to pull some strings, if we're lucky. Romana raised an eyebrow.
Then pull away, Doctor. I just hope everything doesn't unravel in the process.
The Doctor frowned, but could not entirely suppress a smile. O ye of little faith. As it happened, on this occasion the Doctor's memory and sense of direction both held true. Vadreg's main administration building lay close to the city walls, on the opposite side of the street from the largest entrance to the city. This entrance was embedded in the base of yet another wall tower, one which still retained its glass in its upper levels, and, in this respect at least, seemed better maintained than the other tall buildings in the city. The administration building was clearly built to mirror the entrance tower, being of a height and style, minus the enormous entranceway for people and traffic to and from the city. Another difference between the administration building and the entrance tower lay in the former's state of disrepair to its higher levels, broken windows and grime shared with most other tall buildings in the city. The Doctor sweet-talked his way past the entrance security with the aid of his psychic paper, allowing both he and Romana to stride purposefully around the building, attempting to appear to belong. This acceptance may have been facilitated by the Alsheen's familiarity with off-worlders, urbane and sophisticated technocrats as they were. However, the Time Lords were struck by the utter absence of any other non-Aquathians seen on their visit thus far. At last they found a large steel sliding door labelled Offices of the Chief Administrator. The Doctor pressed a button and the door swept rapidly upwards with a swoosh, allowing them access to the room beyond. As the Doctor and Romana entered, the Doctor clapped his hands in delight as he saw the figure seated in the hover chair before them. "Radreg, my old friend, long time no see!" he cried. Radreg stood up from the chair and stared at the Doctor. He was dressed in close-fitting white leggings and tunic, trimmed with yellow buttons. At his waist he wore a patterned belt, reminiscent of tartan in design. About his shoulders he wore a three-quarter-length blue cloak, completing his outfit. "I'm sorry. Do I know you?" In spite of a Time Lord's experience and keen perception, easily able to distinguish the features of an Alsheen one from another, interpreting their speech was an entirely different matter. The Alsheen's tone was so flat and featureless that the Doctor and Romana found no nuances or fluctuations on which to gauge Radreg's mood, only the words themselves. However, they surmised Radreg's demeanour was one of surprised, polite confusion. The Doctor laughed. "Ah, of course. I did not notice how young you are. You would not know me, yet." Radreg nodded his sizable head. "Time travellers, you must be. Are you Gallifreyan by any chance?"
Indeed, we are. Have you had many dealings with our race?
Romana asked.
"I met 2 time travellers in a TARDIS a few years ago. They spurred my own interest in time travel, an ongoing research which I feel is on the verge of bearing fruit."
2 time travellers? The Doctor asked. Who were they, and why were they here? Radreg paused for a while.
"What are your names?"
he eventually asked.
I am Romana,
Romana supplied helpfully.
and your future friend here is the Doctor.
Radreg nodded.
"I'm sorry if that seemed a little rude. It's just the other 2 travellers never gave their names. One, the most flamboyant of the 2, simply said, 'My name is not important,' whilst the other barely said a word during the entire time they were here."
The Doctor stroked his chin. A pair of time travellers, with one far more loquacious and verbose than the other. What an unusual and unlikely pairing. If you do not have their names, could you at least describe their appearance? While Radreg's face was impossible to read, he shifted a little on his feet and ran his fingers together, slight signs of discomfort or embarrassment.
"You must forgive me. My people find it hard to tell other humanoids apart. Your bodies are also lumpy. It is like a confused signal, like noise. As such, and it shames me to say this, you all look alike to me."
The Doctor and Romana exchanged incredulous glances, looking each other up and down.
But surely,
Romana said.
you can tell differences in gender.
Your species has gender, Radrag responded. I had no idea. Fine, the doctor said. Well, you must at least be able to tell something from their clothing. Radrag shook his head. Not really. For example, you both seem fairly uniform to me, drab and darkly clothed. You must have noticed the vibrancy and variety in traditional Aquathi attire. To be fair, I could not reliably distinguish your garb from our previous, most helpful visitors. Who knows, maybe they were you from your futures. The doctor grunted wordlessly at this. Then he changed tack. You say they were helpful. How so? Radrag sat back down in his chair wearily. A few years ago, a plague came to us. The travellers helped us and gave us some respite from it, if not a cure.
We saw a strange figure walk in your wall,
Romana interrupted.
Has your plague anything to do with that?
Radrag stared at her. Presho Pep, he said simply. At that moment, the door behind the Time Lords whooshed open, and in rushed another colourfully dressed Alsheen.
Chief Administrator, a caravan is approaching the city.
The poor fools. Doctor, Romana, come with me, and I fear your questions will be answered. Why did they not obey the travel ban? Radrag leapt to his feet as he said this, and darted past them towards the door. The Time Lords followed hastily in his wake. Together, Radrag, Romana, and the doctor dashed downstairs, out of the administration building, and across to the tower straddling the nearest entrance to the city. Radrag led them to a door in its base, which turned out to be an elevator. This carried them rapidly up to the top floor. This is the observation deck. Do not go beyond the tape, Radrag said before the doors opened. The lift shaft terminated in the middle of this floor, which was otherwise almost completely empty. Each wall was entirely lined with windows, allowing unobstructed views to all cardinal compass points. All these windows were intact and reasonably clean. Just beyond the lift, a length of tape had been hung, perhaps 2 meters from the lift doors, and some 6 meters from the nearest window. As they left the lift, the doctor and Romana could see this temporary barrier extended around it in a rough square, preventing any access deeper into the room.
Our view of the surrounding lands are somewhat restricted this far from the windows,
Romana noted. Radrag turned towards her. It will have to suffice if we want to live. Both the Time Lords stared at him in wonder, but he did not elaborate. Instead, he pointed towards the wall which faced away from the city and looked out onto the lands beyond. Vadrag lay on a wide plain between two shallow mountain ranges, perhaps 20 miles apart at the city, but spreading further in separation as one moved away, also diminishing in height as they went. The plain itself was covered in long green grass or reeds, which swayed gently whenever the breeze touched them. Through this living sea had been cut the main approach road to the city. Far away, other roads could be seen scything through the grass to join the main thoroughfare. Closer to the city, on the last half a kilometre of approach, tall poles as thick as tree trunks had been driven into either side of the road at regular intervals. From there, more of the vast sails and cloth baffles had been suspended, much like the flags or sails hung within the city itself. Look, Radrag said, pointing with more emphasis now. Just beyond the end of the cloth-covered approach to the city, the caravan could be seen. There were about a dozen vehicles about 500 metres from the start of that shrouded section, an odd array of hover cars, some covered, some open-topped, freight haulage floaters, and even some farm vehicles. The caravan was moving at the pace of the slowest of these, presumably to keep everyone together. They have almost made it, Radrag said quietly. At that moment a ripple ran across the plain. The wind had picked up, the Time Lords could hear it now, whistling past the tower, and it was this which had disturbed the grassland. With this wind, Radrag's body tensed. Oh no, he said. Out on the plains, perhaps 100 yards from the caravan, a vast and terrifying figure swam into being. Brown and leathery, with tattered hair, naked wizened body, and hideous face, it strode towards the caravan, towering over them. Some of the vehicles swerved, trying to make some effort to avoid it, but it was on them in 2 strides, walking through the caravan and out the other side. As the horrifying vision passed, the vehicles then stopped moving, for the most part, while those passengers and drivers which could be seen appeared to slump, collapse, or fall from the vehicles. Then the wind died down, the giant vanished, and all was still. What happened? What was that? The doctor asked, appalled. Silently, Radrag reached into his tunic and withdrew an object which looked for all the world like a jeweller's eyeglass. He passed it to the doctor, who recognized it as a device more akin to a telescope.
He placed it to his eye to get a closer look at the caravan. As the doctor surveyed the scene, adjusting the magnification and focus, Radrag said one word. Bresho Pep. By now the doctor could see clearly the devastation upon the plain. Every figure visible had indeed collapsed into a pile of bones. Some bodies were still held together, more or less in shape by their clothing, while others were more jumbles of cloth and bone. These were either piled or scattered where they fell. Alsheen bones were narrower and more cylindrical than their human counterparts, as befitted their different physique. Similarly, their skulls were larger and rounder, and many stared back at the doctor now with empty sockets. It was as if they had died, then centuries passed in an instant, stripping the flesh from their exposed corpses. By the Guardians, the doctor muttered in hushed tones.
What is it, Doctor?
Romana asked.
What can you see?
The doctor silently passed her the eyeglass. Romana gasped as she now saw the results of Breshopep's passage. Now you see our plague, Radrag said. Each time the wind is blowing, Breshopep, the butcher on the breeze, can appear whenever and wherever it pleases, as long as the air moves, at least outside. Romana removed the eyeglass and turned to Radrag.
And it kills? But how?
Radrag shook his head. It is unclear. My own research into time travel leads me to believe that there is some connection, the rapid degradation of the bodies you observed, but I, indeed no one, has yet determined what mechanism is at play. I am beginning to have my suspicions, the doctor muttered. Radrag and Romana turned to regard the doctor, but he remained silent. Then, finally, he turned away from the window and looked them both in the eyes alternately. The sails, flags and baffles, that is what the two time-travellers devised to help. They put up windbreaks, he asked of Radrag. Yes, it has helped keep our streets safe, allowed us to secure at least part of the approach to the city. But the upper reaches of Vadrag, the towers and the wall tops, they are still vulnerable.
Hence the safety barrier. This taped cordon here.
Romana asked. Radrag nodded his vast cranium once more. Breshopep's influence appears to extend quite some way, even into buildings, at least the distance you can see here. At great risk, we keep this one tower maintained for observation purposes, such as today's tragic encounter. The doctor looked about to speak, but then something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. He spun around rapidly to stare out of the window. K9! He cried. Just beyond the white canvas of the covered road, trundling out onto the plain and towards the slaughtered caravan, could be seen the metal dog, very small but still identifiable. The doctor wheeled on Radrag. "Where did your time-travelling helpers land?" he yelled at the startled Alsheen. "Just beyond the city, approximately where the caravan now is, perhaps a little closer." At that moment the sound of the breeze returned, singing past their tower. On the plains, the grasses stirred once more, now swaying in the opposite direction to where they had earlier. Breshopep returned. It strode through the caravan once more, to no additional effect on both vehicles and passengers. K9, however, stopped dead in his tracks. The doctor snatched the eyeglass back from Romana and slapped it hurriedly to his eye. The doctor saw that K9 was utterly motionless, no lights flashing, no movement from his antennae. "K9!" The doctor gasped again, the eyeglass falling from his hand to clatter on the floor. He spun and ran back into the elevator, frantically pressing the button for the ground floor multiple times. Romana and Radrag had to dash back inside the lift to beat the doors as they closed, and together all three were rapidly transported to street level. As soon as the doors were open, the doctor hared out.
"Doctor, wait!"
Romana cried, running barely 2 feet behind the doctor. Radrag, taken a little by surprise, brought up the rear, noticeably further back. The doctor ran out of the city along the cloth-lined road. His passage was utterly unencumbered by people or traffic. No one was travelling abroad these days. The doctor could see the end of the covered section rapidly approaching, and beyond it the still figure of K9. The doctor was just about to pass the end of the sails and enter the plains when he felt a sizable blow to his back and waist. He fell forward, flat on his face, his arms spread wide. After a moment he managed to recover his wits and twisted his head round to discover his assailant. Romana lay over his legs with her arms wrapped around them. She had rugby-tackled him. The doctor narrowed his eyes at her, frowning. "Where did you learn to do that?" he asked. Romana smiled a little sheepishly and shrugged.
Would you believe the playing fields of Eton?
Even the doctor could not fully suppress a smile. I'm beginning to discover that with you I could believe almost anything. Then the doctor remembered his annoyance. Why did you do that? I have to get to K9 to help him. Romana disentangled her arms from the doctor's legs and army-crawled up the road a little to lie next to him.
Because you were about to fling yourself into unnecessary danger. The wind could change at any moment.
Almost as if in answer to her words, a breeze kicked up and ruffled the canvas around them. For now, however, Breshopep did not appear. But we have to see if K9 is harmed, the doctor insisted. Romana looked past the doctor towards K9, some 100 yards ahead of them.
Have you tried calling to him?
Well, of course, the doctor began before stopping and frowning in irritation. Then he also turned to K9. K9! Can you hear me? Are you all right? He shouted from his prone position. For a moment, nothing happened.
Affirmative, Master.
The doctor and Romana laughed and smiled to one another, clapping each other on the shoulders. Then each remembered they were meant to be annoyed with the other and returned their faces to carrying the hint of a scowl. The doctor once more gave his attention to his metal companion. K9! Why did you stop moving? Are you damaged?
Negative, Master, K9 replied. I simply ceased scanning when the entity passed by. It caused multidimensional eddies.
The worst kind, the doctor called back sympathetically.
Affirmative, Master. They interrupted my ability to scan for the source event.
The doctor stood up and offered a hand to Romana, who took it and allowed him to help her to her feet.
Have you located the source event?
She called.
Affirmative, Mistress. I am currently at the site. The eddies are dispersing, Master, Mistress. I shall begin my detailed scans immediately.
Very good, K9. Return to the TARDIS when they are complete, the doctor ordered. And don't dilly-dally along the way, was the doctor's somewhat curt parting shot. The two Time Lords turned and began to walk back towards the city gate. As they walked, they discussed what had just transpired.
You said you had suspicions about Breshopep before.
Romana began.
And just now K9 mentioned multidimensional eddies. Are we dealing with an entity of the bulk?
The doctor nodded. Yes, undoubtedly. But we, or at least I, have had multiple encounters with creatures of the bulk. It is not this alone which has so perturbed me.
How so?
Romana asked. The first encounter I had was a protrusion of a bulk entity into our realm in Sarah Jane's attic, the one which killed Clyde. But this may very well have been a chance encounter, as thoughtless as you or I crushing an ant.
Still a chilling image,
Romana interjected. No doubt, the doctor agreed with a raise of his eyebrows. But I haven't finished yet. With these words hanging in the air ominously, the doctor went on. Next we had those bulk creatures who piggybacked inside other lower-order organisms, the rats on Mondas and the penguins in Antarctica. But the bulk creatures in that instance were themselves some lower-order entity, the rats or birds or ants even, of the 11-dimensional realm. When compared with the vastness and insane complexity of the most godlike multidimensional denizens, as glimpsed in the attic encounter, I mean. Romana nodded.
I see. But in what way do you think Breshopep differs from these interactions?
The doctor turned to face Romana. I think Breshopep is some kind of projection of one of these higher-order bulk entities into our four-dimensional fragment. I suspect that as the fragments of our space-time begin to dissolve into the bulk, they are imparting their energy to that realm. I think some of those entities might be able to taste that. I think Breshopep is experimenting actively with interacting on a four-dimensional level, tinkering with space and time. Hence, the rapid aging deaths of those it passes by. I think it is becoming aware of us, at least in the widest sense of how our existence works and functions. The doctor paused here to stare Romana dead in the eyes. I think the bulk entities are playing with their food. Romana shuddered.
What will we do?
She asked. What we can in the time available, the doctor replied grimly. The two Time Lords suddenly realized Radrag was standing nearby. It seemed he had been waiting for them about halfway along the covered road, catching his breath. It was unclear how much he had heard. Breshopep is a higher dimensional being, he said simply.
Warping the passage of time. Sounds like the most plausible explanation I've heard so far.
The doctor nodded. Unfortunately so. Together they all walked back to the administration building. As they reached it, the Time Lords heard a barely audible chirp. Radrag waved his hand past the small hole in the side of his head which formed his left ear. A faint, indistinct and tinny voice could be heard, but the words were too garbled to make out.
Not another,
Radrag cried. Although his tone was as neutral as ever, his body screamed. "What's the trouble, my good friend?" the doctor asked, momentarily forgetting their respective timelines.
One of the last off-world ships is trying to take off without permission. They know the dangers, but will not listen to reason.
We must stop them.
Romana agreed.
The winds could change in a second.
Radrag nodded, but the doctor pointed, saying, "Too late." The spaceport clearly lay on the right side of the city as one faced the administration building. In that direction, the distant mountain tops could be seen rising above the city walls. Between those walls and the mountains now rose a sizable craft, being borne upwards by multiple flaming engines. The ship itself was quite bulbous and asymmetric, finished in a paint scheme of yellow and white bands. It had barely cleared 4 times its own length into the sky when Breshopep appeared. This time it appeared to stride on thin air, and as it walked it climbed, tracing a diagonal path which cut right in front of the rising ship. It was impossible to tell exactly what had happened to those unknown aliens at the controls, but the effects on the ship were clear enough. One after another, the engines spluttered and died. The nose of the ship tilted slightly towards the mountains, then the craft stalled and began to fall. It sank with ever-increasing speed to disappear behind the walls. This was followed moments later by a ground-shaking explosion and a dirty orange mushroom cloud filling the air beyond the city. Slowly, the cloud expanded and was dispersed by the wind. Radrag, the doctor and Romana all looked down at their feet in grief and defeat. Finally, Romana turned to the doctor.
Doctor, we have to find a way to help these people.
The doctor's head snapped up to regard her sternly. "What do you expect me to do? I cannot remove the wind. Do you know what a planet with no wind is? A dead planet!" Romana looked ready to argue, but at that moment could not find the words. The doctor's demeanour softened a little. "Well, you never know. Perhaps we might find some clue back at the TARDIS. Radrag, would you care to join us?"
"Of course, Doctor. Any aid you can give would be gratefully received."
With that, the trio took the short walk along the perimeter street until they arrived at the TARDIS. They discovered something had arrived before them. "K9!" the doctor shouted happily. "Did you find all that you were looking for?"
"All scans completed, Master. All new data fully assimilated."
"Excellent news, K9. Romana, can you quiz our dear Radrag here on any further details he may have omitted on this Breshopep? I'm just going to pop in with K9 to upload his findings."
Of course, Doctor.
Romana replied. With that, the doctor took K9 inside. About 5 minutes later, the door of the TARDIS popped open again. Round its edge peered the doctor, his face looking ashen and drawn. "I think I may have found something which might help," he said in oddly muted tones. With these words, he stepped from the TARDIS. In his right hand was a disc covered in a variety of small, colourful buttons. One of these he now pressed. Instantly, a holographic globe was projected above the disc, a representation of a Quathy. This rendering in light was superimposed with figures and script, and also had some sort of additional shading over its surface ranging from green to red. "This is an advanced wind speed mapping device," the doctor explained. "It incorporates 1 or 2 of the TARDIS's time visualization circuit designs. As such, it should give you an accurate measure of where the winds will be strongest for up to 2 weeks into the future." Radrag's head darted from side to side slightly, an indication of mild confusion.
"Well, yes, I can see how this would be useful, warning us as to when to stay indoors,"
he said slowly. The doctor shook his head. "No, Radrag, you're missing the point," the doctor said grimly.
"Please explain,"
Radrag responded. "You have many ships now currently grounded in your spaceport, yes?" the doctor asked. Radrag nodded. "And you have many other systems with which you are in contact?" the doctor continued. Again, Radrag gave his silent confirmation. "Then you must contact those worlds. Find those which are still responding. Ascertain whether they are free from any unusual apparitions or other dangers. And if they are, evacuate your people to them." Radrag stood in stunned silence for a moment. Then he inclined his head. I understand. I will do as you advise. I will use your device to see when the wind is at its lowest around Vadrag and launch in those windows. The doctor held up a finger. No. You must look for when the wind is strongest over other locations on this planet. Those are the times to launch. A look of horrified realization crept over Romana's face, while Radrag shuddered. When the wind is fiercest over other settlements, I understand. The doctor nodded once, stiffly. And now, old friend, we must take our leave, the doctor said, pushing open the door of the TARDIS. Of course, Doctor. You have done all you can, and we are grateful. I look forward to our meeting again in the future. The doctor froze for a moment. I hope you're right, he said grimly. Then he entered the TARDIS. Romana looked at Radrag apologetically and shrugged awkwardly. Then she hurried after the doctor. Romana caught up with him halfway down the stairs to the main console, grabbing his arm and spinning him towards her.
What has got into you?
She cried, exasperated. A sense of urgency, the doctor replied evenly. Romana would not release her grip upon the doctor.
No! That is not enough explanation for this. We are leaving, it seems, yet we have not solved the problem. The monster remains. And all you have done to help is give the Alshin a glorified weather app, and a plan to sneak away while the bulk entity is distracted consuming others.
The doctor was about to reply when Romana ploughed on once more.
And,
she said with emphasis,
why be so arch with Radrag? You know full well, as does he, that you met in your past timeline, his future. Of course you'll meet again.
The doctor stared at her for a moment. Then he simply said, Follow me. He led her down the remaining stairs to the main console. He gestured to the view screen currently showing the fragments of spacetime annotated by K9's additional data. K9 completed the updated analysis informed by his latest scans. Look at the display. Romana glanced at it, then back to the doctor.
It hardly looks changed at all. Virtually the same spots as before our visit to Aquathi. Did K9 make some sort of mistake?
The doctor shook his head. You are wrong. K9 data's eliminated almost half the source events from the screen. Look again at all the spots. Romana peered more closely at the display now, scanning her eyes across all of the points marking the source events.
I can't see any... Wait, that can't be right. Have some of them changed color? Some of them look almost...
Black, the doctor finished for her. Yes, your eyes are not deceiving you. K9's new data did remove some of the more recent points of light. And beneath most of them, there is now an utter absence of anything. Those points are pinpricks of nothingness. The universe is no longer just dissolving from the outside in. Now it is starting to break down at the sites of some of the last interactions with our quarry. Romana turned to stare at the doctor.
By the sliders,
she gasped.
Have things already come so far?
The doctor nodded. And you wondered why I cast doubt on my meeting Radrag again? It matters not one jot if I have already met Radrag, and that meeting lies in the future. Not if the whole of space and time dissolves into nothing. When the universe goes, everything goes. All places, all events, all history. The whole of existence. As if it had never been. Romana was finally lost for words, and just clutched her forehead, struck by the enormity of it all. As to helping Radrag and his people more, we did what we could. You must see now. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. My dear Romana, quite simply, we have run out of time. Romana nodded her understanding with a pained expression. The doctor threw the launch lever.
Chapter 10, Trivial Pursuits Part 2.
The last embers of the day were fading fast as the sky over Treep-Rup grew steadily blacker. Treep-Rup was a major settlement on New Savannah, and while it had once owned a human name, it had been renamed by the planet's indigenous inhabitants, a sign of their increasing confidence and independence. The city's wide streets had a certain similarity with central Amsterdam on Earth, if Holland had been hilly and the city free from canals. Certainly the streets were broad enough to happily contain a waterway, had it been required. The tall, close-packed buildings perhaps boasted more balconies than its Dutch twin, but otherwise the similarity in architecture was uncanny. It was in the middle of one of these spacious avenues that the TARDIS now materialized. The door swung open, and through it stepped the Doctor and Romana, closely followed by K9. The road they were now standing on had a slight incline, and the Time Lords were currently looking uphill towards a row of houses marking that end of the street. Closer inspection revealed that this was in fact a T-junction, with roads leading off to the right and the left, the Doctor and Romana being close enough to see a little way down each branch of the perpendicular boulevard. "Treeperup, New Savannah," the Doctor offered simply.
New Savannah?
Romana inquired.
Home of the cat kind?
Indeed. During their period of the early embrace of new technologies, it seems. I would say they've reached a level similar to that of, say, Earth around 1930, or thereabouts. Romana nodded.
Yes, although the architecture has some unique features, there is clearly a lot of human influence here. Wasn't this world occupied under the New Earth expansion?
The Doctor inclined his head. By this period, the cat kind had rejected New Earth sovereignty, but had yet to acquire the technological clout to make their presence felt beyond the confines of their own world, at least not without the aid of others.
Whether welcomed or not, I'm guessing.
Unfortunately, in this somewhat piratical period in space and time, it was frequently the latter. That said, this period of New Savannah history was quite a positive, progressive, and vibrant one. It does seem a little strange. The Doctor's voice had trailed off a little with this last observation, and Romana turned to regard him curiously.
What's so strange? This looks like 1,000 city streets at night on 1,000 worlds.
The Doctor shook his head. It's quiet. Too quiet. This is still evening, and the cat kind are a gregarious and lively people. The streets should be full of their kind, socializing and having fun, the workday behind them, and partying hours still ahead. No, this is very odd. The Doctor and Romana then caught sight of a lone figure scurrying towards the door of one of the houses in the street to their left. Suit and trilby-like hat did nothing to distract from the furry feline features of this individual. Indeed, the brim of the hat had slits for ears, a uniquely New Savannah adaptation of the design. "I say, excuse me," the Doctor shouted politely. His inquiry was cut short by the slamming of the door. The Doctor tutted. "Most unusual behaviour. This doesn't feel right at all." Romana now pointed to the wall of the house ahead of them. There were 2 or 3 fly posters slapped to that wall. Indeed, as they looked to the left and right of the houses ahead of them, they could see these simple flyers everywhere. And all shared the same design. At their centre was the black silhouette of what looked for all the world like a Norman cathedral, complete with tall spire. Over this image was a thick red ring, crossed by a diagonal bar of the same colour and thickness, a clear indication of prohibition. The only words on the poster were easy to understand, even if their motivation was utterly mysterious. It read, "Do not look at the cathedral." The Doctor cocked his head at the posters. "Why on Gallifrey shouldn't we visit?" he mused. "I know it's not popular, but why actively warn against it?"
The cathedral does look very Earth-like, even more so than the buildings here,
Romana observed. "I believe it's pronounced cathedral," the Doctor said matter-of-factly. Romana gave the Doctor a withering stare.
Really, Doctor? Is that the best you can do?
The Doctor frowned at Romana. "No, really, that's how they pronounce it here," he said a little peevishly. Romana looked a little taken aback, but still pressed the point of her earlier observation.
Okay, but why does the cathedral look so earthly?
"Ah, well, Romana, you see, the earlier phases of construction in Treeperup were conducted under New Earth supervision. One particularly zealous faction within the New Earth administration had insisted on the construction of this religious symbol in an effort to convert the natives to their point of view. Obviously, these days, with human influence decidedly on the wane, and a healthy assertion of all things cat-kind, the cathedral has fallen into disuse, and indeed has begun to descend into a state of disrepair. Windows and doors boarded up to prevent injury to the curious, or possibly looting. Not that there is anything of value left inside. The New Earth administration made sure to take all of that with them when they pulled out."
I see. So where is it?
Romana asked. "Oh, down the hill, behind us, in the centre of the city," the Doctor said casually, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. Romana began to turn her head to look behind them. She found her progress halted by a pair of hands suddenly clamped to either side of her head from behind. She quickly realized they belonged to the doctor.
Doctor, what are you doing?
The doctor shuffled round so that they could look at each other without getting any view down the street. "Romana, have you forgotten why we're here? What brought us here?" he asked incredulously. Romana tried to shake her head, then realized she could not with the doctor's hands still attached, and so gently removed them with her own.
Of course not, Doctor. We are here in pursuit of 2 helpful time travelers who appear to be offering aid throughout time and space, albeit aid which seems hastily administered and somewhat inadequate. But aid nonetheless. 2 time travelers who, incidentally, also appear to be the source of the shattering of our entire universe.
The doctor spread his hands, tilting his head at Romana. "And who, do you suppose, put up all the posters?" Romana rolled her eyes.
Yes, we probably shouldn't look at the cathedral,
she agreed wearily. The doctor nodded curtly, then returned his attention to the row of buildings stretching to the right and left in front of them. Romana's eyes followed his. Most of the windows were either shuttered or heavily curtained, at least on those windows facing them. However, 1 or 2 windows on the upper floors of a couple of buildings showed some light spilling forth. In the nearest of these islands of illumination, figures could be seen. Cat-kind as might be expected, they each appeared to be staring out forlornly towards the city centre. All the while they were scribbling into notebooks, barely glancing down at their work, so intent were they on whatever they were watching. Just then there came a sickeningly wet and cracking thud, away to the right of the 2 Time Lords. Their eyes whipped round to see the crumpled body of a fallen cat-kind lying head-first in the street, a pool of blood slowly widening around his crumpled cranium. He was clearly quite dead. "That is most unusual. They usually land on their feet," the doctor noted, frowning. For the second time, Romana turned to regard the doctor with a look of distaste, this time bordering on disgust.
Oh, come on! Doctor! That's just not on!
The doctor frowned at her again, with more than a little irritation. "No, really. The cat-kind do share that trait with their earthly doppelgangers at least. They will always find their feet if dropped from sufficient height." The doctor paused, pointing up at the attic room window above them. This is made easy to identify given the fluttering gas lamp illumination within. "And by my estimation, that would be more than enough distance for any cat-kind to self-right." The doctor turned now to fully face Romana. "There are only 2 possible explanations for this poor fellow's current state. Either he was dead before he fell, or he deliberately threw himself at the ground." Romana shuddered, then pointed to the cobblestones near the body. Just to the right of the corpse lay a discarded notebook. Then she shifted to point at the cat-kind's outstretched hand. Still clutched in its lifeless fingers, held secure in death, was a pen.
I suspect he was alive when he fell. Something drove him to record whatever he was recording right up to the last. And this ultimately drove him to end it all.
Romana offered grimly. The doctor nodded his agreement. "Usually I'd be curious to read what he wrote, but right now I fear curiosity has a bad rap. Let's just get on with our analysis as quick as we can and move on. K9?" The doctor's final utterance was shouted over his shoulder in the direction of the TARDIS. There was an unusually long pause. Finally they heard the dog's strange reply. "Master!" The doctor and Romana stared at each other in horrified realization. "Quick! We must retrace our steps! Don't look back!" the doctor ordered. Together the 2 Time Lords walked backwards towards where they knew the TARDIS lay. Never once did they allow their eyes to wander in the direction they were walking, for fear of catching sight of the brooding dark pile of the cathedral. At last, the doctor caught sight of K9's tail next to his own right calf. He reached down, feeling for K9's body. Then he grasped it and forcibly turned the robot through 180 degrees. The doctor could feel K9 resisting, his motors whirring with a sickening rising and falling pitch, but the resistance was half-hearted and feeble. Soon, K9 was pointing uphill in the same direction as Romana and the doctor. "K9, are you all right? What did you see?" K9's voice came back slowly, and as he responded it became ever more laboured and strained, slowing all the while.
"Master, it lies there.
So dark. The Watcher watches, sees all endings.
K9 fell silent and motionless.
Doctor! Poor Canine!
Romana cried with concern.
What did he see? And how can we help him?
The doctor stared intensely at Romana. That which dog was never meant to know. However, I think I can reset his brain, just the short-term memory, I mean, back to the point when we first left the TARDIS. With that, the doctor withdrew his sonic screwdriver and placed it directly against K9's head. He gave K9 a short burst, then returned the device to his pocket. All was silence. K9's antennae began to spin furiously, his lights flashing wildly and seemingly at random.
Master! Master! There is a discontinuity in my internal chronometer!
Now, K9, the doctor said soothingly. Just sync up with the TARDIS' own timepiece and think no more about it. K9 whirred for a moment.
Affirmative, Master!
Excellent. Now, K9, you know where the TARDIS is.
Affirmative, Master!
As K9 said this, he attempted to twist round in that direction. The doctor held him firmly, preventing this action. K9, under no circumstances must you look downhill. If necessary, travel backwards if you must. Is that clear?
Understood, Master.
Good. Now, do you know the exact location of the nearest source event?
Affirmative, Master. 5 meters ahead of our current location.
Then go scan it, and then return immediately to the TARDIS.
Master?
K9 responded cheerily as he trundled forwards. And K9, the doctor shouted at his rear. K9 paused.
Yes, Master?
Don't look back. K9 continued the last few meters to his quarry, whilst the doctor and Romana walked gingerly backwards until they found the doors of the TARDIS. Then they went inside to wait. The TARDIS materialized on the side of a rough earth road which curved gently down towards a sizable fishing port. The doctor and Romana stepped from the TARDIS into an early autumn night. There was a slight nip in the air, but nothing too unpleasant. England, 1878, the doctor said gravely.
Are you sure, Doctor?
Romana asked. Absolutely. That, he said, pointing down the hill, is Weymouth. The gas lamps you can see on some of the main streets are an indication of the time period. Of course, the TARDIS' own chronometer was the big giveaway. This last sentence was delivered with something of a teasing grin, to which Romana duly frowned. At that moment, K9 trundled out to join them. The doctor turned to him and held up a warning finger. K9, stay! Before you head out in search of our next target, we need to make you a little more inconspicuous.
Affirmative, Master.
Good, good. Now, K9, keep your lights off for now, and make sure your scarf is well wrapped around you. With luck, in this dim light, you might just pass for a real dog. After all, we don't want your appearance upsetting the locals.
Understood, Master.
Romana now chose to move things along.
Now that it's settled, K9, do you know the location of the nearest source event?
Affirmative, Mistress.
Romana nodded with satisfaction.
Excellent,
she said slowly, before catching herself, realizing she was sounding very much like the doctor.
Anyway, where is it, K9?
She continued.
Just behind that sign over there, Mistress. Behind the woman with the stick.
The woman with the stick?
Romana repeated faintly with some confusion. Then she caught sight of the person in question, complete with cudgel. The woman was clothed in a long dress with many layers, and had in addition a blouse, cardigan, shawl, and headscarf. She also had a slight stoop, but the stick was not being used to aid her posture. It was quite definitely being held in a threatening manner.
I suppose we should go over and say hello?
Romana suggested. The doctor nodded his agreement, and so they took a few steps down the hill towards her. As they did so, she raised her weapon over her head with both hands and cried,
Hey there! Go on with ya! Get away, you scurvy souls!
With this, the doctor and Romana stopped dead in their tracks. At this distance, even in the poor light of the moon and stars, it was now possible to read the large billboard behind the belligerent lady. In high, wide black letters against a stark white background it read, Do not enter Weymouth at night. Do not stay in Weymouth past sunset. The doctor and Romana each raised an eyebrow at each other. Then the doctor turned to address the fearsome female. Old woman, have no fear. We mean you no harm. We are just curious about that sign you are guarding. May we approach? The doctor then leaned his head over to K9 and whispered, K9, see if you can sneak round the back while we keep her talking. Make your scans and report back.
Woof!
K9 whispered back.
Old woman!
Came the indignant reply from the unlikely guard.
Old woman? I'm only 35.
It was difficult for the Time Lords to reconcile her appearance and croaking voice with this last statement. "Well," the doctor said quietly to Romana, "I never was very good at judging the age of humans by sight." Romana waggled her head noncommittally.
Well, yes, but even so, 35? I mean, I knew times were tough in this era, but still.
Then Romana shrugged and decided to deal with the hand they were dealt.
Our apologies.
She began.
In this poor light, it was hard to tell who exactly we were addressing. But now I hear your voice and look more closely, your youth is evident to all. My name is Romana, by the way. What's yours?
The woman frowned at Romana and the doctor a little suspiciously, but lowered her weapon to chest height.
Annie.
She said warily.
Well, Annie, my friend here is the doctor. Would you mind if we came over and talked with you?
Step a little closer,
Annie told them.
so I can get a better look at you both.
As she said this, she picked up an oil lamp at her feet and raised it to head height. The doctor and Romana advanced a few paces. Annie squinted at them, then nodded with satisfaction.
It's all right. I'm sorry I was so rude, but it's clear enough now. You neither of you have the look.
The doctor frowned. "I'm sorry. The look?" Annie shook her head impatiently.
Come on, you must know. How far have you come? The look, that Weymouth look.
At that moment, the sounds of shuffling footsteps drifted from somewhere behind the doctor and Romana. They both turned to look over their shoulders. A small group of about half a dozen men were approaching along the road, heading towards the town. They were something of an odd assortment of unlikely bedfellows. Two of them looked like fishermen, while one seemed to be a cleric of some sort. One more wore a tall top hat and looked for all the world like some banker out on a stroll in his Sunday best. The two remaining men looked more nondescript, possibly shopkeepers or clerks, in reasonably smart but modestly priced attire. As the group grew level with the Time Lords, hushed muttering broke out amongst them. It did not seem directed at either the doctor or Romana, but instead the sign guarded by Annie. The men began to veer off the road a little, edging in the direction of the sign. Annie waved her cudgel menacingly.
Hey! We'll let none of that. Get on with you. Back to your homes, or wherever you spend your nights.
The group looked startled and tottered unsteadily back to a course more in line with the road itself. Throughout this encounter, the doctor and Romana had been studying this new group quite intently. Both had found something a little uncanny about these individuals, but were hard-pressed to say exactly what. As this party moved out of earshot, Romana leaned towards the doctor.
Doctor, did they strike you as a little odd?
The doctor pursed his lips. Well, now that you mention it, did their mouths seem to stretch just a little too far around the sides of their faces? For a human, I mean. Romana nodded.
Perhaps. And did you think their eyes perhaps a little too bulbous? En masse, I mean. I suppose it could be a family trait?
The doctor rubbed his chin. If indeed they were related at all, and of that I'm not convinced. And their skin, did it seem a little clammy looking? Moist, perhaps? Romana frowned.
Well, yes, sort of. Apart from the bits which looked oddly patterned or flaky. Eczema, possibly?
Annie had been watching the two Time Lords and listening to their exchange with keen interest.
You see it now. You know it well. That Weymouth look.
The doctor and Romana turned to her now.
Let's say that we do.
Romana said cautiously.
But we still don't understand its significance. Or indeed that of your sign.
Or their apparent animosity towards it, the doctor chimed in. We would be most grateful if you could enlighten us. Annie cocked her head on one side, contemplating the two time travellers and their request. Finally she laid the stick to rest against the sign and placed her hands upon her hips.
You two remind me of someone my mother told me about. So it seems only right to tell you the tale, since much of this comes from her in any event. Of course, still more of this story is far, far older.
The doctor noticed a fallen tree trunk nearby and gestured for the young woman to take the weight off her feet there. She gratefully accepted, while the doctor and Romana remained standing before her.
Weymouth is cursed,
she began bitterly.
Has been for all the time I've lived, and my mother's time before me, and for countless generations before that. It all goes back to the fisherman. the unholy deal they struck. So the legend goes anyway. In a time so long ago, the stars themselves looked different. There were still fish to be caught here, and men to catch them. But then came the ocean famine. The fish died or moved away. Whatever the reasons, the nets lay empty and the people starved. Then one day, a fisherman knelt, weeping, in his boat. He saw the nets droning bare as the day they were made, the boat drifting unattended by this hapless soul. But then, suddenly, he was no longer alone. One of the devils of the sea stood with him there in the boat. The devil told the fisherman he could teach him the secret of the sea, so that his nets would never again lie empty. The fisherman was overjoyed and overflowed with gratitude. It was then the devil told him there was a price. The fisherman would have to lie with the devil of the sea, form an unholy union. And not just this fisherman, with this one devil. All the men of the fisherman's tribe, with many devils of the sea, at the assigned times of each year. Still more conditions were heaped upon the deal. At this same yearly communions, any offsprings from the previous year had to be taken in by the fishermen and raised among them as their own.
Annie paused here for effect to allow the whole unsettling affair to sink in.
And so, Weymouth's nets never lay empty, but the people began to pay the price. Any men left in Weymouth after dark on the day of communion would be forced to partake in the ritual. And those taken into Weymouth to live among us would live as normal at first. They'd marry our women, have children. But slowly, over time, their devil of the sea blood would shine through. Their minds would turn more and more towards the sea, just as their very bodies turned more and more towards their devilish ancestors. Any of us infected with this bloodline has their fate set.
Romana looked horrified, the doctor thoughtful.
But what of this sign? What of your vigil here? What do you hope to achieve?
Romana asked, and he smiled as if at a pleasant memory.
Ah, well, that comes down to my mother, and those two others I mentioned who visited her here and helped make her dreams a reality. Even helped me make this sign here.
Who was your mother? What did she dream? The doctor asked.
Oh, my mother was everything to me,
Annie replied.
and she was no one to anyone else, just another fisherman's wife. But she had a dream to halt what was happening to our people here, or at the very least to stop it spreading beyond our town. But she had no concrete plan until she met the two strangers who visited one evening. Oddly dressed is how she called them. That'd be like you two, I suppose.
With these words, Annie nodded to the doctor and Romana, chuckling.
They gave her the idea to make the sign, to prevent strangers from tarrying too long in this place, to reduce fraternization between those with the look and folks from other towns and seas. They also told my mother the sign would need defending from those already affected by the curse and who would resent this interference. So my mother defended this sign, taught us how to do the same, so that one day I could take over from her, as one day my daughter will take over from me.
Very valiant of you.
Romana said encouragingly.
But I can't imagine you'll need to hand over that duty anytime soon, as young as you are.
Annie shook her head.
Sooner than you might think, I fear. You don't understand how dangerous these folk are. The ever-present threat.
But surely you could get some like-minded people to help you. Surely others could help you other than your daughter. Others must understand the danger.
Annie giggled a little at this.
None can understand the dangers as well as me. None can do this job as well as my family. No one can fight those with that Weymouth look as well as me and mine.
Here she tore back her hair from her face and neck. The skin at her throat was scabby and lined, to such a degree it almost looked like some sort of gill.
For I am one of them.
She laughed insanely as she made this announcement, tears of sadness rolling down her cheeks, cheeks looking older than their years. Annie was clearly fully aware of her fate and that of her family. The doctor noticed K9 appear around the side of the sign, and he gently tugged at Romana's arm, encouraging her to back away slowly with him, retreating in the direction of the TARDIS. As the distance between them and the laughing, sobbing, unfortunate woman increased, Romana quietly whispered to the doctor.
Do you think the Silurians are somehow involved here?
The doctor shook his head wearily. I fear if that was so, it would be a best-case scenario. No, I'm afraid something far darker and more sinister is at work here. Romana looked about to speak, when at that moment K9 joined them at their feet. All three were now at the TARDIS doors. The doctor held up a finger to forestall Romana's words. And no, I do not think we should do something. Or rather, I think we should, but we cannot. The universe, remember? Romana looked downcast, but nodded her agreement. Together, the three companions re-entered the TARDIS. The TARDIS stood upon a narrow raised walkway, one of three leading to a sizable square city, itself raised above the level of what seemed a surrounding swamp. The Doctor and Romana stood with K9 in front of the blue box, staring at that city. Well, partly at the city. The city was low and flat, built of a near-white stone and constructed in broad tiers rising towards a large central plaza upon its highest level. At the centre of the plaza was a massive basalt column rising up at least twice as high as the city itself. It was over 20 meters in diameter and covered in strange script and imagery, both of which seemed to twist the eye and unsettle the stomach, uncanny and disturbing to the core. This weirdly decorated monolith dwarfed everything else in sight. Well, almost everything. One side of the city had no approach walkway. This side faced towards a large, wide lake, perhaps a kilometre distant. Between the lake and the city, very close to the city in fact, rose a terrifying and horrific vision. This thing from the swamp had a decidedly amphibian appearance, most obvious perhaps in the huge webbed and clawed hands it extended, grasping towards the city. Its skin further solidified such speculation as to its natural habitat, being a mottled pea green and covered in sizable warts. Finally, the face left one in no doubt that, in spite of the furious look upon it, this was a creature happiest both in and out of the water. There was a distinctly froggy aspect to that visage, although its wide mouth was far more fanged than one might expect in a creature from such a lineage. The twin crests adorning each side of its face behind its bulbous eyes were also a little extra. However, it had to be its vast size which most assuredly threw it into the extraordinary category in the frog world, coupled with its presumably bipedal nature. This method of perambulation had to be presumed since, much to its ire, it was stuck up to its waist in the swamp. As such, its size also had to be estimated, but if its proportions were roughly in keeping with most humanoid bipeds, the creature's height must almost rival that of the black monolith. And it was certainly in the direction of that monument which the creature now stretched and reached, its flailing hands falling perhaps an arm's length short of the city walls themselves. Obviously, this creature held the attention of the Doctor and Romana as much as the city itself. Well, that wasn't in the guidebook, the Doctor said, leaning towards Romana.
Yes.
Romana replied casually, leaning towards the Doctor.
You would have thought Neilnia's entry would have made more of it.
The Doctor shrugged. Perhaps the Nosner thought it wasn't worth mentioning. Could it be that wandering monsters of gargantuan proportions are 10 a penny in this world?
Maybe.
Romana conceded.
Then again, as an Iron A civilization on something of a backwater world, they don't really feature much in anyone's guide, do they?
The Doctor gave a wry smile. Well, we can't just while away the day chatting. We should probably get K9 into the city and scanning without delay. Romana nodded.
Yes, before the other shoe decides to drop,
she said with a raised eyebrow. I suspect it's already hanging off, the Doctor retorted, nodding towards the beast as they began their walk towards the city. K9 trundled after them. As they approached the point where the walkway met the wall and joined the ramp leading to the higher levels, they saw a figure rushing down that same ramp to meet them.
I have never actually seen a Nosna before.
Romana whispered to the doctor as they both stopped to await the arrival of this new individual. The Nosna skidded to a halt before them and loomed impressively. At 8 feet tall, this was clearly an easy feat for this very non-human being. From its tall trunk of a body sprang 5 tapering limbs. 3 of these formed a tripod at its base, and were obviously its legs. The 2 upper limbs sprang from the top of its body and seemed to fulfill the function of arms. Just below these arms sat 2 jewel-like multifaceted eyes. These looked like fist-sized rubies and stood out starkly against the Nosna's scaly grey hide. Beneath these eyes gaped a narrow slit, presumably the creature's mouth. Just below the mouth was the waistband of what looked a little like very high-waisted 3-legged shorts, or perhaps strapless dungarees. It was hard to give an exact Time Lord equivalent to this singular item of clothing. The only other objects of attire were 3 rubbery-looking caps on the end of its 3 legs, which must have served as this race's equivalent to shoes. The entity waved its arms at the Time Lords in an excited, pulsating movement.
Dear strangers from beyond the sky, be welcome and enter the city of the Nosna in peace.
The creature's voice was unexpectedly light, high, and piping, holding an almost organ-like quality. Its voice was not the only surprising aspect of its greeting to strike the Time Lords. Romana leaned closer to the doctor once again.
They seem rather au fait with otherworldly travelers for an Iron Age backwater civilization,
she said discreetly in hushed tones. Yes, the doctor agreed slowly with an annoyed frown. Then he addressed the Nosna. Let me guess, we are not the first bipeds to mysteriously appear to your people.
Why no, 2 beings very much like you came here quite recently.
The doctor rolled his eyes. Of course they did. Could you show us where they appeared? The Nosna waved its arms in what the Time Lords surmised was agreement.
Of course. Their moving box appeared next to our sacred column, the one you see behind me.
Right in the heart of your city. Of course they did, the doctor muttered to himself.
Perhaps you could tell us your name?
Romana interjected, a little more politely.
My name is Driel Jinth. You may call me Jinth if you like.
Thank you, Jinth, the doctor said hurriedly. Perhaps you could take us to admire your magnificent monolith, and as we travel you can tell us what your earlier visitors were doing here. Jinth nodded its arms forward in agreement.
Certainly. Follow me.
Together Jinth, the doctor, Romana and K9 began the long trudge up the ramp in the direction of the black column. As they set out, the doctor leaned down to K9.
K9, when we reach the site of the source event, complete your scans as quickly as possible,
he whispered behind his hand.
Affirmative, Master,
K9 whispered back.
Jinth, this is just a wild stab in the dark, but did your visitor's arrival have anything to do with the giant creature attacking your city?
Romana asked. Jinth stopped suddenly with a sharp, fluting intake of breath.
Great Nogad, you speak of our god Nogad.
Romana and the doctor looked at one another.
Your god? So, Nogad is not attacking the city?
Romana asked.
Oh no, Jinth said with surprise. Nogad seeks to join with the Black Column, and in the process destroy our city and people utterly. As foretold since time immemorial, so shall it be.
A confused look of disgust crept onto the doctor's face. You seem remarkably unconcerned by this fate, he noted.
It is as we have been taught for thousands of years, long before Nogad finally appeared in person to claim his right. Naturally, we embrace his coming and all that entails when the time arrives.
Romana said thoughtfully.
So, how did your earlier visitors take this news?
Jinth gave a high-pitched laugh. Why, they built the swamp. Again, the doctor said, you seem perfectly fine with this action, improbable as it sounds, given it seems to have stalled your god and averted your accepted and welcomed fate.
Delayed, not averted, Jinth corrected. I said we were perfectly ready to embrace our fate when the time arrives.
I see, the doctor said. Well, perhaps you had better begin your story from the beginning, from when the 2 visitors arrived, or Nogad, whichever suits best. And while you talk, we can walk. The doctor gestured ahead towards the higher levels. Once more the party got under way.
We, the Nosna, only knew our Nogad through the depictions and writing upon the Holy Pillar and other sacred tomes, although he has been with us in spirit since the beginning of time, Jinth began. We had not seen him in the flesh, not until a year ago.
A year ago?
Romana asked.
As recently as that?
Jinth swayed forward again in his species version of nodding. Yes, not long ago at all. A lookout spotted his head just above the waterline, far out into the lake. Although it was unclear at first, we became certain that slowly, unhurriedly, Nogad was moving towards the city. That same day, the 2 visitors arrived.
A most fortuitous event, no doubt, the doctor muttered.
Indeed. They asked us about the appearance of Nogad, shared your surprise at our acceptance of our fate. They asked us if we had a definite day or time for this fate. When we explained that a precise time had never been specified, they then asked if we had any objection to postponing that time. We were surprised, had not even considered it a possibility. Eventually we decided, after discussion with our visitors, that if Nogad had no set time, he could not object to any delays, since they must themselves be part of the great plan. And so the visitors made the swamp.
Romana raised an eyebrow.
They made the swamp? How on Gallifrey did they manage that?
How exactly is beyond our understanding, but I have a good enough overview of their plan. They brought crate after crate from inside their box, more than we thought could ever fit within. Those crates contained devices called explosives. With these they seeded the plains around our city, all the way to the shore of the lake, right to the water's edge. Then they set them off in a sequence, running from the lake to the city, around it, and then beyond. The lake slowly filled the broken ground, turning the plains to swampland, leaving our 3 thin walkways as the only means of leaving or entering the city.
They really did make the swamp to save the state, the doctor grumbled, shaking his head.
Verily, Jinth agreed. I must confess we were surprised when Nogad increased his speed through the lake towards the city significantly once the explosions began. Indeed, he made the shallows near shore that same day. Given we were only working to his great plan, it is indeed mysterious that he suddenly sped up his approach. But from that moment onwards, he was stuck in the swamp, slowly sinking as he moved, until you see him as he is today, buried up to his waist.
At last they entered the high square which contained the monolith. K9 immediately sped over to one very specific spot and began to chatter and whir frantically. The doctor and Romana stared up at the dark and foreboding statue. Then they turned their eyes downslope over the city to stare at the slowly flailing and enraged Nogad embedded in the swamp. They were not alone in this. The square had at least 100 of the Nosna keeping a similar vigil. Hundreds more filled each tier below them, but only on each side nearest to their god, right down to the lowest level. Those there were forced to look up at great Nogad. All the faces of the Nosna visible seemed remarkably calm. A strange cracking slap broke through the air. Nogad's hand had reached the wall. Now his other webbed and clawed appendage crashed home on that same barrier. The giant roared as he half pulled himself free from the mire. The doctor looked back over his shoulder towards K9. K9, could you speed things up a little? K9 began to scuttle frantically back and forth over a small area of the floor, lights flashing wildly, antennae ablur.
Affirmative, Master,
came his somewhat Doppler-shifted voice. Nogad's new raised position allowed his hands to reach further over the wall to crash down on the edge of the public space behind. They crushed half a dozen Nosna in the process. It was so sudden, so unmarked by those around them, that for a second the doctor and Romana did not notice this tragedy. Then they saw the greasy yellow stains oozing out from under Nogad's fingers.
Why don't they run?
Romana asked in horror. Jinth looked at her curiously.
Why would we run?
He asked gently.
It is our destiny.
Nogad now clawed his way entirely free of the swamp. As his hands and feet thundered down inside the city, a large section of the outer wall collapsed back into the mire, some blocks thrown quite some distance by his scrabbling ascent. And as his feet found purchase inside the city, the first few screams could be heard, cut short sickeningly by their landing. Clearly, acceptance of their fate only overrode the innate desire for self-preservation so far, and in the final moments, when that animal part of their brains fully comprehended their fate, it found voice,
Too little, too late. Nogad now reared up on his hind legs and thundered through the near-stationary crowd to grasp the walls of the next tier. He left a trail of bodies and yellow ichor in his wake. "K9!" the doctor cried questioningly in the direction of the robot. K9 suddenly zipped over to stand at his feet.
"All scans complete, Master,"
he reported primly. "Good boy," the doctor praised. Then he turned to Jinth. "I am sorry, Jinth, but we must take our leave now," he said sorrowfully. Jinth waved his arms in a pleasant, relaxed fashion. "Of course, this is not your fate." The doctor and Romana both looked at Jinth with a mixture of horror and guilt. There was yet another crash, accompanied by one or two screams. Nogad had reached the tier below them.
Come with us.
Romana said desperately.
You don't have to stay.
Jinth swayed his arms from side to side. No, I do. It is my fate." Now came a roar. Nogad's forehead and eyes rose above the level of the wall before them, staring directly at them with mindless malevolence. "I think it's time for you to go," Jinth said softly. The doctor grabbed Romana by the arm, and together they ran back to the ramp, K9 hot on their heels. Behind them, all they could hear was tumbling masonry and sickening squelches. The ground began to shake now as they hared down the ramp, passing the lower tiers as they ran. The doctor glanced back over his shoulder, searching for the source of the disturbance. Nogad had wrapped his arms around the lower portion of the black column, his legs pointing towards the doctor and his companion. These legs pumped slowly yet determinedly at the floor, and as they did so, huge blocks of stone were torn free. Nogad was climbing the column. As the two Time Lords and K9 reached where the ramp met the walkway upon which the TARDIS was parked, some of these stone blocks began to land in the city and swamp around them, in some cases perilously close. Glancing back, it was clear Nogad had become more enthused and energetic in his attempts to scale the statue. As they began to run across the causeway towards the blue box, blocks fell all around them, one even bouncing off the walkway itself, mere feet from the Time Lords. "This is all eerily familiar!" the doctor shouted to Romana breathlessly. Romana shook her head, panting as she ran.
Not to me,
she replied. They dashed through the doors of the TARDIS and did not stop there. Together they ran down the steps to the main console, K9 floating down behind them. All the while, the TARDIS shook and rolled with the repeated impacts outside. "We have to get underway!" the doctor shouted.
Where?
Romana responded, equally loudly. "Anywhere!" the doctor cried, then threw the launch lever. The TARDIS began to wheeze and groan, yet all the while it shook and bucked as boulders crashed into the swamp and walkway around it. Finally, though, the effects of the collisions faded, and all that remained were the familiar notes of the engines.
What coordinates did you set?
Romana finally asked. The doctor shook his head. None. I just sent us on a cruise into space-time. Well, what we have left of it at any rate. Romana nodded her understanding and leaned back against the central console, sighing. Then she noticed K9.
K9, could you please update the display with your new source event data?
Affirmative, mistress.
There was a moment of whirring and chattering.
All new data assimilated. Shall I update the readout?
Of course, K9! The doctor thundered authoritatively, even if his enthusiasm seemed a little forced just then. K9 buzzed and flashed once more.
Update completed, master, mistress.
The doctor nodded. Come, Romana, let us see what we can see. Together the Time Lords walked over to the appropriate screen. The fragments looked far more nibbled and distressed than before. Their own fragment had a multitude of black spots or absences, while once there had been points of light marking source events. Only 2 points of light remained.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Romana asked, cocking her head towards the doctor. Oh, no, Romana. I'm sure we can do better than that. Romana nodded, and together they peered more closely at the screen. Romana frowned.
Does that spot look a little different to you?
She asked. I believe you may have something there, the doctor agreed. He began his habitual dance of appearing to twiddle knobs and flip switches at random. Romana knew full well he was attempting to magnify the image and maintain focus, and left him to his game. Perfect! The doctor finally cried triumphantly.
I never had a moment's doubt,
Romana assured him, with the barest hint of sarcasm. Naturally, the doctor replied, apparently oblivious to any insincerity. It seems we have discovered an island, he continued.
It appears to be a section of our fragment partially detached from the rest, the Doctor explained. It is surrounded by, well, nothing. Our space-time seems to have already dissolved in a narrow region around this patch. However, there are still corridors of space-time connecting the source event region to the rest of our domain. It must make this quite an odd place, only accessible to the rest of our universe in specific periods of time from specific locations in space. A most exclusive resort.
Yes, I can see that.
Romana agreed patiently. Of course, such restricted access is the merest triviality to those in possession of a time ship, such as ourselves. Romana nodded back at him.
Oh, absolutely. The question is this the source event we want to visit? One which looks on the verge of collapse and dissolution? I mean, the other choice looks more normally embedded in our fragment of time and space.
The Doctor flashed her a mischievous grin. Well, you know what they say. You only live 12 times. Romana pursed her lips, but her eyes could not entirely hide the smile.
Liar,
she said as he threw the launch lever.
Chapter 11. End of the Line.
The Doctor and Romana stared at the exterior view screen, lost in thought.
What is this place?
Romana asked, frowning. The Doctor was similarly bemused. Somewhere which, apparently, no one has bothered to name. I am certainly not familiar with it. Romana snorted slightly.
Well, that makes a pleasant change,
she said with a wry smile. The Doctor gave a single silent chuckle, only detectable through the motion of the Doctor's head and shoulders, and the faint burst of breath through his nose. He nodded towards the view screen. Pleasant, you say? The picture on screen was unusual, to say the least. The TARDIS stood on what could best be described as savanna, stretching away for quite some distance, before finally being interrupted by low hills. However, no matter the eventual variation in geography, there was an unsettling uniformity in tone to their surroundings. The sky was blue, broken by the odd white wisp of cloud, a sight which would look almost earthly or Gallifreyan, but for the slightly darker shade of blue. The ground, however, was another matter. As far as the eye could see, all was a slightly orange shade of red. Close to the TARDIS, the cause of this coloration became obvious. Everything was covered in gently swaying plants of this very distinctive pigmentation. To call them plants was a somewhat creative use of the term. They had a strangely rubbery or fungoid aspect to them, their fronds being oddly reminiscent of certain sticky silicon stress toys as might be found in the hands of many on 21st century Earth. There was a slight breeze which seemed to be making them sway, and this motion continued until it was lost with distance, although presumably the hills were equally alive to this dance.
It is a little, hellish, isn't it?
Romana suggested. Well, that's a very human-centric way of viewing it, particularly for a Time Lord, the Doctor pronounced, aloofly. Romana snorted again.
You're a fine one to talk,
she said derisively.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Glorious! The Doctor cried, spreading his hands wide. Gloriously hellish, he then added, offering Romana a sly smile. Romana chuckled.
Fine. Well, should we risk going out and taking the breeze? I mean, there is some fairly unusual-looking fauna out there.
The Time Lords could tell that the red vegetation was waist-high due to the scattered figures apparently wandering the savannah at random. None seemed closer than 100 meters from the TARDIS, and indeed none of them even seemed to be looking at the TARDIS. All these individuals appeared to be looking in random directions, and what movement there was seemed slow and hesitant. Most were too distant to reliably make out their species, but it was clear that no two were alike. There was no commonality in form to these strange inhabitants. One of the nearest might have been Jadoon, but it was difficult to be sure. The Doctor studied the view screen, then moved to a different panel of the main console, flicked a few switches, and looked at the readouts there. He tutted and shook his head. Well, the air is sweet and clean, according to the exterior sensors. No harmful microorganisms, at least not to us. There really doesn't seem to be a good excuse to stay inside. Romana nodded.
Yes, I agree. It all sounds far too positive. What about evidence of bulk incursions?
She asked. The Doctor shrugged. The divide between our reality and the rest of the bulk is perilously thin here. I'd be surprised if there weren't any incursions in this world. But as to specifics, neither K9 nor the TARDIS can identify any strange occurrences. Romana nodded her understanding.
The doctor stuffed his hands in his pockets. "So, shall we go for a stroll?" he asked.
Affirmative, Master.
K9 piped up. The doctor shot him a warning look. "I wasn't talking to you. No, K9, you've told us where the local source event is, and the foliage looks a little sticky for you. Best you stay here and let us two do the heavy lifting for a change."
Understood, Master.
K9 responded obediently.
In answer to your question,
Romana chipped in, a little impatiently.
I think exploring our surroundings is an excellent suggestion.
Together, the Time Lords mounted the stairs to the main doors. They whirred open as they approached, allowing them to enter the savannah beyond. The two Time Lords scanned the scene before them, peering at every detail.
The inhabitants. That's strange. They all seem to be facing away from us.
Romana remarked. "Probably just a trick of chance. They may appear to all be facing away from us at this moment, but they are all still, in fact, facing in different directions. This unusual spike in their directionality is not necessarily an indication of significance, or indeed design or plan."
Perhaps,
Romana responded, not entirely convinced. There were two other features of note on the plain before them. Both were strange artificial constructions. The first stood perhaps 200 meters away and looked eerily like a water tower. Indeed, minus the studio insignia, it looked very much like the Warner Brothers water tower. It had a few more vents and short lengths of piping projecting from its body than the studio emblem, and there seemed to be a grilled window on the side facing the TARDIS. However, its 4 long metal legs and white paint job did still evoke this image. Beyond that odd construction stood the second point of interest in their immediate vicinity. Around 300 meters beyond the tower, and slightly to the right of the direct line of sight from the TARDIS to that construction, there was a single low hill. At the top of this hill, a sturdy palisade wall had been constructed. Tall tree trunks had been sourced from somewhere, cleaned, prepared, then driven in tightly so that no gaps existed between them. There did seem to be the suggestion of some sort of gate, again on the side facing them, constructed of the same materials. At this distance, it was unclear if this fort was occupied or not, but it certainly looked recently built. The Doctor and Romana stood shoulder to shoulder as they studied these two artifacts before them.
So,
Romana said briskly.
Shall we take a look at the tower, stroll to the fort, or pop over and chat to some of these distant wanderers?
The Doctor was about to reply when something bumped into their backs. Both spun around in surprise. They stared in horror at the Dalek. Romana made a sharp intake of breath, but the Doctor held up a finger, cautioning silence. Mute, they now regarded the rear of this most dangerous of creatures. They were forced to survey the Dalek from this unusual angle, since it had backed into them. The Doctor and Romana looked at each other wordlessly, then nodded as both agreed on the sensible course of action. They took a careful step backwards. Barely had their feet come to rest when the Dalek ran into them again, then also stopped. Now the Doctor tugged at Romana's arm, and together they tried to edge around the Dalek to get a better but discreet view of its front. The attempt was in vain, however, since as they moved, the Dalek rotated, always with its back to them, and always in contact. The Doctor again held up a finger as an idea struck him. He gestured for Romana to stay where she was, while he attempted to edge around to the Dalek's front. The war machine seemed unsure of what to do. It jittered back and forth hesitantly, as if fighting to point its rear at both Time Lords simultaneously. However, it seemed the desire to remain in its current position, pressed against Romana, ultimately won the day. The Doctor could finally see the Dalek's single eye, and although he must have crept into its peripheral vision, it still did not turn towards him. Most curious, the Doctor muttered to himself. Romana took this as a sign they could now risk being heard.
Doctor, what is it? What can you see?
It appears to have something in its eye. What the Doctor saw was eerie and unnerving. The Dalek's eyepiece was entirely filled with some sort of black goo. Indeed, some of this same substance had oozed past the seal around its lens and had begun to hang down in oily tendrils towards the ground.
Doctor, could you perhaps give a little more detail?
Romana asked, a tad impatiently. Absolutely. It seems this being is infested with something not dissimilar to the bulk entities of the Mondasian rats and the Earth penguins. Romana looked aghast at the Dalek, and in particular to where it was touching her.
Didn't you say they drove people mad with their touch? And how come our landing was so smooth? It must have been quite close to us when we landed in order for it to have sneaked up like that. It was probably just the other side of the TARDIS from the main doors.
The doctor held up a warning digit. I said not dissimilar. However, this must be some variant or cousin of those beings. Obviously, the effects you describe are not shared by this variety, whatever it may be. At that moment, the doctor noticed an odd figure jumping up from hiding in the red vegetation, about 20 meters behind Romana. He was dressed in a cream button-up shirt, a leather satchel over his shoulder, and dark glasses pushed up to rest on his forehead. In one hand he was holding what looked like an ornate walking cane. With his other, he was gesturing wildly at something behind the doctor, while staring the Time Lord directly in the eyes. Then he ducked down to disappear back amongst the plants. Both the doctor's and Romana's attention had been entirely absorbed by the Dalek, but the doctor now scanned their surroundings. Their investigations with the alien killing machine had caused them to drift a little way from the TARDIS, which now stood about a dozen yards away. The figures who had been scattered across the plain were still there and were still all facing away from the two Time Lords. Only now they were mere meters away. Many of the figures stood between the two Time Lords and the TARDIS, and indeed were closing to form a ring around the pair and their overly affectionate Dalek companion. No two figures in the ring shared an origin. There was a grubby-looking Cyberman, a Jadoon with slumped shoulders and a non-standard outfit, more of a mercenary, it would seem, than the regular Jadoon Enforcer Service. Many more races were represented here, several not immediately easily recognizable. The only similarity was their contradictory attitude to the two Time Lords, all shunning them with their backs, yet closing ever tighter upon them. The Doctor and Romana tried to run, but only succeeded in dragging the Dalek with them, then running up against the other figures in the circle they had inevitably run towards. These odd, reversing, slow-moving beings now began to crush in upon the two Time Lords, increasingly restricting their movement. Indeed, it was rapidly becoming painful for them both, and their breathing ever more laboured. At that moment, the lone animated individual suddenly leapt from the undergrowth, very close to them. As he did so, he pulled his walking stick in two. He used his momentum to knock two of the figures pressing the Time Lords off their feet, while yelling, "Duck!" As best they could, the Doctor and Romana pulled their heads down. They managed this just in time, as something long and narrow sung through the air mere millimeters above them. The head of the Dalek was suddenly separated from its body and sailed through the air. Their rescuer was in possession of a sword cane, quite a formidable one at that. "Come with me if you want to live," the swordsman said, nodding in the direction of the water tower. His voice had a slightly Australian quality to it, but it was always hard for Gallifreyans to pinpoint people's origins from their tone alone. Such was the price of their effortless understanding of a billion tongues. But for now, such questions would have to wait. They were off and running. They followed hot on the heels of their rescuer as the red foliage stuck and clung to their clothes, leaving behind red smudges. The Doctor examined his suit as they ran. "We shall have to get the TARDIS to dry clean us when we get back," he observed.
If we get back,
Romana responded, nodding behind them. Their pursuers were definitely slower than the Time Lords and the new stranger. Walking backwards was a clear disadvantage in that regard. However, they were relentless, and their numbers far higher than before, or at least the density of these beings in the Time Lord's immediate vicinity. That said, there was some distance between the three fugitives and the crowd upon the savannah as their rescuer at last reached the nearest leg of the metal construction. He instantly began to climb a ladder built into this steel support.
Quick, follow me up. Trust me, we'll be safe enough inside.
The Doctor and Romana looked at one another questioningly, but neither felt in any position to argue. They rapidly scaled the ladder after the man. At the top of the support there was a narrow observation walkway running around the body of the tower. The swordsman opened a door whose appearance and operation shared much similarity with those of a submarine.
"Please, come inside,"
the man said with a grin.
"My home is your home."
All three entered the cone-roofed metal cylinder. The door closed behind them. Their initial impression of a submarine was strengthened still further upon first seeing the interior of their rescuer's home. All the furniture and fittings were metal and had a well-worn, slightly grimy patina. A hammock had been slung between one part of the curved wall and a nearby section, the curvature of the wall allowing it to hang freely and slightly out into the centre of this single room. Every other item of furniture was integrated into that wall. A bench, formed by an extrusion of that same surface about knee-high, ran around the entire chamber, save for where the entrance lay. At various points around this seat lay a sink, what looked like a food preparation station, and one part of the bench contained a lid which looked ominously sanitary in nature. At the centre of the room stood a thin-framed vertical ladder leading to the ceiling, presumably to give access to the roof and to allow maintenance to be carried out. The Time Lord's host gestured to the bench.
Have a seat. My name's Rongad, anthropologist by trade, swordsman by necessity.
As he said this, he hefted his metal cane to illustrate his point.
Thank you.
Romana said while taking a seat. The doctor remained standing, brooding. Romana glanced at him with a quizzical expression, but continued her conversation.
I must say, it is a surprise to find a human scientist here. Wherever here might be, that is.
Rongad flashed her a grin.
A human scientist? How do you know I'm not a Gallifreyan one?
Romana looked taken aback.
You know of our race?
She asked with surprise.
I saw your ship land. Not many vessels to mistake that for.
Are you Gallifreyan?
Romana continued.
Or human?
The grinning Rongad looked about to reply when the doctor cut in. He's neither. Romana and Rongad both turned to regard the doctor. Rongad's grin, while now a little surprised, had widened still further. He spread his arms wide, inviting the doctor to continue. He's an Argond, the doctor announced without fanfare.
An Argond?
Romana responded, shocked. Rongad's grin remained, but for a fraction of a second the colour and texture of his eyes shifted to give the briefest impression of orange reptilian ones. Then in an instant they had returned to a human or Gallifreyan appearance.
Doogie Rev,
Rongad said approvingly. They are infamous shapeshifters, the doctor added casually.
Guilty as charged, although we do like to appear in the same form as our guests, for their comfort and peace of mind.
Romana nodded knowingly.
That explains a lot. I couldn't quite believe you were Gallifreyan. We Time Lords have something of a sense about our own race. Not always 100% reliable, but still.
Rongad inclined his head towards her.
Some things you just can't fake.
I thought your race extinct by this time period, the doctor added matter-of-factly. For the first time, Rongad looked a little thrown off his stride. As he responded, his bravado sounded a touch more forced.
Well, I mean, you know, I haven't seen another of my kind for quite some time, but we always were something of a rare sort. Still, we can't be extinct. I'm the living proof.
That is undeniable, the doctor conceded cautiously.
Besides, you Gallifreyans are hardly ones to talk.
Rongad scoffed. The reports of our race's death are greatly exaggerated, the doctor replied casually. Anyway, he then continued, Rongad, perhaps you could enlighten us as to the nature of this strange world, its name, its peculiar inhabitants, how they and you came to be here. Rongad moved to sit a quarter of the way around the room from Romana. The doctor sat down next to Romana.
As to this place, it has no name, except the one I gave it. I call it End of the Line. You'll see why by and by. What brought me here is no doubt the same thing which brought you. The same thing which brings everyone. Rumours. I'll wager your reasons, mine and theirs, may all differ, but the tales guided us here just the same.
The doctor held up a finger. Let's just assume for the moment we arrived here by chance. Indulge us and tell us the tales, if you will. Rongad tilted his head in a gesture of generosity.
Whatever you say. The tales are two-pronged, but both forks lead back to the same place. A tale of a world which comes and goes in history, only accessible from certain places at certain times. A part-time world, if you will. Then there was another tale. Whispered stories in shady bars of desperate souls. Hunted or haunted people. People near death, or expecting its knock at any moment. And these people all seeking a world fabled to allow them to escape their fate, to live beyond their date with death. Both tales were sketchy and fragmented, but slowly I was able to piece the details together, enough to find this world at any rate. So I hired passage on a freighter, paid them enough to drop me here in this survival pod to conduct my research. Hopefully paid them enough to come back and pick me up, once all this is over. I guess we'll see. And then I set about my main goal, to study these people who fled here, those who sought to cheat death.
Would I be right in thinking they are the ones we encountered outside?
Romana asked. Rongad nodded.
Ah, yes, the survivors. I'll bet their fate was not what they'd been hoping for.
Quite, the doctor agreed gruffly. But why are you studying them? Are you too feeling the Grim Reaper's breath upon your neck? Rongad laughed.
Oh, come on. Wait. Who are you both? Pardon my lost manners. I've been alone for a while now, more or less. I'm a little rusty.
Romana.
Romana responded with an indulgent smile. The doctor supplied a little more coolly.
Doctor, Romana, Rongad said, nodding to each in turn. Surely you both know enough about the longevity of the Argond to realise I have no skin in the game here. What you see is what you get. Oh, you know what I mean.
Rongad added those last words in response to the doctor's sceptical raised eyebrow.
No, my interest here is purely academic, and really, when you get right down to it, a personal curiosity about, well, everything. I mean, I might write a paper about what I discover, for posterity I suppose, but such considerations are leagues below my own innate desire to know.
As Rongad finished his account of his motivations, his house seemed to sway ever so slightly, as if buffeted by a gust of wind. "Have you seen these survivors before?" the doctor asked. "I mean, have you looked one in the eye?" Rongad inclined his head towards the doctor with a knowing grin.
I can tell you, Herr, from your question. Yes, I've seen them up close before, from all angles. Risked my life for my studies on many occasions. Yes, they all share those same eyes, or rather, they all seem filled with the same black goo, and they are all attracted to the living. Yes, I know what you're going to say.
Rongad interrupted himself, holding up his hands to forestall rising interjections from the two Time Lords.
Why do I distinguish them from the living? Well, maybe I do, maybe I don't. But I do know they're attracted to anyone not filled to tears with oily goop. Their senses also seem utterly disconnected from how they were when they were normal. Walking backwards, clearly sensing the living on that side of their bodies and moving ever closer to them. And if enough of them get close to you, well, that's it. They crush the life out of you by sheer weight of numbers. I've seen it before. I'm not the only researcher to turn up here over the years, and few of us have survived.
The doctor nodded his understanding. "Yes, they do seem somewhat possessed. You certainly showed an interesting technique when dealing with them," he said, pointing towards Rongad's sword stick.
Yep. They keep on coming right up until you separate their head from their body. Then the game is over.
Rongad agreed grimly.
An impressively sharp blade,
Romana interjected.
particularly given its size and weight. You completely decapitate a Dalek.
It's all in the wrist.
Rongad claimed with a wink. "I rather think it's all in the blade," the doctor responded coolly. "Nth material, if I'm not mistaken." Rongad raised an eyebrow.
Most impressive. I found a deposit in the hills to the east. Burnt out the atomic manipulator, forging a blade out of it to replace the regular steel one McCain had originally.
As Rongad said this, he pointed to a blackened and charred device built into the wall. It had definitely seen better days.
Nth material?
Romana asked with a puzzled expression. "Material from the multidimensional realm. Metal from beyond our universe. Material of the bulk." The doctor's answer was delivered sternly, his eyes not upon Romana, but instead narrowed in assessment of Rongad. Romana now also turned to regard the Argond anthropologist.
Your people have the ability to recognize and manipulate material from the 11-dimensional plane. How much do you know of what is going on here?
She demanded. All playfulness and patience vanished in an instant. As she said this, she rose to her feet, the doctor matching her movement. Rongad now also stood up and looked back at the two Time Lords, equally shrewdly.
While our respective knowledge may not overlay exactly, I doubt there's anything you can tell me I'd find difficult to comprehend. For instance, I'd not be surprised to learn if something from the bulk had infested all of the unfortunate survivors out there, on the plane. Would not be surprised if this had occurred once their expected deaths had finally caught up with them, leading to half-remembered tales from their companions or other witnesses of life after death. After all,
he continued, hefting his sword stick in his hand,
where there is one bulk deposit, why not others? This was the theory I was beginning to formulate, at any rate.
The two Time Lords and the Argond all stood looking at each other in silence for several moments. Finally the doctor spoke. "You may very well be right that we have similar perspectives on this matter, and complementary information."
Have you noticed any other commonalities between these survivors? Although perhaps victims might be a better label.
Romana asked, complete with suggested relabeling. Then she was struck by a further thought.
The Dalek's casing was very dirty and marked, but I thought I saw a strange, possibly alphanumeric symbol on it. Before you sliced right through it, I mean.
Rongad looked about to answer when the doctor cut in. "Oh, probably just some sort of military identification. There have been all sorts of factions and splinter groups amongst the Daleks over the years. For all we know, it could have been some Band of Brothers tattoo." Rongad looked about to speak again, when this time it was his own home which butted in.
The water tower had moved again, but this time far more significantly, rocking back and forth. The hammock continued to sway even after the room returned to a steady state. "It seems to be blowing up for quite a gale out there," the doctor noted. Rongad looked horrified.
"There are no high winds on this planet,"
he cried, rushing towards the small square window nearest to him. "Oh no," he said, ominously quietly. The room now swayed again, more violently than before. The doctor and Romana, who had been trying to make their way over to Rongad, were nearly knocked off their feet. Unsteadily, they joined him at the window. From the narrow grated opening before them, it was difficult to look directly down, but by pressing their foreheads against the glass, they could just see where the nearest two support gantries met the ground. The savannah at the base of the water tower heaved with bodies, all facing away from the tower. Those nearest pressed up hard against the supports, their push being amplified by dozens, perhaps hundreds, more radiating out from the tower into the plane itself.
"Whenever I climbed the tower before, they always dissipated. I was wondering if it was because I was out of sight, or just far enough away for them not to sense me. That was why I was practicing hiding in the red undergrowth when I found you, to see if this disrupted their sensing. But I was totally wrong. How can they be sensing us in here?"
The doctor turned to look Rongad in the eye. "And then there were three," he said grimly. Rongad was about to reply when the tower shook and lurched again, this time failing to return to a fully upright position. Romana and the doctor fell towards one side of the central ladder, while Rongad was thrown to the other side.
"There are too many of us!"
Rongad wailed in frustration.
"Too many in one place! Too much life!"
"Perhaps not for much longer," the doctor cried back as the tower now lurched in the opposite direction to which it had been leaning before. Only this time it did not stop. The doctor struggled to his feet, his ears ringing. He could not be entirely certain if the ringing was solely in his head, or if there was some residual vibrations in the metal life pod following its crashing impact with the ground. The doctor continued to groggily take stock of his condition. Had he lost consciousness when they hit? He shook his head painfully, but in denial. If he passed out, it was only for a moment. He looked around him in search of Romana. The room lay on its side and was quite crumpled and distorted by the landing. Indeed, the roof had popped off completely, and the red vegetation of the savannah could be clearly seen through the opening. Fortunately for now, none of the survivors on the plane could be seen there. A pile of seating cushions near the doctor suddenly shifted and tumbled from where they lay. Romana rose unsteadily to her feet amidst them. Both the Time Lords looked around themselves. Of Rongad there was no sign. "Quickly, Romana! We need to find our rescuer. He clearly knows more about this planet and what is going on here."
Agreed,
Romana said, nodding. Together, helping each other as they went, they struggled along the debris-strewn wall and out of the opening left by the missing roof. Now outside they could see how they had fallen and why, for the moment at least, they had been spared a crushing assault from the survivors. From the crushed vegetation and bodies it was clear the tower had fallen, then rolled to where it currently lay. The broken plants had spilled their ruddy sap hither and yon, releasing its perfume into the atmosphere. And oh, the sweetness of the air. The roof was some distance away, in line with where it had been thrown by the initial impact. As was Rongad. Like the Time Lords, Rongad had found his feet. Unfortunately, so had around half a dozen of the survivors. They had him pinned in the middle of their group, but he still had one arm free, the one clutching his sword stick. Unfortunately, he had no other free hand with which to draw the blade.
"Rongad, hang on, we're coming!"
Romana cried encouragingly.
"No!"
Rongad yelled back, still attempting to grin in spite of the pain. Still more of the survivors were slowly joining the press, squeezing him ever more tightly. Romana took a step towards him, but the doctor held her arm, looking at her sorrowfully. He silently shook his head.
"Hey, Romana! I've got something for you. Catch!"
As Rongad said this, he used his free arm to fling the sword stick in the direction of Romana.
Almost without thinking, she caught it in her right hand.
"Take care of it for me,"
Rongad said to her, almost gently. Then he turned his attention to the doctor.
"Will, you said you thought we were extinct. You might just be about to witness that very thing. Feast your eyes on history in the making."
The doctor shook his head in frustration. "I'm sorry, Rongad. I wish there was something we could do." Rongad grunted as the pressure upon him increased, and with it the pain.
"Just get yourself safely to High Point. It's the palisade on the hill behind you. I know the people there. They'll help you. As for me,
I guess it's finally time I joined the rest of my people."
Having only just finished his pronouncement, he then cried out in agony,
"Ah, no! I had not expected this!"
Rongad's words dissolved into a bubbling death cry of pure agony and snapping bones. Then his head flopped limply on his neck, unsupported. Rongad was dead. Romana's head dropped forward, eyes seeking the floor, while her knuckles whitened as she gripped the sword cane with both hands. The doctor had never lost eye contact with Rongad throughout his final moments, but now he turned to Romana. "Let's make sure we keep that safe," he said, nodding at Rongad's weapon. Romana looked at the doctor, eyes filled with a bitterness and frustration which more than matched his own. Nevertheless, she signalled her silent agreement. Together, the doctor and Romana ran away from the slowly encroaching survivors, forced in the direction of Rongad's suggested destination. There were currently too many of the shuffling aliens between them and the TARDIS to make that a viable target, for the moment at least. That said, as they ran through the sweet-smelling air, fragranced by the red flora which lay crawling across every surface, they were able to steadily increase the distance between them and their unnatural pursuers. They reached the base of the hill now, High Point as Rongad had called it, and found the flaming plant climbing even here, right up to the wooden palisade itself. Indeed, some of these red vines were even beginning to scale the lower reaches of this timber wall. The Time Lords climbed now too, heading for a portion of the palisade which seemed to contain two distinct sections, gates to allow entry. They stood now before the gates, but as their eyes scanned the tops of the walls, no one could be seen. "Excuse me, could you please let us in?" the doctor cried. The only answer was silence.
"We're friends of Rongad,"
Romana chimed in helpfully. In spite of the volume of her cry, her voice was still tinged with sadness. The gates swung inwards and open. Together, the doctor and Romana walked through the entrance. As they passed the threshold, the gates swung closed behind them, revealing their operator. A short young woman, dressed in black raw leather trousers and waistcoat, complete with other items of light leather armour and fittings. She was also carrying a black bow, a bow she currently had trained at the doctor. "Ashilda," the doctor said simply.
"Do you know this girl?"
Romana asked.
"Woman,"
Ashilda corrected. "Yes, I know her," the doctor replied coldly.
"Head towards the center of the compound.
Ashilda ordered.
We don't want to attract the survivors."
The doctor and Romana turned towards the center of the enclosed area, but immediately failed to comply.
"That is a TARDIS!"
Romana cried.
"But neither of these people are Gallifreyan."
The causes of her surprise and not a little outrage were twofold, and both stood about 20 meters away at the very middle of the hilltop. The first of these was the TARDIS itself, although in its current configuration only the keen eye of a Time Lord, and a most perceptive one at that, could have identified it as such. Currently, it appeared to be a small roadside American diner. "Today must be the day for American retro-themed vehicles," the doctor noted. The second cause of Romana's consternation stood in front of this TARDIS. She was dressed in dark trousers, a white shirt, and a light grey woolen jumper. She had dark brown hair cut in a bob, and to the sharp senses of the Time Lords was clearly not Gallifreyan. Ashilda waved the doctor and Romana towards the centre of the hill with her bow once more, and this time they complied. Together, the doctor and Romana came to a halt just in front of this new, unidentified woman. Ashilda stood behind them and slightly to one side. The doctor half turned his face back in the direction of Ashilda. "You, I know," he said slowly. Then he turned to fully face the woman before them. "But you, I don't know. And I never forget a face." The doctor said this with an air of certainty, yet a haunted look about his eyes betrayed the lie.
"Doctor, what is it?"
Romana asked.
"Do you know her?"
The doctor frowned, shaking his head. "I know Ashilda. Know her well, I think. I accidentally made her immortal. My apologies again for that, Ashilda." Ashilda rolled her eyes, looked unimpressed, and simply shrugged noncommittally. The doctor continued his assessment. "The other, I know I should know. But all there is a void. A void in the shape of a person. I can almost tell you who, but I can't quite put my finger on it." The woman before them smiled a knowing smile. She took a step towards the doctor.
Then let me put my finger on it for you,
she said, and with that touched his forehead between the eyebrows with her right index finger. The doctor reeled backwards, as if struck by an electric shock, stumbling with legs buckling, forcing Romana to catch him under his armpits to prevent him collapsing completely. Still supported by Romana, the doctor's head lolled around loosely on his neck, his eyes rolling in their sockets, mouth slack. Then suddenly his head snapped forward, his eyes now fixed and staring intently straight ahead. He recovered his footing and gently removed Romana's hands from under his armpits with a brief nod of gratitude. "Clara Oswald," he said simply to the woman before them, tight-lipped but with a slight smile playing around the corners of his mouth.
Well, who else, you silly old fool?
Clara said with a chuckle. Romana frowned.
You do know her then?
Well, yes and no, the doctor replied. I mean, I didn't know her until about 10 seconds ago. Didn't know her for all the time we've been travelling together. But yes, I know her now, and I knew her before. Clara chuckled again.
Maybe it'd be better if I explained,
she said helpfully.
Maybe it would,
Romana responded in a guarded manner.
Well, you see, I used to travel with a doctor. This doctor, as it happens. And the one before. But then, unfortunately, I died due to an incident with a quantum shade.
Romana narrowed her eyes at Clara.
You seem to be weathering death remarkably well,
she observed.
I know, some of us can really pull off the whole walking corpse thing with aplomb, can't they? No, I really can't claim the credit here. It was the doctor who saved me.
Romana raised an eyebrow at the doctor. Yes, it's all my fault, he said levelly.
I'm afraid so,
Clara continued cheerily.
But as you will soon find out, not quite everything went to plan. Anyway, the doctor used a Gallifreyan extraction chamber to freeze my life between heartbeats and extract me from the universe.
Romana stared at Clara with calculating eyes.
That is a very delicate mechanism, wherein a plethora of things might go wrong, unless it is treated with the utmost respect and care,
she said coolly, with a hint of warning.
So I have heard, but I think the doctor may have had some help working the extraction chamber.
Romana continued to stare levelly at Clara.
I wasn't talking about the extraction chamber.
So, Clara, what happened after we wiped my memory and you literally, in every sense of the word, vanished from my life? The doctor asked.
Oh, this and that,
Clara said matter-of-factly.
Obviously, Ashildr had her own TARDIS at the end of the universe, and so we headed back to Gallifrey in it. At least that was the original plan. To go to Gallifrey. The long way round. I mean, I figured we didn't have to go straight back and reinsert me in the time stream. Just so long as that was always our planned final destination. My very final destination. My fixed point in time.
Ah, I see, the doctor said. The long way round. Yes, been there, done that. I can quite understand the appeal. Clara shuddered a little at this.
Well, maybe not that long way round.
The doctor batted her concerns away with a wave of his hand. No, of course not that way. Anyway, what did you do on your grand tour of time and space? Clara smiled as she recalled her journey.
You know, the usual. Doctory things. Visiting planets, finding trouble. Solving problems. Same old, same old.
The doctor nodded. Very commendable. But something changed, am I right? Clara frowned and nodded.
The TARDIS, our TARDIS I mean, alerted us to a cataclysmic event. The whole of space and time fragmented, and the fragments, ours included, began to dissolve. So our grand tour became a very targeted mission of mercy. We visited places where the universe seemed most in danger of disappearing, or where the thinness of the universe was allowing things into our space-time, endangering those living here.
The doctor nodded. Yes, that was how we found you, your trail of good deeds. I don't mean to nitpick, but you seem to have done a few of these acts of benevolence in a bit of a rush. A little slapdash, perhaps. Not wishing to demean your efforts, of course. Clara frowned.
Well, we were under a little pressure, what with the whole of time and space falling apart.
Then she smiled a little.
Besides, I more viewed us as fingers in the dike. We knew you'd be along sooner or later to properly clear up the mess.
The doctor inclined his head graciously. Very kind of you. Your faith in my skills is most reassuring. But I sense that there was another pressure hastening your course, particularly as we approached this current place and time. Clara stared directly into the doctor's eyes.
The Raven.
She said with deadly earnest.
The Raven?
Romana chimed in. The quantum shade, the doctor explained tersely. Clara Oswald nodded her agreement.
Yes. Somehow, with the shattering of the universe, the quantum shade, the deadly Raven, learned how to traverse time as well as space. The first time he appeared on a planet we were helping, Ashilder and I almost didn't recognize it for what it was. That was the closest I've ever come to dying. Well, apart from the first time, of course. At first it could take weeks before he would finally catch up with us at a new location in space-time. But eventually, over time, the lead we had over it shortened. Now, it is a matter of days before he catches up with us usually. Barely enough time to settle down and help anyone before he chases us on again. So, what brought you here?
Romana asked. Clara sighed and looked downcast.
We thought we'd found a way to defeat the Shade and save the universe. We discovered how to track the Shade through space-time. It was easier than expected. We were already monitoring weak spots in our fragment within range of our sensors, in order to target aid, but then we noticed trails between places we have visited, lines of stress or weakness. And these were the paths the Raven had flown, straight as an arrow between one encounter and the next. The quantum shade chasing us was tearing the universe apart.
So why come to this odd world? The doctor asked.
We had heard rumors on our travels of other people who had been hunted by quantum shades. Other marked beings like me.
At this point, Clara quickly turned her back on the Time Lords and raised her hair to show the black tattoo upon her neck, the timer on 0 in a strange script. Then she turned back to face the doctor and Romana.
The legend said that those who sought to avoid the fate of quantum shades simply had to find this unnamed world. And when the shade found them, as long as they were standing on this planet, they would leave on past the end of death timers.
But it wasn't what you'd hoped for, was it? The doctor offered sympathetically. Clara shook her head.
No, not at all what we had hoped for. The people who had fled here had all been fugitives and criminals, marked for death by the quantum shades. But when death found them, it took them just the same. And before their corpses could even fall, something else had taken up residence. Something from beyond our universe, if Rongad's theory is to be believed.
The doctor and Romana shifted uncomfortably at the mention of Rongad's name, but chose not to mention anything of his death at that moment.
And so, here we are.
Clara concluded, a little deflated.
Nothing to show for our visit, and all the while the quantum shade tearing through the universe. Quite literally, to get to me.
Romana looked thoughtful.
So you believe the quantum shade is tearing apart the universe?
She said, almost to herself. Clara nodded. Just then a klaxon rang out from the diner behind Clara.
The Raven comes,
Ashilda announced grimly.
Doctor, what do we do?
Clara asked desperately. Ashilda, where's the shade? The doctor asked. Ashilda pulled a small device from a pocket and glanced at it.
About a kilometer north of here,
she reported. The doctor wheeled on Clara. Clara, do you trust me? Clara nodded, her eyes wide.
Always.
The doctor nodded in recognition of this. I have a plan, but everyone has to do exactly as I say. Is that clear? Clara and Ashilda nodded quickly. Romana stayed still. The doctor gave Romana an intense stare. Somewhat reluctantly, she inclined her head. Good. Now, Ashilda, Romana, you need to take Ashilda's TARDIS to find the builders of the quantum shades. You must persuade them to dismantle them, all of them, for the good of everyone. Monitor my TARDIS, and either find us in space and time if you're successful, or, if you find we're on Earth, come to us, as we will only have returned there once this is over.
But where are we going?
Clara asked, bewildered. We, the doctor announced confidently, are going to outrun the shade in my TARDIS. Then we shall defeat it the old-fashioned way.
Which is?
Clara pressed. Intelligence, guile, and cunning, the doctor proclaimed with a grin and a nod. Clara smiled at his confidence and bravado. Romana gently grabbed the doctor by his upper arms and turned him towards her.
You know you don't have to do this. Not this time. We could trade roles. Let me take the weight for once,
she said earnestly, staring into his eyes. The doctor stared back into her eyes with equal intensity. No, I do. It is my responsibility. Always has been, always will be. Everyone's safety is in my hands, and mine alone. We each have our role to play. Yours is to keep Ashilda on task. Mine is to run like the doctor with Clara Oswald. Romana pursed her lips at the doctor, but released her grip upon his arms and nodded curtly. Then she turned and dashed with Ashilda back into the American diner. As the doctor and Clara ran back towards the palisade gate, the diner began to wheeze and grind as it faded in and out of existence. Clara opened the gates, and together they strode through to look out across the savannah. Between them and the doctor's TARDIS there was still quite a high density of survivors scattered about, and in the case of the nearest, now slowly wandering backwards towards them. Far away to the north, distant but heading right for them, was a slowly growing black speck. The doctor turned to Clara, grabbing her hand with an excited grin. "Run, Clara, run!"
Chapter 12. As the Crow Flies.
The TARDIS flew through the maelstrom of space-time at breakneck speed. While its course was straight and true, it spun and pivoted on its axis as if dancing, or perhaps seeking to confuse. In its wake, trailing by perhaps 100 of its lengths, flew the impossible. A black bird of the corvid family flapped determinedly through the same swirling time and space, an environment it was never born to. Nevertheless, still it came, its beady eyes never losing their hold on the TARDIS. Inside, the doctor dashed from panel to panel frantically, while Clara Oswald stared at him with concern, touched by fear.
"Come on, girl, come on! I know there's more to you than that!"
The whine of the TARDIS engines was at an unusually high pitch. The pulsing aspect of their sounds also had a far higher rate than was normal. The central column of perspex, encasing various metal rods and plates, was rising and falling with such fury it seemed it might well shake apart.
Doctor, will I make it?
Clara asked hesitantly.
The doctor grabbed his head in his hands by his hair. "We must outrun the shade," he cried. "This shouldn't be possible. How did it learn to fly through space-time freely in the first place? How is it so fast?"
Clara looked down at the rear view screen on the main console and stared grimly. The doctor joined her. Juddering and flickering weirdly, almost as if it fluttered in and out of existence, was the black bird, staring directly out of the viewer, seemingly straight into Clara Oswald's eyes. She shuddered.
Do you think Ashilda and Romana will be able to do something about the builders of the Shades? Strike a deal, perhaps, once they realize the damage it is causing to reality, now that it has learned to cross through space-time itself, causing the universe to shatter?
The doctor stared silently for a long moment. "They may not believe that that is the truth. But there is always hope," he finally admitted, still staring at the image on the screen.
Even when it's forlorn?
Clara responded with a grim smile, gallows humour. The doctor returned her smile, born of the same spirit. "Even then," he conceded grimly. He returned to staring at the view screen, lost in thought. Finally he looked up, still musing, but seeming as if something was finally coalescing in his mind. "It's quite small, really, isn't it? Our persistent bird, I mean."
Well, yes,
Clara agreed.
But in this case I fear size isn't everything. It still carries my death mark. It turns out the Grim Reaper is a homing pigeon.
Clara once again smiled faintly, attempting to make light of the situation, but largely failing. The doctor chuckled, but was equally poor in carrying it off. "Oh no, I fear you're quite mistaken in this case. Size may very well be the key. Have you any idea how massive the TARDIS is?" Clara smiled indulgently at the doctor.
Well, given I've got lost in here more than once, I would imagine it's quite heavy.
"Very heavy," the doctor agreed. "And weight, like responsibility, comes with a great deal of power."
What are you getting at, Doctor?
"That shade may be fast, but it probably doesn't require much power to achieve this. It probably carries practically no weight at all. The TARDIS is matching its speed, more or less, but achieves this with far greater power. We need to turn this power difference to our advantage." Clara nodded.
Okay. How?
Have you ever been to Sagittarius A? The doctor asked casually. Clara frowned.
The name sounds familiar, but I can't say I have. Where is it?
The doctor gave a knowing smile. It's at the center of the Milky Way.
Isn't there a supermassive black hole there?
The doctor gave a little mute round of applause, smiling proudly at her. Very good. That's the one.
And we are going there?
She asked, not without concern.
Is it safe?
The doctor shook his head. Absolutely not, he stated boldly. Clara looked aghast, but never quite lost confidence in her friend.
You have a plan, I assume?
When do I not? He countered. Clara cocked her head at him.
I suspect more times than you admit,
She said, unable to hide a smile. The doctor sniffed. I'll never tell. Now the doctor moved to the navigation panel of the main console. Changing course for Sagittarius A. We're going to get up close and very personal, he announced. Quite rapidly, the view screen began to show the approaching black hole. Well, not the black hole itself, so much as those stars closest to it, caught up in insanely fast orbits, many accreting material into the invisible black hole itself, passing into that lightless region within the event horizon. We are going to trace a parabolic path and graze the event horizon as we go. This should allow us to pass beyond this monster's influence.
Which monster? Sagittarius A or the Shade?
Clara asked. Both, I hope, the doctor replied.
Will we be able to break free?
The doctor stood up straight and flexed his shoulders. Well, that is where the power comes into play, he began. The TARDIS is a craft of unimaginable resources. I am fairly confident she has the strength to pull us through. Clara grimaced.
Fairly confident. I am overwhelmed. And the Shade?
The doctor ignored her dig and tackled her question without concern. As I said before, the Shade must lack the power of the TARDIS. It should be swallowed up and lost forever in the center of the galaxy. The doctor glanced down at the screen, then gripped the side of the console. You'd better hold on, Clara. We're going in, he cried. The familiar notes of the TARDIS engines began to be overlaid by another wailing scream. It sounded for all the world like a World War II dive bomber attacking.
Entering the ergosphere, Master!
K9 suddenly chirped up, taking everyone by surprise. Thank you, K9. Good to know, the doctor shouted encouragingly over the rising din.
Approaching event horizon, Master!
K9 then reported. The TARDIS was rattling quite violently by now. Excellent! Everything is going to plan. It was unclear exactly who the doctor was trying to convince.
Tangential trajectory to event horizon achieved, Master!
Finally! The doctor cried and dashed round to the rear view screen, where Clara still waited, gripping the console for all she was worth. They both watched as their unshakable pursuer flapped along in their wake, approaching that same perilous trajectory along the edge of the event horizon.
Departing tangential trajectory, Master! Beginning ascending phase of parabolic course!
From the rear view screen, they could tell the quantum shade was still in the tangential phase of its trajectory, still scraping the event horizon. Then, for a split second, the image of the shade seemed to flicker.
Doctor, did you see that?
Clara asked quickly. The doctor frowned with deep concern. I'm not sure, he said slowly.
I can't be certain,
Clara continued.
but for a second it looked almost like two birds. Or perhaps some sort of reflection in the event horizon. But that would be impossible, wouldn't it, Doctor?
The doctor continued to stare at the screen. The event horizon certainly can't reflect light, the doctor agreed thoughtfully. A look of horror now crept slowly across Clara's face.
Doctor,
She said quietly.
is it getting closer?
What colour there was in the doctor's face drained away, his mouth fell open. He turned suddenly to K9. K9, what is the trajectory of the shade?
The Shade has attained an ascending trajectory, Master. Its velocity has also increased.
A shattering realization hit the doctor. Bloody Penrose, he said softly and bitterly.
Doctor, what is it?
Clara asked in hushed tones. The doctor turned slowly to face his companion. Clara, I am so sorry, he said flatly. Clara gripped the doctor by the shoulders.
Tell me, what went wrong?
The doctor shook his head. I am a fool, he began, eyes downcast. The quantum shade gained energy as it fell into the black hole's gravity well. It gained a great deal by the time it reached the event horizon. While travelling there, it underwent pair production, produced a twin, which fell into the black hole. Inside the event horizon, I mean. Clara shook her head in disbelief.
But shouldn't that mean it lost energy when it produced a pair?
The doctor shook his head sadly. When its partner sacrificed itself to the monstrous appetite of Sagittarius A, it tricked the beast. The very act of eating allowed the free shade to steal from the black hole. This is why the shade is gaining even now. As he spoke, they both turned back to the rear view screen. The black hole was already lost from view, as the TARDIS had already achieved its new path in space and time. The crow-like bird could still be seen, however, and now it was barely 50 TARDIS lengths behind. And the distance was visibly closing. Clara shuddered.
At the speed it's moving, or rather is capable of moving, once he enters the TARDIS, it will rip through me faster than the eye can see, faster than a speeding bullet. Perhaps that would be for the best. Not to see it coming.
The doctor considered this for a moment. No, I don't think so, he said thoughtfully. I think it flies at a speed deemed natural to its current medium. Now, it was never naturally meant to fly through space-time like this. It seemed to evolve to overcome its constraints, to reach out to you across all of time and space. But however inconceivable its current speed may be, once in atmosphere, I suspect it will very much be as the crow flies. Clara looked far from reassured.
Inside the TARDIS, vast as it may be, I fear that will be fast enough.
Clara then gasped and pointed behind the doctor, staring up the stairs leading to the entrance doors. The doctor turned to regard those same doors. They were quite some distance away, and it took the doctor a few moments to locate the cause of Clara's concern. The inside surface of the door seemed to have acquired a blemish, or a small lump, but it was far from clear from where they were standing. The doctor ascended the stairs, Clara trailing warily behind him. As they reached the top, the shape finally became recognizable. It was a large black beak.
Doctor, is it stuck?
The doctor waggled his head as he regarded the half-closed beak jutting out before him. Unfortunately not. I suspect it's having trouble in the transition from space-time flight to air travel, a transition further complicated by a rather solid door. However, we both know solid objects have no real substance to a quantum shade. Eventually it will overcome its confusion and seep through. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud, raucous, screeching caw. The beak was now completely exposed and open. Above glinted two beady black eyes, fixed doggedly on Clara Oswald. Clara had jumped upon first hearing the bird's cry, but now stared the shade down, unflinching. "Quick, Clara!" the doctor cried. "Come with me!" As he said this, he trotted a few steps towards the top of the stairs, leading back down into the TARDIS. Clara did not move.
Where?
She said, still staring into the black avian visage.
Where can we run to? The TARDIS may contain a lot of space, but I can't outrun a bird on foot.
Contain a lot of space? The doctor repeated Clara's words back to himself, lost in thought. Clara turned to face him now.
What is it, Doctor?
The doctor gave a single chuckle, with an oddly grudging tone. May come in handy, eh? He muttered to himself. Then he looked Clara in the eyes. I assume you still want to avoid this at all costs, he said, suddenly deadly serious.
Of course. I've kind of got used to living.
Clara cried, her hands in the air. The doctor nodded. Then, he said slowly, come with me if you want to live. With that he turned and walked briskly back down the stairs to the main console. Clara trotted after him. The doctor began flicking switches on one of the panels there.
Doctor, what are you doing?
Clara asked, with nervous glances over her shoulder at the main doors. I'm just moving an old item of mine from one cupboard to another, the doctor said elliptically. At that moment there came a second caw. The quantum shade had broken free of the door. The doctor grabbed Clara's shoulders. Clara! Run! He ran then, dragging Clara with him, and led them both into a short white corridor leading away from the main console room. There were entrances to the left and right about halfway down the corridor, and it was towards the right-hand opening that the doctor now guided them. The door was closed, but the doctor had it open in a moment via a nearby keypad. Together, they burst into the white room beyond. In spite of the imminent danger, Clara staggered to a halt, stunned by the eye-wrenching vision before them. There were walls, floor and ceiling just beyond the opening of the door itself, those to left and right complete with roundels, those above and below flat and featureless, all white, barring the shadows within the roundels themselves. So far, all was in keeping with the rest of the ship. But it was the shape of this space which twisted the mind and gut. In some sense, it was a little like being inside a peeled banana, if bananas were cuboids, the banana invisible, and the peel infinite in extent in one direction and bounded by a door at the other. In other words, utterly unlike a banana. And just ahead of them, on the same gently sloping floor on which they stood, was a bright yellow Edwardian car. In its own way, perhaps the object most reminiscent of a banana in this room. The doctor jumped into the driving seat. "Quick, get in!" he yelled at Clara. After a moment's pause, she complied.
Are you sure this thing can outrun a raven?
The doctor rolled his eyes and he started the engine, while simultaneously stroking the steering wheel gently with his other hand. "Pay her no mind, Bessie," he said soothingly. "She has no idea what she's saying." A black shape appeared, moving rapidly towards them, in the doorway to the cupboard. In that same instant, the doctor floored the accelerator, and Clara was pressed back hard in her seat as they rocketed away from the shade.
I take you back, Bessie. I take you back.
Clara cried, laughing in spite of their situation. As they drove forwards, walls, floor and ceiling all spread away from each other in ever-widening space. Clara looked around in wonder and amazement.
What is this place?
She asked in awe. "A cupboard," the doctor answered simply.
I see.
Clara responded skeptically.
And where did this cupboard come from?
Here the doctor looked a little uncomfortable. "It was given to me by one of my earlier incarnations. Turns out he might have been doing me a favour after all," he said a little tetchily. "I won't be thanking him for it," he mumbled darkly to himself.
And why is it this shape?
Clara pressed further. The doctor waved around him with one hand, the other firmly upon the steering wheel. "This tract of hyperbolic space-time," he explained airily, "should go on forever. In theory. At least in the direction we're driving." Clara nodded sagely.
Incredible.
They drove on together for several minutes. Eventually, Clara felt forced to voice a minor nagging impression.
Shame it's such dull scenery.
The doctor frowned, clearly irritated, but also contemplated the criticism. Finally, he flipped open a panel on the dashboard and began tapping a few buttons there. "Well, I never," he muttered to himself. "The young fool left the config file of this room open to change."
What can you do?
Clara asked with renewed interest. "Well, for a start, this!" the doctor announced with a flourish. As he spoke, the scenery began to shift, starting at Bessie's location and rolling outwards in a rippling wave. The entire surface they were driving on transformed into what appeared to be rolling English countryside, peeling off into the distance. Meanwhile, the walls and ceiling became a pleasant sky blue. Clara laughed in delight, clapping. Then she was struck by a thought.
Is there any music in this vehicle?
She asked hopefully. The doctor rolled his eyes once more, but smiled indulgently. He reached over to another part of the dashboard closer to Clara and pulled out what looked like a microphone on a retractable, flexible support. "Just make your request into that," he said. Clara leaned towards it and whispered something. The strains of gentle strings began to waft from hidden speakers. This was joined now by the voice of Louis Armstrong. What a wonderful world. And so the doctor and Clara drove on and on through endless English fields of green, serenaded courtesy of an aging roadster named Bessie. Eventually the song ended. Clara turned to the doctor.
Doctor, we can't keep driving forever, can we?
She said with a hint of sorrow. "I suppose not," the doctor agreed briskly. "It's time we headed back." Clara looked at him in horror.
Back? But that's where the quantum shade is.
The doctor shook his head. "Not straight back. This vast pocket universe has given us ample room to manoeuvre, and Bessie has put quite a bit of straight-line distance between us and the shade. We shall angle around our pursuer and still arrive back at the door with quite some distance between us." Clara nodded her understanding, but still looked uneasy.
But once we're back at the door to this place, once we're back inside the TARDIS proper, we'll still have that thing after me. What can we do?
The doctor ran a hand through his hair, looking pensive. Well, we shall have some time on the journey back, and before it arrives at the door, to give this some consideration. Clara gave her silent assent, and the doctor turned the car through 135 degrees. Their journey back had been as picturesque as the final part of their outward tour, but this time there was no music. Clara had not felt in the mood, besides which she did not want to distract the doctor as he contemplated her fate. And so it was that the doctor pulled Bessie up in front of the entrance door in almost total silence. Together he and Clara exited the car and left it behind them as they passed into the TARDIS corridor beyond. The doctor immediately turned round to face the cupboard. "Sorry, old girl," he said as he closed the cupboard door. He then spent a minute tapping frantically at the keypad next to it. Finally he tapped one more key with a flourish, and both door and keypad vanished. Clara gasped.
Doctor, what have you done?
The doctor smiled determinedly. "I made it go away," he answered simply. Clara shook her head.
But doctor, you know the shade can pass through any solid object without effect, until it enters the body of its prey, that is.
The doctor continued his tight smile. "You misunderstand. I made it all go away. Bessie included, unfortunately." Clara looked at the doctor incredulously, still not allowing hope to well up, lest it be dashed in a moment.
But how?
She finally asked. "I changed the shape of the universe," he said. Clara stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. "Well, not this universe," the doctor clarified. "Just the pocket one, which formed the cupboard. I forced the topography to mirror itself, so that instead of a termination point where we previously had our door, I made that just the narrowest part of a bidirectional hyperbolic universe, a double funnel, if you will, spreading out in both directions. In the process, I was forced to allow the pocket universe to knob off from our universe, in this case where it had been attached to the TARDIS, in effect to become its own utterly separate entity, where the shade can live out its eternal days with just poor Bessie and some bioluminescent organisms for company." Clara could not prevent tears springing to her eyes now as she grabbed the doctor, embracing him and holding him tightly. The doctor, never entirely comfortable in such situations, patted her back awkwardly. Clara dusted herself down and regained her composure, wiping away the odd stray tear.
Right then, where now, doctor?
She said matter-of-factly, almost pulling it off. "Well, first the main console room. Then we take the TARDIS to Earth. Romana will be monitoring the TARDIS's position from you and Ashilda's own vehicle. If she sees the TARDIS return to Earth, she will know it is over and join us there." Clara nodded, smiling.
An excellent plan, doctor. I thoroughly approve.
The doctor simply nodded, still looking a little awkward after the recent intense display of emotion. They walked together back to the main console room, where the doctor then entered the coordinates for Earth, in the early part of the 21st century. The engines changed note, and after a minute or two, the doctor activated the materialization circuits. The Perspex central column rose and fell a few more times, then was finally still.
Come along, doctor,
Clara said briskly.
Let's go outside and wait for the others.
The doctor nodded his assent. Together they climbed the stairs, Clara in front, the doctor behind. The doors whirred open as they approached. Clara stepped through into the discreet alleyway beyond, then turned to face the doctor, who now filled the open doorway of the TARDIS, just 2 feet away from her.
Like I said, there's always a little wiggle room,
she proclaimed with a grin and a wink. The doctor opened his mouth to speak. At that moment, the raven burst from his chest and slammed into Clara's own. Her face filled with pain and surprise as the light of life drained from her eyes. Her knees began to buckle as a black, smoky substance left her mouth along with her final breath. The doctor dashed forward and fell to one knee as he caught her lifeless body in his arms, her head lolling backwards unsupported. He reached his free hand towards her head, shaking and hesitant, stopping just short of touching her face.
"No,"
came his broken voice. Now there was something this Time Lord had never allowed himself. At least, that was the story he had built around him. Tears came to his eyes. He shifted his position so that Clara's head was now supported by his hand and arm, so he could see her face when next he spoke.
"I tried to save you,"
came the doctor's shattered voice, knowing all the while there were no ears to hear save his own.
"Tried to save you both,"
he continued.
both you and the universe.
He shook his head in pain and regret, unable to shake free of either, as they grasped his hearts and throat.
But it wouldn't let me!
The doctor's head sank, and his frame shook as he sobbed over the body of Clara Oswald.
Epilogue.
The doctor stood alone in the main console room. The TARDIS still stood in the Trap Street alley it had landed in a few hours before. Only now it had been joined by a large stone sarcophagus, which marked a grave newly dug, right in the middle of that same street. On the sarcophagus was the simple engraving, Clara Oswald. Just beyond this new monument, forged by the doctor in his grief, stood an American diner, almost filling the narrow alleyway. Ashilda had returned to this upon discovering what had happened, and had said not a word to the doctor, but her eyes had spat venom and hatred upon the Time Lord. Romana had entered the other TARDIS with Ashilda, presumably to get her lift home. Now the universe was saved. Now that which had shattered it had been undone. Now they allowed Clara Oswald to die. The doctor glanced at the displays on the main console and confirmed once again that the fragments of the universe had rejoined and were fusing. The doctor turned away from those displays now. He knew only too well what that sight had cost. He heard the familiar sound of a TARDIS launching, Ashilda and Romana departing. Now he was truly alone. He attempted to wonder where he might go next. His mind rejected the effort. It was in no mood to provide such distractions today. He heard the doors of the TARDIS activate. The doctor looked up to find Romana standing at the top of the steps, looking down at him. He frowned, puzzled. "Did you miss your lift? Does Ashilda have no place for hitchhikers? Or does she resent you as bitterly as she hates me?" Romana began to descend.
She hates you without end. I fear this may eat her and ultimately consume her. I do not think she likes me. The association with you leaving too bad a taste, but no, I don't think she suspects I was leading her on a wild goose chase. That this was our plan. No, she would have given me a ride home.
The doctor considered this, then shook his head, still confused. Ashilda would never have accepted what had to be done. She would not have believed it was Clara's very extended and impossible existence which had stretched the universe to breaking point and beyond. No human would have realized what was necessary. No human could have done that horror which needed to be done. No human could suffer that. No human should. But then, why are you here? You said once we'd saved the universe, you would have had as much of me as you could bear. Why are you here? Do you think this old girl will provide a more reliable ride home? He asked, gesturing around at the interior of his Type 40. By now, Romana was standing face to face with the doctor.
Doctor, here's what I think.
Romana began.
Hear me out.
The doctor raised his chin with just the slightest air of defiance, but remained silent.
You do not need me here.
As she said this, the doctor made to interrupt, but Romana held up a hand to forestall him.
Whether I'm here or not, you will survive, you will persist. You will have adventures. You will save the day, save the world, save the universe. You will triumph. And yes, you will suffer. And all this you could, and would, do without me here.
At this, Romana paused to allow the doctor a few moments to absorb and assimilate her words.
But,
she continued,
you would do all of this, achieve all of this, experience all of this, the good and the bad, better with me here.
The doctor stared at Romana for a long moment. Finally, he found the words he was looking for.
I will not debate your profound wisdom.
Romana smiled, ever so slightly smugly.
So, since we've healed the universe, what's our next move?
Romana asked briskly, to break both the silence and the mood. The doctor held up a finger, shaking his head.
We may have saved the universe, but it is far from healed. Its wounds are fusing, but there will be lasting damage, cracks and fissures. This will take some time to resolve, I fear. Perhaps an eternity. As a consequence, we shall be very, very busy indeed.
Romana shrugged.
Well, whatever happens,
At least we won't get bored.
The End. The Doctor, Season 12. Written by Alexander Leiths. Edited by Ella Dimitru. Narrated by Alexander Leiths. With additional parts by Ella Dimitru.